Chapter 1 of Sons of the Covenant, A Tale of London Jewry by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 1. "Diamond," said his wife. "What's up now?" came the grudging answer from over the top of a newspaper. "I want you to do a little something for me." "You and your little somethings. Just the proper thing for a man after 12 hours' work down at the Deptford Meat Market, killing 17 bullocks." Mr. Diamond was a ritual slaughterer, whose office it is to make beef, mutton, or veal out of live cattle for his co-religionists' consumption, in accordance with Mosaic traditional precept. 17 bullocks? Well, no one's going to make you the 18th, so you needn't bellow like that," broke in Mrs. Diamond with her Thursday morning voice. "I hate bellowing, Becky, my dear," remonstrated Mr. Diamond, who had allowed himself by a rapt perusal of an interesting libel case to forget who his interlocutor was. Mrs. Diamond, it was notorious, possessed 3 sizes of voice. Size number 1 she reserved exclusively for the wife of the local MP, a co-religionist, with whom she came into contact at election times, and whom she had inveigled into the belief that Mr. Diamond was a man of influence in the constituency. Size number 2 she employed in speaking to ordinary people, her husband included. The 3rd size, the one referred to above as her Thursday morning voice, stood her in good stead while battling with extortionate fishmongers for her Sabbath fish, but she also made it serve her on occasions when things were not going entirely her way, especially with Mr. Diamond. And then Mr. Diamond answered with humility, that is, if he answered at all. "Why can't you do a thing without first arguing about it?" continued Mrs. Diamond, somewhat mollified. "Don't I do enough for you? I wonder what sort of a reputation you'd have if I didn't use all my spare time going round to people and telling them you're the best husband in the world, and they believe me, don't you make a mistake. I don't leave off talking till they do. Wish I could believe it myself." "I wish you could too, Becky, my dear," echoed Mr. Diamond piously. "Shocking the way you put yourself out to make me, eh?" And Mrs. Diamond exhaled irony from every pore. "Diamond, I know what you're after. You want to make yourself precious. You want to show me, fling it down my throat, even if I choke over it. What a pleasure it is for a woman that never had no schooling herself to have a man to do her bit of writing at times, if he wants to, that is. Don't you fear, I can see your little game. One of these days you'll think I'll talk myself dead begging a favour from you. Then perhaps you won't mind writing something to be put on my tombstone." "But I'll write it this instant, Becky, my dear." "What, the tombstone?" "How can you be so stupid? The letter, of course. Quick, I'm ready." Mr. Diamond had hastily extracted a sheet of notepaper from the table drawer, and sat, his pen, as it were, cocked like a trigger, ready for the word of command. But the torrent of dictation which, judging from past experience, he expected to deluge him was not forthcoming. Instead, Mrs. Diamond seemed possessed by a strange hesitation. "I wish you wouldn't be so sharp. You've quite flustered me," she observed, glaringly inconsistent. "Take your time, my dear. I know how hard it is to start a letter properly." "Who said it was a letter?" asked Mrs. Diamond. "You did, didn't you?" "Of course, you always know better what I mean than I do myself." "Becky, my dear, you haven't made up any poetry, have you?" "Poetry? Stuff! Diamond, listen to me. I want you to commit a forgery." Here Mr. Diamond ought to have exclaimed, "My prophetic soul!" but unfortunately he was not acquainted with the quotation, which is a pity. It would have been such a nice way of expressing the little thrills of vague apprehension at the circumlocutory fashion in which his wife had preferred her request, a fashion varying so signally from all precedent. But if he could not cap the situation with any apt quotation, he did something similar. He got up and fitted his hat on his head. "Why, where are you going to?" exclaimed Mrs. Diamond. "To the police station," replied Mr. Diamond calmly. "You asked me to commit a forgery. That means the thing is as good as done. I may as well start doing my 10 years as soon as possible." Mrs. Diamond sat silent, awed by her husband's loyalty to the laws of his country, or by the patent tribute to her domestic ascendancy. She did not exactly know which. To solve her indecision, she got into a temper. "What a hurry he's in to make me out a piece of God help us! There's an opinion to have of your wife, that's worried and fretted and slaved alongside you 27 years come next Passover. Now, out with it! What do you think? I'm more of a rogue or a fool? You won't say, I dare say you won't. You know when you're well off. Forgery, prison, Becky Diamond. To heaven I want to bring you, and you won't let me." "I do want to let you, but not just yet," replied her husband, who, of course, had no intention whatsoever of gratuitously delivering himself over to justice, but was fain to utilise the incident as an excuse for stepping across the way to take a hand in a friendly game. Mrs. Diamond listened in vain for the least little tinge of flippancy in his reply. But Mr. Diamond's luck held good that day, and his wife conjectured that his "not just yet," a reverent reluctance to part with this life, which could only be construed into an indirect compliment to her. Thus appeased, she came at once to the business in hand, wherein a square printed form she submitted to him apparently was to take a leading part. "Fill that in," she dictated. "Board of Guardians for the Relief of the Jewish Poor," read Mr. Diamond. "First application. Who's applying? As you say it's to be a forgery, it can't be myself." Mrs. Diamond dared a sarcastic comment on his powers of inference. "No, not yourself. It's Mrs. Lipcott," she replied instead. "Mrs. Lipcott?" Mr. Diamond laid aside the pen. "Why doesn't she make her youngsters write it? They're through the 6th standard, or one of 'em is." "Because she doesn't know anything about it. It's my own idea, and I'm doing it on my own little hook, see?" "Can't say I do. Don't think you've got the right to make people paupers behind their backs," answered Mr. Diamond quite resolutely. "Better they should make corpses of themselves, eh? And that's what she'll do, on my blessed word. She'll wash herself dead before she's a year older. Perhaps you don't know she goes to bed with mustard plasters on her arms?" "How should I? But even that don't explain why you should take this responsibility on yourself." "Yes, it does," snapped Mrs. Diamond. "She's one of those stupid persons you've got to protect against themselves. She'll work and not once ask what the clock says. And what'll be the end? Another bed will be wanted at the Home for Incurables, and her 2 youngsters will be in the scramble for the orphan asylum, and there'll be more charity appeals, and more money'll be wanted, and I wonder where the community would be if there wasn't myself and 1 or 2 others to remember that a stitch in time saves 9. Perhaps you've dawdled long enough now." "Oh, I'm quite ready, but just a moment. Suppose you put the case like that to the woman herself."
Put it to her. I've rammed it down her throat." "Well?" "She shakes her head and smiles. If she'd at least answer me and take a big fuss about wanting to be independent and then go begging on the quiet. But she don't. She just smiles and lets you guess anything you'd like. That's what I call pride peeping out through broken boot tips. Who doesn't help herself from the soup kitchen during the winter? Mrs. Lipcott. Who doesn't go to the Thursday grocery distribution? The identical. Who doesn't let her children take boots and corduroys that's to be had for the asking at the school? I needn't mention the name. That's the kind of creature she is, and you'll make me choke, Diamond. Haven't you started yet?" "Why, I'm starting as fast as I can. Where's that evening news?" "It's all right," he replied hastily. "I'm only looking for the date. Oh, by the way, how do you think the board will help her?" "By lending or giving her a few pounds to open a little all-sorts shop with. Then, as the boys grow up, they'll help her or get apprenticed to a trade, and she'll have yet another chance of knowing what it's like to have grey hairs on her head. It's a sensible plan, or it wouldn't be me as had thought of it. Diamond, will you or won't you?" In genuine trepidation, Mr. Diamond applied himself to his task. He called out the queries by which the applicant is catechized, and Mrs. Diamond supplied the requisite answers. As to her accuracy, there could be no possible doubt, because she notoriously made it a duty to acquaint herself intimately with the life histories of all who came into her personal cognizance. Cupboard skeletons she had made a specialty. The details of information thus collected formed a tolerable biography of Mrs. Lipcott to date. From them it appeared that she was 34 years old, that she had been a widow for half a decade, that she had 2 male children, aged 13 and 12 respectively. There were also items concerning place of abode, occupation, genealogy, the last to the effect that she had derived herself from foreign parents and had immigrated at the age of 4. It also transpired that she had no relatives living in London, or in fact anywhere else. Mrs. Diamond did not desist till she had the document read to her 4 times and had seen it safely enveloped. It was to be posted first thing next morning. She generously consented to defray postage out of her housekeeping allowance. By that time it was 10 o'clock. Desperately, Mr. Diamond tried to summon up courage to ask for furlough, to snatch an hour's transport from the hazard of the card game across the way. But at the critical moment his heart failed him, and as the nearest alternative, he went and smothered his chagrin under the bedclothes. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 2. Thrust away somewhere amid the architectural tangle of the Spitalfields district is Narrow Alley. It bears a disconsolate, dumbfounded look, like that of a child which has lost its way among a crowd, and its score or so of hovel houses seem to be spending their time all day in manufacturing apologies for surviving. The top stories on either side sloped yearningly forward toward one another, and had the dwellings been but a little taller, the alley would have been a tunnel. As it was, the daylight managed to squeeze itself through the slit by dint of much exertion, which reduced it to the very shadow of itself. Just at present that did not so much matter, because it was evening, the same evening, in fact, whereon Mrs. Lipcott's application for relief was being fabricated by the Diamond couple. The interior of Mrs. Lipcott's house in Narrow Alley, of which house she shared tenancy with an infinite number of other families, could not be said to disprove violently her fitness to rank as a recipient of charity. Its furniture was severely simple, with a leaning toward the antique and a desire to resolve itself once more into its constituent elements. But besides its decrepit chairs, beds, and table, the room contained healthier and more able-bodied effects in the shape of two little boys, figuring in the report as aged 13 and 12 respectively. As far as the consumptive-looking lamplight enabled one to be sure of one's impression, it appeared that these two little boys were engaged in preparing a meal. The angry crackle of seething oil tended to give colour as well as odour to the conjecture. "Hurry up there, Lou," said Phil, the younger of the brothers. "Mother'll be here presently." "All right. Ain't I peeling as hard as I can?" came the reply, somewhat gruffly. "Anyone would think it was my fault we started so late." "I don't," asseverated Phil. But Lou would not be deprived of the right to exculpate himself in detail. "Think I've been larking about all the 2 hours I've been away? I'd like to hear anyone say so. Hanging around the tater shop, that's what I've been, waiting for old Solomon to go indoors. He doesn't give us any tick, you know, the old miser. Well, at last he changes off with his missus, and you bet I took my chance quick enough. She lets me run up to £1 now, used to be 6pence. Getting up in the world, ain't we, Phil?" "Looks like it," said Phil dubiously. "Well then, don't tell me to hurry up, when it ain't any fault of mine that things are a bit behindhand." "But I never said—" protested Phil blankly. "Shut up! Who said you did? Think I've been 'pologising to you for being late? Don't you believe it. Never seems to have entered your head, though I can't call it a fat head, but there are times when a fellow has got to make excuses to himself." "Oh," said Phil, beginning to catch his drift. "Now, if I hadn't got those taters, there would have been nothing for mother's supper, not to mention yours. Think it would have been any excuse for me that old Solomon wouldn't budge from the shop? Not a bit of it, because something inside would have told me that I'm what's the word? Oh yes, the responsible party, being the head of the family by right of being the oldest man in it, though I've got to let mother do the money earning till I've left school." "And that'll be in a fortnight," supplemented Phil. "In a fortnight," echoed Lou, with a certain grim emphasis. "Are you sorry?" asked Phil, almost timidly. "Not exactly sorry, but sort of. And you just keep it to yourself, d'you hear? Sort of frightened like. It seems to me I'll have to do all my thinking for myself, instead of letting the teacher do it for me. It's enough to make one feel a bit anxious, isn't it, Phil?" "Still, most people have got to start doing their thinking some time or other. I've done so myself already," replied Phil reassuringly. "Get away. I don't mean your kind of it, which is just dreaming with your eyes open. No dreaming for me, thank you. The way I'm going to do my thinking is to take hold of my brain with both hands and worry it till I find out what the world's like, and what a fellow can get out of it, and how much he's got to give in exchange. That'll be a pretty hard day's work. What do you say?" Phil gave him a puzzled look, and was very glad to find from Lou's absent air that he was not really expected to express an opinion, and presently Lou continued. "No, I ain't sorry, and what concerns the funk, I haven't got it so very badly either. You know that door knocker on the last house across the way? Well, when the moon shines on it, it looks like a grinning bogey, and I've got to go close up to it to know it's only a stupid old knocker. Strikes me in the same way the world looks a bit dangerous from a distance. I'll be all right once I'm close enough to look it in the face, and then I'm going to fight it." But you'll have to be very careful, Lou, won't you?" asked Phil apprehensively. "I'll try not to hurt it," replied Lou jauntily, "because, mind you, I think I'm pretty tough. Do you know, Phil, I've been sort of feeling myself grow up for the last couple of years, though I didn't show it so much outside, because there's half a dozen chaps in the class what's got longer legs than me. Many a time I seemed to myself a cheat and a humbug, knowing I had no business to go monkeying around the playground with a pack of kids. Thank God, I'll be able to feel more honest in a fortnight." He paused and relapsed into a reverie, during which Phil bestowed his undivided attention on the potato chips in the saucepan, till Lou finally voiced the conclusion which he had been driving at with the words, "No, it isn't at all nice." "What isn't?" asked Phil, a little scared, thinking that the remark might apply to his cooking. "Living on tick isn't. It doesn't do you any good. One half of you feels choked, and the other half starved, and you never know which way it's going to be the death of you. That's why I grew up in such a hurry, because I must start paying cash before it's got time to kill one of us." "I don't like tick either," rejoined Phil thoughtfully, "but I wouldn't mind being a boy all my life." "Oh, indeed? What for?" "So that I needn't leave school." "Yes, I've got that down on the list with the other things." "Hope the total won't come too big," said Phil anxiously. "The bigger the better. I'll roll up my shirt sleeves a bit higher, that's all." "Perhaps I could help you." "Yes, by keeping out of the way. I'll have to waste half my time in seeing that nothing happens to you. You tackle the books, and I'll tackle the people. Books take some fighting too." "I know, but I'll roll up my shirt sleeves as well." "Right you are, young'un, you'll do." "Hooray, only one more," said Lou, as his knife uncoated the last of the potatoes. Just as he finished cutting it small, something seemed to happen, for he got up rather quickly and looked searchingly about the room. "What do you want?" asked Phil, following his gaze. "Bit of rag. I notched my finger by way of a wind-up. Oh, here it is." "Bleeding much, is it?" "Buckets. The room will swim in a minute," joked Lou. "Hadn't you better hold it under the pump downstairs?" asked Phil, his anxiety only partly allayed. "Good idea, that. Then I shan't want the rag, and Mother needn't know," replied Lou, hurrying off. "Hold a minute. I'm coming with you." "What? Afraid to stop in the room alone?" "Not that," faltered Phil. "But you see, I'll be by myself with the chips, and you mightn't think perhaps—" "Oh, mightn't I?" said Lou, breaking in on his embarrassment. "I suppose that's a nice polite way of calling yourself brother to a blackguard and a greedy guts. Take you long to think of it? Now, in the time you've kept me here jawing, you've wasted at least 3 drops of my precious— I've got a good mind to make you pay for them in chips." 5 minutes afterwards he was about to re-enter the doorway, but paused and waited for the slow-stepping woman of whom he had just caught sight at the mouth of the alley. "Here, Mother, I'll give you a lift," he said, taking her by the arm. "Thank you, dear. Have you been to Solomon's?" asked Mrs. Lipcott. "I have. It's all right." "I'm glad, because Mrs. Daniels had no change, and—" "I knew it," said Lou bitterly. "She never has. Pay you tomorrow, she said, didn't she? I wonder how many more houses her husband's been buying this week." "Don't be unkind, Lou. It was only a little thoughtless of her." "That's right. Whitewash her. Jingo, I'd make her think if—" But what particular reflections Lou wished to instil into the said Mrs. Daniels, and under what conditions he would have done so, remained unuttered, because at this moment Phil opened the door to light them up the few remaining stairs. Eagerly he pulled his mother into the room, which presently resounded with vigorous kissing,
"Here, stop that!" came a peremptory command from Lou. "Don't you care, mother? He's only jealous," laughed Phil disrespectfully. "Perhaps, perhaps not. But what I am certain about is that you are keeping mother standing quite a minute longer than she needs. And in the second place, it's time you started learning to keep your feelings a bit dark and not give yourself away before everybody. It isn't safe with such a lot of bad people waiting around to take the rise out of you." Phil looked to see how his mother was taking Lou's homily on the necessity of cultivating emotional discipline. He himself felt quite incapable of answering him. For the voices that talked to him in his daydreams, he always had a pat and accurate reply. But before the voice of the world, which now spoke to him in the words of his brother Lou, he cowered, tongue-tied and helpless. How good it must feel to be strong and of ready speech like his brother Lou. He must watch and learn the secret of it from him. Mrs. Lipcott, too, had been thinking how to answer her son. Not infrequently she was thus at a loss, but that never troubled her. However much this boy of hers seemed a stranger to her at times, however much in him she had to guess at, her heart told her that, from the little that was revealed, she could safely take the rest on trust. And so she contented herself with saying, "Come, children, supper's getting cold." Through the business-like silence which followed ran 3 trains of thought, all on more or less divergent lines. Mrs. Lipcott wondered how her life would have been shaped but for the cold which grew angry at being neglected and worked itself up into the rapid lung trouble that carried her husband off. Perhaps she might have owned by now as much jewellery as Mrs. Daniels. The little boot factory had just begun to make headway. As it was, her concern was not with precious stones, but with soap and stove polish, and if those are of superior quality and saved her a proportionate amount of bodily wear and tear, she considered it enough good fortune for one day. She had not remained very long in the stupor wherewith she had been smitten by the downfall of her prop and stay. The cries of 2 healthy young appetites for bread had acted as an efficient restorative, but the energy to which they roused her she felt at best to be only artificial, and gave no guarantee of reserve force. Of late she had more than once cast involuntary questioning looks at her future as personified in her 2 sons, especially the elder. And each time she had felt reassured, nay, elated and triumphant. For the things that make us happiest are the anxieties which carry their own comfortings for cargo. Lou, for his part, ate his supper with teeth that mutinied. The truculent mood of before had come back to him. As it was, it served as the keynote of his heart, this protest against the bleak sordidness, the cheese-rind paring, the rag-and-patch routine he had to call life. He knew it required a certain amount of courage to protest, and he was proportionally proud of it. All the other people in Narrow Alley were afraid to put their burdens on the broad back of the future. They groaned along beneath them in apparent content. True, they did their fair share of grumbling, but it was only in a sort of hole-and-corner way. That is, they complained about the slackness of trade, about the low rate of wages and the high price of bread and coal. But they never went to headquarters. They never, so to speak, put their grievances down black and white and dropped them into fate's letterbox, where they would have a fair chance of receiving consideration. On the contrary, they seemed afraid of drawing the attention of Providence to their existence, for fear of reminding it that their power of endurance had not yet been strained to its uttermost. That was what the pious called a godly resignation. Lou believed in the godliness, but not in the resignation.
He had been created, and therefore had a right to live, or at least he should not have been born with the knowledge that there were better things on earth if it was never intended that he should enjoy them. No knock-kneed compromise for him. He had begun early to shake his fist at fate. It was just as well that they both should know exactly how accounts stood between them. And that was everything or nothing. And little Phil, meanwhile, vaguely foreboding the disadvantage at which the dreamer of dreams is placed in the midst of a wide-awake world, was busily rehearsing to himself the first maxim of self-defence, which, according to Brother Lou, consisted in not giving way to your feelings before people. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 3. In those days, the London headquarters of Jewish charity, the so-called Board of Guardians, did not yet consist of the palatial premises in which its many-sided and far-reaching operations are being carried on now. A commodious, unofficial-looking house in a square at the northwest point of the Jewish area served for that purpose, till the growth of its scope threatened to make havoc of and cast confusion into its organisation for want of more elbow-room. It does not take the Jew long to acclimatise himself, morally and physically, to the country of his adoption. If anything, he has a tendency, which would be amusing if it were not pathetic, to out-royal the king, that is, to accentuate his acquired characteristics more than is quite necessary. He is perhaps over-anxious to impress his fellow-citizen with the compliment he is paying him, the highest one man can pay another, in tarring himself with the same brush. But of his sincerity there can be no doubt. He does not stop at the external and superficial. In the countries where he is allowed to come in by the front door, and can fearlessly show himself at the windows, there is no heart more truly in accord than his with all the phases of the national destiny. He rejoices in his country's joys, he sorrows in her calamities, as though they were part and parcel of his individual self. For her sake he plucks from his heart his prejudices, a hard wrench where the roots go down century deep. He sacrifices for her both retrospect and prospect, his pride in a great past, and his God-guaranteed hope of a specific redemption. But two things he keeps for his inalienable possession: the right to pray his prayers, and the privilege of helping his poor. The first of these reservations needs no explaining. The second is not so self-obvious. There is a narrow view which ascribes to it the desires of the community to avoid incurring unnecessary prejudices by throwing its destitute on the already heavily burdened shoulders of the British taxpayer. This is a gratuitous aspersion on the resources and generosity of a great people which is ever ready to accept the responsibilities which are, as it were, the penalty of its large-heartedness. The cynic and worldly wise regard it as an ingenious device of purse-proud selfishness to pile up the largest possible total on the credit side in the ledgers of eternity. But sneer and pusillanimity are wrong, as usual. This clannish philanthropy is essentially a matter of sentiment, and sentiment is a property which must not be grudged to a race which has had its heartstrings so often played upon. Perhaps the forebearer of this poor alien wretch spoke a word of comfort to your ancestor by the waters of Babylon. Perhaps the one heartened the other
for the roaring death in the arenas of Rome. Or perhaps he writhed and died on the inquisitorial rack because he would not incriminate the Marano from whom you trace your descent. All these things are more than possibilities, and one never finds it easier to pay a debt than when the heart is the only IOU. No set policy of temporal or spiritual import could avail as much as those vague promptings to settle accounts with an obligation which, even if it ever had any warrant, distances of time and space ought to have rendered legendary. And though the watchword which speeds from mouth to mouth during the Passover ceremonial, "He who is hungry, let him come and eat," may of necessity remain a formula of the lip, the sentiment of the Jew makes him practical enough to attempt the spirit, where the effacing of the letter would be absurd. Perhaps some thoughts like these were agitating the mind of the lady who, with her 10-year-old daughter, was entering the offices of the board that Sunday afternoon. At any rate, she looked serious enough for it. Once inside, she stopped with an irresolution which showed her to be a stranger there. A deferential clerk stepped up and asked her business. I would like to see someone in authority," she said. The clerk looked doubtful. May I know your name, please?" he asked. The lady opened her satchel and produced a card. The sight of the card case, as well as the crocodile leather purse, served to set the clerk's doubts at rest, and with a hurried "Take a seat, please," he disappeared into one of the inner chambers. A minute or two afterwards he reappeared with a benevolent-looking old gentleman. "Good afternoon," said the old gentleman, smiling. "Your name is not entirely unknown to me, Mrs. Duveen. What can I do for you?" "I should like to make myself useful in some way." "As an honorary visitor?" interrupted the old gentleman. "I am delighted. We have plenty of room for additional workers." "When can I start?" asked Mrs. Duveen. "There is a slight formality of nomination and election to be gone through, but there will be no difficulty in that," replied the old gentleman. "Meantime, you might perhaps accompany one of our paid investigators on his rounds to get some insight into the nature of your duties. Perhaps you would like to take advantage of your being on the spot and, that is, if your time permits." "Oh, I have plenty of time," said Mrs. Duveen, and there was a suspicion of a sigh in her words. "Is any one of the men in?" asked the old gentleman of the clerk. It appears there was, and presently Mrs. Duveen had been placed in charge of an escort, to whom the old gentleman explained the circumstances of her call. "I should have taken the pleasure of accompanying you myself, but I am the chairman of today's rota, and there is a great deal of work waiting for me. By the way, is there one particular kind of case you are more interested in than another?" "Yes, in widows." The old gentleman nodded intelligently, with a sympathetic look at her weeds and crape. "There is a widow's case first on my list," said the paid investigator, "a Mrs. Lipcott of Narrow Alley, not very far from here." Then the benevolent old gentleman shook hands with Mrs. Duveen, dutifully pinched the little girl's cheek, at which the latter showed considerable indignation, and a moment afterward the party of three had sallied out on their expedition, while the radiant August sun overhead shone his hardest to give the lie to any suggestion of care and poverty in a world he had tried for thousands and thousands of years to make an imitation heaven. "I'm taking you the best way I can," said the paid investigator apologetically to Mrs. Duveen, who smiled her gratitude. Sunday, as everyone knows, is market day down in Spitalfields, and though business is practically over by midday, the locality was littered with an aftermath of putrid oranges, sodden poultry plumage, and other nondescript uglinesses. Once the little girl seized her mother by the hand, and pointing to the gutter, cried eagerly, "Look, mamma, there's a pussy asleep." And the paid investigator was not so cruel as to disillusion her. "Yes, everything down here is bad," he said wearily. "Bad for the sight, bad for the smell, bad for the heart." Mrs. Duveen nodded a sorrowful assent. "I did not know how bad," she murmured. "And perhaps there's worse in store," said the paid investigator, thinking of their errand. Mrs. Duveen refrained from shivering out of deference to the sunshine, but she could not avert a sinking of her heart as they paused for a moment at the entrance to Narrow Alley. So far she had known of misery only by hearsay. Now she was about to view it eye to eye, touch it with her hand. She felt as a young medical may feel at his first autopsy. "I hope there will be room enough upstairs for the three of us," said the paid investigator, half to himself, as they entered the narrow-necked passage. The ground-floor tenants opened their door and watched them with inquisitive eyes. Two half-grown girls surreptitiously sniffed the lavender emanating from Mrs. Duveen's unstoppered scent bottle. They did not get a treat like that every day. The paid investigator, having inquired for Mrs. Lipcott's room, and having been assured of her presence at home, mounted the staircase, followed by Mrs. Duveen and the little girl. His knock, as he fully expected, was not answered immediately. He knew that poverty breeds suspicion. Then the door was opened by Lou, who stared in large-eyed wonder at the callers. But the paid investigator unceremoniously brushed him aside, inviting his two companions to enter with him. Mrs. Lipcott hastily laid something aside and got up. The paid investigator's first glance lighted on Phil, whose head peeped forth from under the blankets. "Is the boy ill?" asked the paid investigator, producing a pencil and notebook. Mrs. Lipcott was still dumbfounded by the apparition of the strangers, and Lou's tight-set lips showed the umbrage he had taken at the paid investigator's brusque handling of him. So it devolved upon Phil himself to answer the query. "Please, sir, I ain't ill, but mother's mending my trousers." The paid investigator seemed to find neither pathos nor humour in the reply, for turning again to Mrs. Lipcott, he continued in businesslike tone, "How much do you earn a week?" Mrs. Lipcott reflected a moment, and began her answer. She had only got as far as, "Well, it's all according, sir," when Lou stepped forward, gently pushed his mother on one side, and, lifting his scowling face to the paid investigators, said, "Look here, we've had enough of your cheek. Who are you?" It stands to reason that the paid investigator was taken aback. When he recovered himself, he gave a little laugh, and replied good-humouredly, "You're a bit forward to your age, little man, but your mother knows all about it." "About what?" asked Mrs. Lipcott in amazement. The paid investigator became impatient. "I really can't waste my time with you. I've got 5 other cases to do yet. Tell me distinctly what you want the board to do for you." "Do you come from the board?" faltered Mrs. Lipcott. "Yes, of course. Here's your application. You are Mrs. Lipcott, aren't you?" "Yes, but—" Mrs. Lipcott looked round her helplessly. Then she glanced at Lou, and her eye lit up with intelligence. "Why didn't you tell me you did it?" she said reproachfully. "If I thought you wanted me to ask the board to help us—" "I write to the board to help us?" cried Lou, half inarticulate with conflicting emotions. "What do you take me for, mother?" Then a sudden thought struck him. "Did you do it, Phil?" "I didn't. I swear I didn't," whimpered Phil, very much frightened. "You see, there's some mistake somewhere," said Lou, addressing himself to the gape-mouthed paid investigator. "We don't want any board here. We're not beggars. Now, perhaps you'll say good afternoon when you go. You didn't when you came in, you know." Mrs. Duveen had been a silent and disconcerted witness of these strange proceedings. Her sight had, however, been busier than her hearing. From the moment of her entry, her eyes had been taking stock of Phil's wistful little face. At the first glance it had appealed to her with a vague sense of familiarity, of something remembered, a remembrance instinct with infinite heartache, and yet gladdening in having taken to itself a strangely palpable shape. It made her thoughts start off at a gallop. Little Dulcie was nestling against her mother, scared and trembling. What a terrible boy that was! What a temper he had! And yet she could almost hate herself for feeling afraid of him. She did not quite know what all the quarrel was about, and yet she was almost certain that the boy was in the right. If only someone would go and pat him on the head, he would quiet down at once, and, well, she would not mind doing it herself. The paid investigator had, meantime, thought the matter over, and took it in its right light. He shrugged his shoulders. "I suppose, then, there is a mistake, and I've got nothing else to say. We'd better go, Mrs. Duveen." Mrs. Duveen pulled herself together and stepped up to Mrs. Lipcott. "I'm very sorry if you've had any annoyance," she said very gently, "and I only want you to remember that I'm quite innocent in the matter." "Oh, there's no harm done, lady. No harm, thank you very much," said Mrs. Lipcott, still in great confusion. "Good-bye," said Dulcie, suddenly coming close to Lou and tendering him her hand. Lou drew back for an instant, as though the timid little hand were a great threatening fist. How? Why was it that he had not become cognizant of her presence before? Why? Because he had been so busy playing the rough and the bully. It struck him suddenly that he could have effected his purpose as thoroughly without taking up such a bulldog attitude, and he felt very much ashamed of himself. It was those great frank eyes before him that shamed him. If only he could pluck up heart to look full into them for but an instant. Ah, there he had done it, and simultaneously his hand responded to hers. Now he knew, by practical experience, how good it felt to have one's sins forgiven. He did not mind the tall lady in black bestowing such a fixed look on Phil at parting. He was not jealous. He had something better, for the dingy door panel seemed illuminated by a smile long after the face to which it properly belonged had vanished. The party of three reached the bottom without exchanging a word. "I'm afraid you've not made an agreeable start," said the paid investigator finally. "I don't mind," said Mrs. Duveen absently, "but I can't help feeling terribly puzzled. Is it a hoax?" "It is and it isn't. The people want assistance badly enough, as you saw. They're simply too proud to take it. Probably some kind-hearted busybody of their acquaintance sent in the application without their knowledge, thinking they would hardly have the courage to refuse the help which was being thrust upon them. I must say, such obstinacy—" "Obstinacy?" interrupted Mrs. Duveen. "Well, call it strength of character," proceeded the paid investigator, somewhat shamefacedly. "Still, whatever it is, it's not an everyday occurrence. Ah, so you won't come any further today?" "No, thank you," said Mrs. Duveen, who had stopped. "I don't think I'm disheartened, but I must not tire my little girl too much. She insisted on coming with me, and, well, I believe in the value of teaching children by object lessons." An hour later, Mrs. Devine was back in her beautiful house up St. John's Wood. All through the train journey she had given such niggardly response to Dulcie's incessant questionings as to the moral and meaning of the afternoon, that Dulcie was quite surprised when her mother put her a question in turn. "Which of the two boys did you like best?" "The one that shouted," replied Dulcie without hesitation. "He looked so honest about the eyes. I noticed them particularly." It was a curious question, thought Dulcie, but a more curious one followed. "Do you remember a boy that used to run about the house years ago?" Dulcie puckered her brows in a desperate attempt at recollection, but at last she had to own up her failure. "If you remembered him at all, you would have liked the other one better, the one in bed, you know," said Mrs. Devine, with a tremble in her voice. And, Dulcie, as I looked at him and compared him with the boy that used to run about the house, I couldn't tell the difference." Dulcie gazed at her, awe-struck. "Mamma, did I ever have a brother?" Mrs. Devine nodded. She could not trust her voice at all now. "And what has that to do with the other boy?" continued Dulcie timidly. "I don't know, dear, but I'm thinking." And Mrs. Devine thought about the boy who had so much resembled her dead son all that evening and half of the next day. By that time she seemed to have arrived at some conclusion, for she locked the door of her room, and with trembling fingers she wrote a letter to Mrs. Lipcott. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 4. The letter reached its destination by the last delivery that same evening. It was something like 3 years since Mrs. Lipcott had been the recipient of a communication by post, and the event naturally made a striking impression upon her. Equally naturally, she kept turning the letter over and over in her hands, considering who her correspondent might be. "I know," said Phil suddenly. "It's from the black lady that was here yesterday." "And she sent us some money," supplemented Lou, already framing in his mind a suitable reply which was to accompany the return of the gift. After this plausible conjecture, there was no longer any reason to delay arriving at certainty. Mrs. Lipcott looked at the neat, clear-cut handwriting and felt equal to tackling it herself instead of handing it to Lou. "Dear Mrs. Lipcott," she began aloud, "the writer of this is the lady who called on you yesterday in company with the Board of Guardians official." "See, I told you!" cried Phil triumphantly. Lou looked at him sharply, suspicious and annoyed at Phil's part of the conjecture having come true, whereas his own, referring to the enclosure of a doll, had gone wide of the fulfilment. During the interruption, Mrs. Lipcott had glanced at the succeeding lines. What she read made her turn white, and the paper fluttered out of her hands. Silently, Lou picked it up and held it out to her. "No, read it yourself," she murmured. "Read it to Phil." "Board of Guardians official," resumed Lou slowly, his voice threatening vengeance against the writer who had given his mother such a turn. "My reason for writing to you is to put to you a proposal. Perhaps the only result will be to make you think me a foolish, self-loving woman, for you see, I am frank with you, my motive is rather one of selfishness than of kindness of heart.
I want you to let me adopt your younger boy. He will replace for me a darling son whom I lost years ago, and of whom he is the living counterpart. I cannot guess whence I am taking the courage to address you such a request, but I feel as though God himself had put it into my heart, and therefore I do not make myself any reproaches. I don't know what you are to gain in the matter. The only return I can offer you is the knowledge that your child by blood and mine by adoption will have his path in life made smooth for him. I am rich. I can offer him advantages which, pardon me, are apparently out of your reach. If he has any bent for studying, I can indulge it to the utmost of his wishes. The only sacrifice I shall ask of him is to take my name and to return me 100th part of the love which I am ready to bestow upon him. I do not want you to decide immediately. Ask God, and when he has answered you, let me know too. Yours in sisterhood, Rose Duveen. More than once Lou had tried hard to stop himself in the reading, but in vain. The fervid words dragged him on till he had come to the end. When he finally paused, the silence hummed aloud with persistent echoes. "Well, what are we afraid of? Why don't we talk?" asked Lou at last. "Because I am waiting for God to talk. Till then I can say nothing," replied Mrs. Lipcott, with quivering mouth and far-off eyes. "Well then, suppose meantime Phil puts in his spoke," suggested Lou grimly. "Oh, Lou, don't ask me to say anything," came piteously from Phil. "What does it all mean? I don't want to guess, because I might guess right." "What it means?" replied Lou, with an assumption of airiness. "Not very much. The lady wants you to live at her house soon as you like. Lucky you won't have to take long over your packing. By the way, there are those 3 collars we've got between us. Who's going to have the odd one?" For answer, Phil burst into tears. Don't speak to me so cruel, Lou, dear," he sobbed. "It isn't my fault. I didn't ask her to come, and if she wants to take me away from here, I'll run and tell the police." Lou's arm was round his neck in a moment. "No, young 'un, 'tain't your fault. I only wanted to know what you thought of it." "Then why did you go round the corner like to do it?" sobbed Phil, still disconsolate. "It's all right, mother, don't worry," cried Lou cheerily. "Me and Phil have settled it." Mrs. Lipcott was slowly recovering herself. Her mind had sunk prostrate beneath the weight of the dilemma wherewith it had so suddenly become burdened. At last it stood upright again. Her first impulse was that of unreasoning anger against the woman who, seemingly without a qualm, claimed of her half her mother heart, and compelled her to ponder for the first time in her life whether or not it was not the more precious half. What a wondrous thing wealth must be, that it even made people bold to beg. But no, she would teach it a lesson. She would shame it into self-continence. She would... And then? What good would come to her by indulging her malice? It would not kill in her the knowledge that she, even she, loved herself better than her child. That in the moment when her motherhood had been put to its only test, she had failed miserably. Make his path smooth in life. Could she ever hope to do that? Could she expect to be a recompense to him for his bruisings against the stumbling blocks of a self-hewn future? Nay, she herself would become the obstacle that thwarted him from the start. And one does not love an obstacle any the better because its name is Mother. Thank God at least that the letter was not her secret. She would for certain have succumbed to the temptation of suppressing it. And surely the pain that may honestly seek the daylight is happiness to the remorse that burrows tunnels through the soul. She looked up and saw her boy's eyes fixed on her questioningly. "What was it that you asked me?" she said, half at random. "Asked you nothing," replied Lou. "I was only saying that the black woman's off." Mrs. Lipcott shook her head. "Lou, we must think it over." Lou's eyes opened wide in surprise. "Why, Mother, what's there to think over? We're not going to give Phil away, are we?" "Not give him away, but lend him away, Lou. He'll always belong to us wherever he is. We'll do the lady a favour, that's all." "Favour? Fine chance we've got of getting on if we go chucking favours at any promiscuous stranger that asks for 'em. Not if I know it," cried Lou hotly. Mrs. Lipcott swallowed something and proceeded. "Don't be unjust, Lou. The profit is not all on her side. Look what she's going to do for Phil." "Yes, she's going to put her label on him. What is it, Duveen? Wish you good morning, Mr. Philip Duveen. There's a name to go to bed with." "She'll make a gentleman of him. She'll let him study," went on Mrs. Lipcott, half to herself. "Let me study, will she?" broke in Phil eagerly. "Ah, that's the bait that's going to hook you, I suppose," growled Lou. "What was that you said just now about the police?" "Lou," said Mrs. Lipcott, making a great effort, "you must let me decide in this. It concerns me more than you." "No, it doesn't," replied Lou sullenly. "I'm fighting for my brother." "And I'm fighting for myself. I would rather kept it in my heart, but you make me say it. I want Phil to go to the lady, because otherwise I should feel afraid. If I said no, I might suffer for it afterward. Suppose, God forbid, things were to go badly with him as he grows up, whom would he blame, me or you? If I knew I should be alive to hear his hard words, I should not mind so much. But I might be dead, and have no chance of softening them with my tears. Can you understand now, Lou?" Lou's eyes were on the ground, and his reply was very humble. "Yes, Mother, I can." "Then let us make up our minds to it cheerfully, as a blessing of God which has come overnight. As long as Phil will not forget us." She broke off, and half-stifled sobs finished the sentence. Phil ran up and crouched by her side. "I shan't go, I shan't," he cried. "That's right. Now that we've at last settled it nicely, you come and upset it all again," said Lou, with a gruffness that was artificial on the face of it. "Leave off worrying Mother. She's crying for joy, that's what she is. You're going to be a swell and wear a short jacket like those Ikey boys that come and sit on the platform on distribution day and—" Here his voice snapped, and without making any further pretence at being a man, he crouched down on the other side of his mother but no, it must not be told. Even the man in the moon, who just then caught a glimpse of the group through the window, solemnly made up his mind not to say a word about it. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording
is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 5. The next day Phil had a nasty accident in the way of black marking his untarnished school record by inattention. To a question as to the name of the last Plantagenet, he replied with a vague reference to the Grampian Hills, which showed that his mind was temporarily located in a very different department of learning. His distraction, however, was very natural. Before him lay the most difficult task he had yet encountered, the reply letter to Mrs. Duveen. It had been resolved in family council to leave the writing of it entirely to him, and so he had been racking his brains all the day, realizing dimly, and for the first time, that life's problems are harder than those set by any other schoolmaster. It was not till he had got home again and was sitting alone in the room, pen in hand, with the blank sheet of notepaper staring at him defiantly, that at last an inspiration came to him. What a fool he had been! This was not a case for brain-racking at all. All he had to do was to keep quite still and listen to the dictation of his own heart. If the black woman wanted long words and finical phrases, she could look them up in the dictionary. He wasn't going to bother, and if it didn't please her, there were plenty of other boys. And so, while the truculent fit was upon him, "Please, lady," he began, "mother don't mind for me to go and live with you, though she ain't very glad of it, as you would soon know for yourself if you saw her red eyes. But she don't mind, because she says you'll do all right for me, and put me in the way of being a scholar. And what concerns the grub, I ain't so very keen on it, which I want you to take notice that I'm used to 3 meals a day, which are tea and bread for breakfast, bread and tea for the middle of the day, and a heavy feed of taters and fish for the evening. Taters always, and fish sometimes. Not to forget meat on Sabbaths and the holidays. We've tried living on less, but it made us feel ill, and once I heard Lou asking God why he didn't let him get born without a stomach at all. So I can't let you off anything, and if there's going to be any humbug about the scholaring, you better say so at once, and we'll part good friends as if we'd never known each other, and I want you to send me to a high school as high as what Mike Aarons went to when his father won all the money in the lottery and they moved up Dalston way, which, besides, I want to see Mother and Lou very often, and if it's too far to walk, you'll have to stand the riding money. Having filled up the 4 pages, this letter is from Philip Lipcott." Carefully, Phil read and reread his epistle. It did not seem to him that it could be improved upon. He was especially gratified by its high-handed manner. It was just as well that the black woman should know whom she had to deal with. Of course, she had a very kind, soft face, but one could never tell by that. Mrs. Daniels looked very good-natured, but she always made Mother come 2 or 3 times for the money. He had a vague idea that perhaps it would be wise to consult a lawyer, or have something done at Somerset House before he entered into any definite arrangement with the black woman. Nevertheless, the whole thing instilled into him a splendid feeling of initiative and independence. He wondered to how many boys of his age had ever been entrusted the responsibility of inditing and forwarding a letter all on their own. Both his mother and Lou had disclaimed any desire to know the more detailed form of his reply, as long as it kept up to the general sense of an affirmative to Mrs. Duveen's proposal. If only he could have earned the penny for the stamp himself, instead of having to ask his mother for it. He enveloped and addressed the letter, and went down to the street to post it. At the pillar box he waited, and looked round if perchance any acquaintance of his might pass by and watch him in this supreme moment.
A man in a hurry nearly jerked the letter out of his hand, and then, with an apprehensive look at the muddy pavement, Phil quickly slipped it into the box. He heard it drop, thud, he could almost have said, to the bottom, and the sound filled him with a sense of the irretrievable which nearly frightened him. For the first time it came home to him, but only as in a dream, that he had done something terribly momentous, that he had taken his destiny in his own hand and had bent it out of its appointed shape. But people considerably over 12 had felt so, and have turned white at the feeling. He got out of reach of the pillar-box as fast as he could, but his apprehension seemed to keep pace with him. Never before had the world worn such an aspect of loneliness. He longed for his mother, for Lou. His mother was out at an all-day job, and Lou had for the past week or so gone somewhere straight from school, and had not returned till supper-time. He volunteered no explanation for his mysterious absences, and it would have been absurd to question Lou about anything he did or did not. Phil sauntered on aimlessly, and presently he came across Yellow Joe kicking his heels against a lamp-post, hands in pockets. Yellow Joe was not a nickname, but a faithful translation of the more official Joseph Saffron. Happily, he was one of the few select with whom Lou allowed Phil to associate. "Hello, Joe," said Phil. "That you, Phil? Why aren't you indoors reading?" "Had to come out on business. Been posting a letter." In accordance with the ethics of politeness current in those parts, Yellow Joe of course immediately asked for the name of the addressee and a concise summary of its contents. But his inquisitiveness served to remind Phil that, for the present, it might be advisable to refrain from making the thing public property, especially as he had omitted to ascertain Lou's view on the matter of publication. He parried Joe's inquiries as well as he could. Then he proceeded to the attack himself. "Know any rich people, Joe?" he asked casually. Joe ostentatiously dived deep into his pocket. "How much do you want to borrow?" Phil laughed. "No larks. Real rich people. Ever had anything to do with any?" "Well," pondered Joe, "can't say as I know 'em inside and out, sort of. But when I was in the choir at Baseline Street— you've never been in the choir, have you?" "No, didn't have luck, neither me nor Lou. Never got word of anyone being wanted till it was too late." "Well, once we had a Chanukah treat. Bloke that used to come and interfere with the choir master at rehearsals asked us up to his house." "Yes, and what happened?" "All right, don't gasp like that. I'll lend you some of my breath if you're short. Asked us up to the house, he did. Soon as we got inside, there was a man at the door, sort of a coachman, you know, what made us scrape our boots till we wondered that the mat didn't catch fire, and Jack Stumps came right off, 'cause he was wearing his grandfather's. And a bit farther on stood the man what had asked us up, and we had to hold out our hands for him to look at, and those that he couldn't see his face in was sent off to a room with a big washing tub, running hot and cold. You bet I used hot. And then he marched us in, and his missus looked at us through goggles with a long handle to 'em. And then, of course, we had sweets and cakes. Oh, did we? No, we didn't. No, because first we had to tootle up all the service tunes. Well, I suppose they called it supper, lots of little bits of nothing. And because we didn't know which way to eat 'em, we all said, 'No, thank you,' when the slavey brought 'em around. After which there was a magic lantern, was there? Lay you a house to a brick there wasn't. The man starts telling you a yarn about Judas Maccabeus. What a good boy he was, trying to make us feel ashamed of ourselves. Once I gaped, and he spots me. Oh, my jaws! I wonder I didn't dive my ivories back into the gums, the way I clicked 'em together.
If that man's alive today, it's only because we couldn't decide which was the hurtfulest way of killing him." Now, Yellow Joe's powers of judgment were notoriously untrustworthy. When he did not understate a case, he overstated it. It was always a toss-up which. But the circumstantial evidence he adduced as to the nefariousness of this particular rich man left Phil no loophole for disbelief. "Been to any others since?" he quavered. "Catch me. Once bitten, twice shy." The pregnant terseness of the colloquialism amounted to a denunciation. But what was worse, Joe's inability to furnish other instances of wealth which might go some way towards mitigating the unfavourable impression of the first, compelled Phil to magnify a specimen into a species, and a very bad species for anyone to have to do with, it seemed. Perhaps if he had met Yellow Joe before posting the letter, which by now was no doubt already on its way to take tidings of his recklessness. Bah! Surely his mother knew of these things as much as Yellow Joe. His mother loved him. She would not deliver him into the hands of enemies or disagreeable people, to say the least of it. Yellow Joe was no cheerful company. He would go away and leave him to the pangs of his prejudices and distorted observations. Still, though Yellow Joe's responses did not impress him materially, he determined to consult no other oracles for the time being. This involved his avoiding any stray associate whom he might meet, lest he should feel tempted to violate his resolution, and left him with a couple of hours of solitude to kill, which was to him a new, if not pleasurable, experience. The cheapest way of doing it was by the expenditure of a little more sole leather, although his footgear showed already large deficits on that point. He wondered if the supply of boots was included among the black woman's liabilities to him, which may be taken to show that his notions of his future relationship with her were as yet of the haziest. So he walked on, stepping as warily as possible to avoid unnecessary friction with the pavement. But even thus he soon got beyond his everyday radius, and presently reached the city, and was passing by one of the great railway centres, where all London seemed to be taking train to undreamt-of destinations. All London included an old lady who waddled cumbrously up the stone steps, while keeping a persistent eye on the green portmanteau that stumbled along her side, fixed on a pair of human shoulders. At the second glance, however, Phil observed that it only obscured and did not act as substitute for the head, which is the customary upshot of shoulders in general. A sound of hard-drawn breath, with a sob for tag, convinced him finally of the normal humanity of what he had for the moment supposed to be the greatest freak of the century, the trunk-headed boy. A sudden curiosity, which might have been the afterthrow of his initial astonishment, compelled him to follow the couple. He was eager to see if a strange presentiment, taking its cue from the familiar aspect of the carrier's clothing, would realize itself in his face. In the waiting-room the carrier was ordered to set down his burden. Phil looked. Of course, it was Lou. There he stood, red and panting, whilst the old lady counted 6 halfpennies into his hand, which trembled as with palsy. "Why didn't you say it was you? I'd have helped you up them steps with the thing," Phil accosted his brother a few seconds later. "You here?" said Lou unemotionally. "Been spying, eh?" "Well, may I drop dead if—" Lou nodded to imply that as far as he was concerned, the incident was closed. Phil walked on beside him, wrestling both with his thoughts and words. "You might have hurt yourself," he broke out at last. "I chanced that,"
Besides, they ain't always so heavy."
"Is that what you've been doing every evening?"
"Whenever I did anything. Jobs are scarce, you know, and plenty to do 'em."
"If Mother was to know—"
"Look here, young Phil," said Lou, turning on him with leisurely deliberation. "Mother won't know. Understand?"
"I feel all the time like thinking a lie."
"Never mind what you feel. If I don't say anything about feeling," here Lou rubbed his shoulders ruefully, "I don't see where you come in."
"Then what do you do it for?" asked Phil tearfully.
"Because I've suddenly gone on toffee apples. Can't live without 'em. What, you don't believe? Well, mind you don't cut yourself. You're sharper than you think. 'Tain't toffee apples. It's rolling up shirt sleeves, remember? I've got to get ready, and only 4 more days to do it in."
"Get ready? What's this you're doing now?"
"Sort of preliminary. When a man wants to set up in business, what's he got to have?"
"I don't know, Lou. I never thought of it."
"Good thing then I didn't wait for you to tell me. Rhino he's got to have. That's what I've done the carrying for. Don't fret. I'm not going to stick to it. Don't make you feel proud of yourself. But I can't really call myself a man till I've left school for good and all. And a kid can do a lot of things that a man can't, Phil?"
But Mother thinks you're going to Spiegler's."
"As a shop boy, shilling a week, and find your own aprons? Not yet. I'm going to have a firm of my own first. Phil Lipcott, and no Co. Very sorry for Spiegler, I'm sure. But if I go broke, I'll see what I can do for him then. Come on home. That green old leather box has done for me today," he concluded, working his left arm somewhat limply. And by the time they got back to Narrow Alley, Phil flattered himself that he had attained a faint glimmer of his brother's capacity for enterprise. Although Phil's separation from his mother and Lou was by now an accepted fact, a tremor of consternation ran through the Lipcott household when Mrs. Duvine's letter, in answer to Phil's, came, and made the final arrangements for his transfer. The heartfelt, reassuring phrases lost colour alongside of the statement that she would call to fetch him next Friday afternoon. The gentle suggestion read like an arbitrary decree, a menace. It said, if not in so many words, 2 days longer you shall be complete, and then I shall come and help myself to my share of you. And yet the pain of it proved outwardly a blessing. By settling deeper in their hearts, it could not look out through their eyes, and each one, seeing the others seemingly resigned, grew afraid of hinting at his own discontent. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 6. All next Friday morning, Mrs. Duvine was troubled by a question which, on the face of it, was hardly justified in causing her a moment's indecision. Was she to drive down to Narrow Alley in the carriage, or not? And indeed it was only by a small margin that it was decided in the affirmative. With the instinct of a good woman, she shrank from flaunting unnecessarily the paraphernalia of wealth before eyes which had, no doubt, many a time and oft looked hungrily into bakers' shops, the eyes of Narrow Alley. But then this carriage of hers had been the last present her husband had given her. In using it upon the errand before her, it seemed somehow as though he were sharing with her its responsibility and giving it his sanction.
for though her resolve had not known an instant's weakness from the hour of its birth, she liked to think she was doing his pleasure as well as her own by making the gift act as a substitute for the giver. She would then explain to her dead boy, of course she never imagined them otherwise than as being in close companionship, that he had no cause for jealousy, that he was not being ousted from his mother's heart, but that his mother was giving him the supremest proof of her loyalty by setting up a living monument of him in her home. Furthermore, here her tears changed to a smile, she hoped the sight of her equipage would give little Phil abundant guarantee that he was certain of his 3 meals a day. Then she suddenly pulled herself up short. "I'm getting old and fanciful," she said to herself. But she was wrong. She was not getting old, at least not at a faster rate than any woman of 35 has a right to, nor was it fancifulness on her part. She was only a little excited, as was natural under the circumstances. Dulcie, of course, had asked to be allowed to accompany her, and Mrs. Duveen had readily acquiesced. Listening to Dulcie's prattle would be the surest way of preventing her own play of thoughts from becoming a disorganized romp. Dulcie came up to the expectation in so far that, when the carriage got into the mazy mysteries of the Spitalfields district, Mrs. Duveen was collected enough to instruct the bewildered coachman in the way he should go. Although the streets were tolerably clear of traffic, a step-by-step mode of advance was necessary, owing to the teeming multitudes of children, some of whom had a dangerous habit of cropping up within 6 inches of the horses' forefeet. As they neared the mouth of Narrow Alley, Dulcie suddenly shot out her arm and pointed. "Look, Mamma, there he is." "Who is?" "The boy who shouted. He was peeping round the corner, and when he saw us, he ran away." Mrs. Duveen was not displeased that her coming had been observed and heralded. It would afford the poor thin-faced woman upstairs a moment or two in which to pass through the acuteness of the final wrench, and wrenches are best dealt with when no unnecessary looker-on is about. Nor did Mrs. Duveen find herself disappointed in her theory. When she and Dulcie entered the little room, Mrs. Lipcott received them with a smile, which almost succeeded in concealing the effort it cost. "I don't know how to thank you," she began, gripping Mrs. Duveen's extended hand. "Well, and what am I to say?" replied Mrs. Duveen, returning the other's grip almost convulsively. "Then please don't let us say anything about it at all. I dare say we had more thought about it than we could ever put into words." Mrs. Duveen looked at her with a glance wherein pity struggled with admiration. Then she said, "How wonderfully brave you are." "I? Brave? It's you who are brave." "You mock me, Mrs. Lipcott. I'm weak and selfish." But Mrs. Lipcott shook her head persistingly as she went on, still with that tense smile of hers. "Why, look at the great risk you are taking on yourself. What do you know about my child? How can you be sure he isn't everything that is bad and abominable? You couldn't even tell whether he has straight limbs or not. My very readiness to part with him ought to have been a warning to you." "Well?" asked Mrs. Duveen expectantly. "All that never struck you, or if it did you never considered it. You didn't try to safeguard yourself against making a bad bargain as other people would have done under the circumstances. You didn't make inquiries. You didn't come and size him up inside and out like a calf at a fair. You just did as your heart told you to do. Didn't you want a lot of courage for that?" This time it was surprise that kept Mrs. Duveen silent.
how was she to know that the only compensation on earth which the poor possess is the power of ready expression? Life gives them words because it is afraid that their dumb thoughts would kill them. "I'm very glad you said that, Mrs. Lipcott," replied Mrs. Duveen finally. "Till this moment I did not think there was anything in this affair that might stand to my credit. You don't know what a deed of charity you've done in making me think less meanly of myself." Mrs. Lipcott's lips moved as though she were about to speak. Then they shut tightly, and her gaze wandered from Mrs. Duveen's face to Phil in silent entreaty. Mrs. Duveen understood. "If Phil is ready," she said, her voice very soft and kindly. "Yes, he's quite ready." It was Lou who answered. Had he known how ill-tempered his words sounded, he would not have cared. It was really very annoying. Ever since she had come into the room, he had felt the little girl looking at him, and the annoying part of it was that while she did that, he could not look at her much as he wanted to. Once or twice their glances had crossed, and he had coloured up and looked away in a hurry. Why should he? Especially when she herself not so much as drooped an eyelash, but continued her equanimous stare in utter contentment. For all she seemed to care, he might be a wax figure or something painted on a wall. His manly soul revolted against this implied inferiority, and that, combined with a nameless ache into which his brother Phil had resolved himself, had put the cloud on his face and the rasp into his voice. He too wished that the whole thing were over and done with. It was hard work keeping down the gulps. Besides, it might be dangerous, or at least it hurt enough. Well, it could not last much longer now. Already things were taking place between his mother and Phil. The lady in black was looking out through the window. The sight gratified Lou curiously. Her window was probably ordinary glass, and had no cardboard patched across it to make it picturesque. And then he started violently. The little girl was talking to him. "I hope you aren't cross because we are taking your brother away with us." There, nearly. That gulp had almost gone too high. He only managed to swallow it by the veriest nick of chance. "Oh, it's all right. Don't trouble about that," he answered vaguely. "We'll be very kind to him." "You better." And then he ought to have felt glad, because his brusqueness visibly disconcerted the self-possessed little girl and made her at a loss what to say next. But before he could put his emotions into the right shape, Phil was upon him, with streaming eyes and sobbing. "Bye, Lou." Here was another dilemma. Ought he to kiss Phil? But Phil solved the difficulty by throwing his arms about his neck, and, well, then there was no help for it. "Here, leave off blubbering. What'll the people downstairs think?" Lou whispered severely. "I can't help it," replied Phil, and then his tears ceased immediately. As he was going away, it did not so much matter to him what the people downstairs thought, but the disgrace of it was a bad legacy to leave Lou, and Lou didn't deserve it. Mrs. Lipcott went to the door. Mrs. Duveen, however, stood irresolute and embarrassed. She did not know how to express in words what she wanted to say. But Mrs. Lipcott guessed, and saved her further trouble. "No, not a penny, Mrs. Duveen. I don't want it to appear that I had sold my child. You wouldn't like it either, would you?" "Not in the way you put it," faltered Mrs. Duveen, "but I should so much like to do something to make your life easier.
Perhaps your other boy, perhaps I might find you a situation in the office of one of my friends." "Much obliged, lady," replied Lou, to whom she had turned at the last words. "But I have already made up my mind what to take to." Mrs. Devine shrugged her shoulders in token of despair. "It almost looks as if you had both determined to punish me," she said tremulously, and then she became quite serious. "But you will promise me, Mrs. Lipcott, that if ever you cannot help yourself, you will look on me as a sister." Mrs. Lipcott gave the promise. It did not commit her to anything. And then, without any visible concerting, a move was made downstairs. Phil headed it. He knew by so doing he laid himself open to the suspicion he was in a great hurry to shake the dust of Narrow Alley off his feet, but he preferred being misinterpreted to the possibility of being unnecessarily looked at by his mother and Lou. A cursory glance into the copper kettle which Mrs. Lipcott's polishing had converted into the family mirror had shown him that his face had resumed an aspect of tolerable composure, and by taking the lead he ran less risk of breaking down again, and so becoming a delectation to the people downstairs and a humiliation to Lou. Next came his mother and Mrs. Devine, the latter giving the former some details as to her probable movements in the near future, which would perhaps include a visit to the seaside for the benefit of Phil. The rear was brought up by Dulcie and Lou. She had waited at the top of the staircase till Lou had finished fastening the door, and then, without further ceremony, had thrust her hand into his. The descent looked dangerous, but Lou did not appreciate her trust. He promptly withdrew his hand. "Why?" asked Dulcie, looking up at him in pained wonder. "Dirty fingers spoil your mittens," he explained speciously. "They ain't mittens, they're gloves," was the indignant retort. Her foot emphasized her indignation by making a false step. After that there was no help for it. Lou had to accept the pilotship. "But only to the bottom," he threatened. He knew what awaited him then, gaping curiosity, and though the feel of the warm little hand was the most pleasurable sensation life had yet given him, it was outweighed by fear of the ridicule he was surely storing up for himself. But Dulcie had no idea of the momentous reasons which had prompted his proviso, and straightway informed him he was horrid. "Don't care if I am," replied Lou. "It's wicked not to care whether you are horrid or not," declared Dulcie. "Dare say you've been told so yourself." "I haven't." "Then you ought to be." Lou held tight on the banisters in case he needed support against the fierce retort which no doubt was gathering during her momentary silence. He also turned his head toward her so as not to be taken by it unaware. Then he gasped. Instead of an angry frown, a smile, sweet and wistful, confronted him. "Don't let's quarrel, eh?" she said. "All right," assented Lou promptly, only to regret his promptness the next instant. Perhaps he had been tricked. Perhaps that smile of hers was only some insidious method of attack. But because, such as it was, it did so much to lessen the pain of parting with his brother, he would look at it in all charity, and give it credit for the best intentions. They completed the descent in silence, because they both felt it was the best way of keeping their compact. By the time they reached the court, the other three had nearly got as far as the carriage. Phil was looking at it, scared. How shiny it looked! He wondered what kind of polish they used for the horse. He gave a start when Mrs. Devine opened the door and told somebody to get in. Quite true, she meant himself.
Dare he kiss his mother once more? He would chance it, come what may. And nothing came, at least no tears. After that he could safely give Lou's hand another shake. But Lou did not let him off so cheaply. Bending close to him, he whispered in Phil's ear, "Phil, you remember the other time you rode in a carriage?" Phil looked at him nonplussed. Then he recollected. "Yes, at father's funeral." "And you'll never forget it?" "Never." Lou nodded. He was satisfied. He knew Phil had caught the inner meaning of his query. It had always been the most poignant recollection of their boyhood, that drive to the cemetery in the lumbering mourning coach in which they had sat, their arms twining about each other, their hearts closely knit by the chain of their common sorrow. The dreary scene had brought home to them how near they were to one another. It rose up in their minds whenever there was danger of a harsh thought or a bitter word, but this was the first time that either had given it speech. They had arrived at the parting of their ways, and neither knew where or how their paths would cross again. Each one was about to start on the forging of his life, but however it shaped, they wanted to make sure that at least one memory would be part of both and make them eternally kin, and so this was their way of swearing everlasting brotherhood. "Never," repeated Phil, and before the word had ceased to vibrate on Lou's hearing, the carriage was rumbling away. He did not know whether he had answered Mrs. Duvine's kindly good-bye. He believed he had distorted his features into a grin so as not entirely to ignore Dulcie's parting smile. But he knew nothing for certain till his mother tapped him on the arm and said, "Let's come in, Lou. What's the use of standing here?" He then became aware of the surging crowd and the oppressive curiosity of the neighbours, who were overwhelming his mother with inquiries, to which she gave perfunctory replies. Of course he would go in, and every unwarranted visitor would be shown the door. What a lot of good a little solitude would do him! He would get rid of the heavy weight of thought that was crushing his mind, and what concerned the aching smart that seemed to set his eyes on fire. Perhaps he would even find a cure for that. Tenderly he took his mother by the arm, and looking neither right nor left, clove a way for the two of them. But his ardent desire to be left alone was not to be gratified. Scarcely they got back to the room, and had given one look around for a familiar figure which they knew would not be there, when the agonized creak of the staircase and the noisy swishing of frocks announced somebody's coming. Both held their breath, as though that would ensure the comers passing on, but the next moment dashed their hopes, and ushered in Mrs. Dymond, red and breathless. "Why, what's the matter? What's it all about?" she gasped. Mrs. Lipcott looked at her with a glance which somewhat disconcerted the visitor, for the tone of her next words was half apologetic. "I couldn't make out what they were telling me downstairs. I just saw it drive away from a distance, the carriage, you know, and they said your little Phil was going away in it." "Yes, Phil went away in it," corroborated Mrs. Lipcott. "Why, who's taking him out for a drive?" "He isn't gone for a drive. He has left us. Somebody has adopted him." "Adopted? Who is it? Why don't you tell me?" Mrs. Duvine," said Mrs. Lipcott wearily.
"You don't mean to say the rich Mrs. Duvine?"
"She seemed very well to do." Mrs. Dymond clasped her hands together.
"And to think that if I had been here 10 minutes ago, I should have been able to talk to her. I've been wanting to know her for years. She'd be such a nice woman to go to have tea with. But do go on. Tell me how it all happened."
Briefly, Mrs. Lipcott gave an account of Mrs. Duvine's first call in the company of the paid investigator from the Board of Guardians, and what occurred subsequently. As the story proceeded, Mrs. Dymond's eyes glistened, and a fatuous look of satisfaction spread over her broad face.
"So that letter to the board did it?" she asked finally.
"I suppose so," was Mrs. Lipcott's quiet reply.
"Well, I wrote that letter,"
burst from Mrs. Dymond triumphantly.
"You did?"
cried Lou and Mrs. Lipcott in a breath.
"Yes, I did,"
replied Mrs. Dymond, thrusting out both her arms as if to ward off the storm of gratitude which she was sure would overwhelm her presently.
"It was my idea entirely. I was your good angel as usual. Oh, when will the community recognise all the good work I am doing?"
"If it was you that sent the board people here," began Mrs. Lipcott.
"Yes,"
interrupted Mrs. Dymond eagerly. Her reward was coming now. "Then I don't thank you for it."
"Great heavens, the woman is mad!"
cried Mrs. Dymond, turning to an imaginary audience to testify, and then, as she saw Mrs. Lipcott was about to proceed, she waved her down fiercely.
"Don't thank me for it, of course not. When can one ever do enough for the likes of you? You aren't satisfied that one of your children has been taken off your hands and will be brought up like a prince? A fat lot you've done to deserve it, only because my good heart wouldn't keep still and made me think and worry about you. Now I've got to run the risk of going into a fit and making poor old Dymond a widower before his time. Don't thank me. You ought to be ashamed of yourself."
Lou was standing rampant, his fists clenched at the biting words. Then he did the proper thing. He went and sat down quietly in the farthest corner. His mother would tackle her better. He was right. His mother set about her vindication, not as he would have done it, with a torrent of angry recriminations, but very softly and leisurely. There was no hurry. It would take Mrs. Dymond at least 2 minutes to reconstruct herself after her collapse.
"It wouldn't be honest of me to pretend I was grateful to you for it, Mrs. Dymond," said Mrs. Lipcott. "I know you meant the writing of that letter for all that was good and kind. But if it hadn't been written at all, my Phil would have been here now."
Mrs. Dymond worked herself up as far as a grunt.
"Of course, I knew what it meant for him when the lady came and offered to take him to her. I dared not say no for his sake. But if the offer had never been made, how much heartache would I have been spared? And then, who knows, it is for the best. Perhaps he would have done as well if he had been left to climb his stiles himself. You know, Mrs. Dymond, the blessing of God will any day go as far as the help of man. And in any case we should still have all been together. That is the only thing I think of at present." "Well, I'm glad there's a chance of your coming to your senses some day," said Mrs. Dymond with overt sarcasm as she gathered herself up to go. "All I know is that I'm done with you."
"God will help me," said Mrs. Lipcott. However, it was with a sinking heart that she heard the door slam. Her pious utterance was no mere commonplace, but Mrs. Dymond was half her living, and presently her trust in God was brilliantly justified, because the next moment Mrs. Dymond reappeared in the doorway, quite a different Mrs. Dymond to the one of the red face and the screech voice. This one said quite sweetly, "And, by the way, Mrs. Lipcott, I've got some easy washing for you next Monday. A happy Sabbath to you." "A happy Sabbath,"
Ah, yes, a happy Sabbath, murmured Mrs. Lipcott, bitterly to herself. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 7. Phil Lipcott knew that, however eventful his future life might be, it would contain no more definite landmark than the Friday on which he severed his connection with Narrow Alley. The intense excitement of the day, far from throwing his feelings into chaos, only tended to heighten his powers of perception. Every heave of the carriage ran through him with the force of an electric shock. The sweet, gentle look of the black lady opposite him became a stare beneath which he writhed. And when Dulcie first broke the silence, once they had got under way with the remark that by rights he ought to sit with his back to the driver, even Mrs. Duvine's smiling reply that it didn't matter this time could not redeem Dulcie's words from being a vote of censure. "Don't look so sad," went on Mrs. Duvine playfully. "Don't you think I ought to?" came Phil's quick reply. That very moment he had succeeded in putting the right construction on the vague dissatisfaction which had possessed him all through. He felt like being kidnapped, and he wanted the black lady to know it. Dulcie regarded him thoughtfully. Then she delivered herself. "I like you for saying that." "Why?" asked Phil, point blank. "I don't know," admitted Dulcie, without appearing in the least abashed. Of course she didn't know. It would take her quite another 6 or 7 years to find out truly the causes of things. But by that time she would know that what she liked in Phil on this particular occasion was his manner of answering, a manner which reminded her strongly of that of his brother, the boy who shouted. Mrs. Duvine, too, was not displeased at Phil's brusqueness. She understood the boy's irritation, and was, if anything, agreeably surprised to see it manifest itself. It showed he had the courage of his opinions. But at the same time she knew how far she herself was responsible for it. So it was more in answer to herself that she said, "At any rate we shall try to make you very happy with us." "Will you?" asked Phil with much wistfulness, and yet as much suspicion in his voice. "Certainly, but you must help us a little." Phil sat up. What was coming? No doubt some onerous condition by which the black lady was going to give her game away. He tried to imagine how Lou would have tackled this dangerous situation. "Help you? Well, I'm not going to do anything hard," he said stubbornly. "It isn't very hard. I only want you to trust me, that's all. Do you think your mother would have let you go with us if there was anything to be afraid of? Now, there's a good boy. Trust me a little bit." "I'm sure I wouldn't beg him so hard," cried Dulcie indignantly. "Everybody trusts you. The butcher and the dressmaker and everybody. And Jane told the policeman yesterday that she never had such a good place in her life. And don't you think I was listening, because I never listen." Mrs. Duvine put a gentle hand over the voluble little mouth. "No, let Phil himself answer," she said patiently. "About the trusting?" asked Phil, perhaps to gain time. Mrs. Duvine nodded. "Well, I'll chance it. I can't say any fairer, can I?" Mrs. Duvine laughed, but so as to make it obvious that her motive was pleasure and not amusement. She knew one is on the safe side in looking on children as sensitive plants. "Aren't we near Edgware Road?" asked Dulcie suddenly. "You know you said to Uncle Bram that—" Yes, we shall be there presently," broke in Mrs. Duvine hastily.
Phil pricked up his ears. Edgware Road. What was going to happen there? That wasn't the address to which he had sent his letter. Well, he had promised to trust them, and it would not be honest to break his word, even though no one but himself knew anything about it. So, in order to save himself from further temptation in the matter, he determined to set his mind to the enjoyment of the drive. And in this he succeeded so well that the sudden stopping of the carriage woke him from a halcyon state that had almost made him torpid. "Is this where you live?" he asked distractedly. "Live?" exclaimed Dulcie with scorn. "Don't you see this is a tailor's shop?" But their halting place was a good deal more than a tailor's shop. It was a large clothing emporium, to which even the great Edgware Road could point with pride as a local achievement. Mechanically, Phil followed the other two in. "A complete outfit for the young gentleman? Oh, certainly, ma'am. Please step this way," said the obsequious shop walker. "Young gentleman? Who are you having a lark with?" was on the tip of Phil's tongue, but even his keenest scrutiny could detect no irony in the man's mien or manner. And presently he was being measured as carefully as if he was the first boy of his size who ever wanted clothes. "And you might let him put on the eaten things at once," said Mrs. Devine to the shopman, at the end of a colloquy from which Phil learned, to his utter astonishment, that he was to be furnished with 3 suits, each for different wear. Good gracious! He would have to spend all his time changing from one into the other. "Oh, certainly, ma'am, but we had better get the other things first," replied the shopman. Other things? What, were they going to buy the whole place up? At any rate, it was sampled pretty completely. Boots, 3 pairs, good, strong lace boots, patents and slippers. Then hosiery, ever so many collars, ties, underwear, handkerchiefs. From the hat department came 2 caps, a bowler, and no, this was too much. What would Yellow Joe, what would all Narrow Alley say to Phil Lipcott in a chimney-pot hat? But protest as much as he would, the inexorable shopman dragged him before the man-high looking-glass to make him concede that it was a perfect fit. After that he was hurried off to a different room, where the same shopman acted as his valet, and helped him into the eaten things. Then there was more looking-glass. Phil almost jumped with fright as he glanced at himself. So Lou's prophecy about his developing into one of those short-coated, broad-collared swells had come absolutely true. When he returned, he was just in time to see Mrs. Devine counting out 9 shining sovereigns, and she only got 3 shillings change. Phil became suddenly convinced that the black lady was very much in earnest, because 9 sovereigns, even minus 3 shillings, was evidently too much to pay for a joke. All the way back to the carriage he pondered how to take the occasion. He wondered if he ought to make a speech. He would try. And then, almost in spite of himself, he touched the black lady's gloved hand with his — they were once more seated in the carriage — and said, "Thank you, ma'am." How grateful he was to the shopman for teaching him that "ma'am." Mrs. Devine kept his hand in hers, and next did a quite unexpected thing. She bent forward, and before Phil could guess her intent, had kissed him on the cheek. The following instant he was startled by a cry from Dulcie. "Me too, mamma!" And without giving her mother time to do her bidding, Dulcie had flung her arms about Mrs. Devine's neck and was kissing her with half-frenzied passion. Mrs. Devine patted her soothingly, but she was deeply grateful for the danger light. What she held in her arms was not a child, but a tiny powder mine of love, into which she would have to be very careful not to drop the spark of jealousy, or God knew what the result would be. "But you must not call me ma'am," she said, turning smilingly to Phil, who was watching the incident with wide-open eyes and mouth. "And he isn't going to call you mamma. You're my mamma, and nobody else's," ruled Dulcie, the melting greyness of whose eyes had hardened into a steel-blue glint. Mrs. Devine had an inspiration. "Then perhaps you might suggest what he's to call me," she said deferentially. The appeal to her authority had its effect on Dulcie. She looked at Phil, and her anger against him melted into pity. Poor boy! He did not appear to be overburdened with the joys of life, and she was deliberately going to deprive him of a great chance of adding to them. But be that as it may, she was clear on one point. Her mamma must be entirely her own, name and all. "You may call her Auntie if you like. That's a sort of second-hand mother, you know," she said finally, and with an appearance of great generosity. "That's splendid, Dulcie," said Mrs. Devine joyfully. Now the question of style and title had been raised, she saw it was really one of great concern. "You won't mind Auntie, Phil, will you?" "I'd rather make it Aunt," replied Phil. "Auntie sounds so babyish." "Please yourself by all means," laughed Mrs. Devine in reply. So a crisis was happily averted. Dulcie resumed her look of angelic imperturbability, and her seat in the corner. But Phil could not help eyeing her from time to time with sidelong glances. It struck him that he had taken her too much for granted. She was evidently a more complicated affair than that unruffled little face of hers led one to believe. But the thought did not trouble him long. He had more important business in hand. He fancied he was beginning to like this so-called aunt of his, and he wanted to make his fancy an accomplished fact before something came and interfered. And as nothing interfered, he made some headway with his task by the time the carriage came to a final pause. "This is our house," pointed Dulcie with an emphasis on the "this," which was clearly intended to reprove him for the tailor shop. Phil looked at the fine four-storied building. He did not at all like Dulcie's boastfulness. Our house, indeed! He wondered how many rooms in it his new aunt occupied, and how many other tenants it contained. But he was not allowed to wander long. Simultaneously both the front door and the area door opened, and out came two white-capped young women. They helped the occupants of the carriage to alight, and then, at a word from Mrs. Devine, they burdened themselves with the packages containing Phil's outfit. Phil caught them looking at him furtively, but he had no reason to feel annoyed at their curiosity, because it was visibly tempered with respect. He was, however, a little disconcerted that such well-dressed ladies should be made to carry parcels, while he stood idle. "Shall I help them?" he asked Mrs. Devine in a half-whisper. "No, thank you, sir. We shall manage all right," came from one of the young women, who had apparently overheard him. This time Phil could hardly restrain himself from laughing aloud. The stupid thing! If she only knew whom she was sirring. Why, he was Phil Lipcott, who lived in Narrow Alley, and whose mother went out washing. "Come in, dear," said Mrs. Devine, touching him on the shoulder. "You ain't paid the carriage man yet," Phil reminded her. "We never pay John. He belongs to us, horse and all," he was informed by Dulcie. Phil was fairly staggered. He looked at Mrs. Devine, but Mrs. Devine only smiled at him. So it was true. His new aunt did not seem the sort of woman to smile when she heard her daughter telling an untruth. It appeared then that he had got into the hands of people who could ride in a carriage all day if they liked. Perhaps he had not made such a bad bargain after all. A sudden suspicion struck him. He stopped Dulcie as she was about to set foot on the stone steps leading to the house, and pointing to the two parcel carriers, who were just disappearing into the area doorway, he whispered hurriedly, "Who are those ladies?" Dulcie respected his confidential tone, because she whispered back, "They aren't ladies. The tall one is Betsy, and the short one is Jane. And there's Mrs. Isaacs in the kitchen doing the cooking." "And they all belong to you?" "Not to me, but to Mamma, and to me too a little bit." "Here, just a minute. Do you keep lodgers?" "Lodgers? What's that?" Mrs. Devine had preceded them into the hall, and was watching the two eager little faces with a smile of silent content. Then she called, "Come in, dearies. You can talk better inside." Dulcie scrambled up, and Phil followed more leisurely. At last he was about to enter the house of mystery, and he might as well take his time about it. When he reached the top step, he felt a thrill of joyful surprise. There, against the right of the door frame, he saw the tin capsule containing the three-lettered name of God, which, according to the Mosaic code, should figure on the doorpost of every Jewish home. He'd known, of course, all along that Mrs. Devine was of the same faith as he, but the sight of the mezuzah was to him a guarantee of kinship which all her kindness had failed to put into his heart. However much they had been strangers, however much divided by wealth and social standing, here was the common bond which neither of them denied. For the first time in his life, Phil caught the meaning of the greater ordinance. God's people were to testify to him thus publicly, in order that, by their testimony, they should make known to one another their everlasting brotherhood. And Phil entered the house of mystery, but his fear did not cross the threshold with him. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 8. 5 minutes later, Phil was in his room, watching Jane open the parcels and bestow them in wardrobe and cupboard. "You'd better be washing, sir. They're waiting tea for you," she said after a while. "Oh, yes, of course," stammered Phil meaninglessly. He took off his coat and went to the washstand. In the bowl lay a cake of soap, smelling like spice and looking like a piece of sculpture. What a pity it was to spoil it by putting it into the water. He thought of the toilet arrangements at home, the pump down in the open court with the shouting, scrambling crowd of boys and girls, each struggling to get his or her turn before the other, and the sarcastic cries of, "That's enough, you ain't bought the pump, have you?" or "You've only got one face, don't rub it off." And in the summer, when the water famine was on, you had to run about the neighbourhood and beg for a canful from people who could afford to have a tap in their kitchen, and you didn't always get it, because they were short themselves. This was very much better, and Phil washed and washed, feeling that he had to scour himself of the accumulated dirt of ages, or, as Jane put it, reporting on the matter to her mistress afterwards, "Looks, ma'am, he just went for that soap and water, like he wasn't going to have another sloosh so long as he lived." He had just finished touching up his hair when Mrs. Devine entered to fetch him. "In case you didn't find your way," she explained. As Phil followed her, he thought the possibility of that was considerable. Rooms, everywhere, and everything was so astonishingly still. What had become of his feet? He missed the familiar clatter they had made on the narrow alley staircase, and besides, he seemed floating in air. He was quite relieved that it was only the carpet which gave him the uncanny feeling. The carpet was another thing to which he would have to get used.
Mrs. Devine opened a door, to be met by Dulcie's rather sulky, "Well, you have been a time, and I want my tea so." "But, my dear, I had to see about Phil, hadn't I?" replied Mrs. Devine. "Of course, you had to see about Phil." Mrs. Devine sat down to the table, resolving to look into this matter later on. She handed Dulcie and Phil their cups. Phil took his dumbfounded. They called this tea? Why, it was a school treat. Cake on an ordinary Friday afternoon? Only once every 12-month his mother laid in a reasonable supply of cake on the New Year's Day, on which it is policy to eat sweet things, so that the coming year may be sweet and pleasant to you. How he and Lou had cut into those slices of honey bread! Once Lou even swallowed the bake paper that stuck to the bottom, and didn't feel hungry any more for the rest of the day. Phil felt a kind of pity for the honey bread. True, it had tried hard to make him happy for 10 minutes every year, and if it only knew what a poor thing it was compared with. "I like Fridays," announced Dulcie suddenly. "Do you?" asked Phil absently, capturing an escaped raisin. "Because I may stay up longer in the evening." Mrs. Devine assumed an air of reproof. "You shouldn't say that, Dulcie. Surely that is not the only reason why you should love the Sabbath Eve." "But, Mamma," expostulated Dulcie, "I'm only small, and I haven't got room in me to love it for more than one reason at a time." Mrs. Devine did not know whether to laugh or to look grave, but she was saved the trouble of making up her mind by the opening of a door and the appearance of a big, pleasant-faced man. "Uncle Bram!" shouted Dulcie gleefully as she romped up to him and dragged him into the room by both hands. The big man tried desperately to give himself the most forbidding look and voice. "Young lady, are you aware that I haven't yet said good afternoon?" he growled. "Oh, never mind. You can say it twice next time," replied Dulcie flippantly. She was used to Uncle Bram's playing at bogey. Then, standing on tiptoe, she whispered with a jerk of her head at Phil, "We've brought him." "Come over here, Bram," called Mrs. Devine. "I want to introduce you. Phil, dear, this is my brother. I hope you will like him." "Glad to know you, Master Phil," said the big man cordially, stretching out his hand to Phil, who grasped it clumsily. "Hope you're getting on all right," replied Phil, according to the formula of Narrow Alley. "First rate, my boy, first rate," laughed Uncle Bram, tickled by the queerness of it. Then he caught his sister's look of inquiry. "I don't see the resemblance you speak of," he replied in an undertone, "but otherwise, first impression distinctly pleasing. You know, at best it was a leap in the dark." "I don't think I've made a mistake, though, Bram." "Remains to be seen, my dear, remains to be seen." "What is he to call you? Uncle Bram or Mr. Alexander?" queried Dulcie. "If he's good, Uncle Bram. If he isn't, he must not speak to me at all. Did you hear that, Master Phil?" threatened the big man jocularly. "Oh, I'll be good right enough, but it isn't always your fault when you're bad," returned Phil, facing him firmly. Uncle Bram looked a little astonished. "There's something in that. I'll keep it in mind," he said finally, smiling at Mrs. Devine. After that Dulcie monopolised the talk. It was quite 2 days since she had seen her uncle, and there was a whole budget of news. The reckless behaviour of the kitten in slipping out onto the pavement, the poor old doll which would surely have gone into a decline if Jane hadn't quickly patched up the hole where the sawdust leaked, and so on. Phil listened interested in spite of himself.
It was rather a novelty to hear people make a fuss about trifles of that sort. In the part of the world where he came from, little girls chiefly worried about feeling cold or hungry, or father being out of work, or mother in hospital. But he became a little uncomfortable, and was sorry Mrs. Devine had left the room when Dulcie went on to her visit eastward. Spitalfields might be fun to her, but to him it was grim earnest, and he didn't want it joked about. However, Dulcie did not tread on any of his corns, though there seemed precious little point about her concluding remark, "He's got a brother, you know." "That's not very terrible," joked Uncle Bram. "I know a lot of boys who have. Still, what about his brother? Out with it." "Oh, nothing particular," said Dulcie, floundering hopelessly. Mrs. Devine re-entered the room. "I think we had better have service at once, Bram. I dare say Phil is tired," she said. "Just as you please, my dear." "Oh, yes, let's have service," said Dulcie, delighted. "You see," she informed Phil, "Uncle Bram always says prayers with us on Friday nights, because he's what is it that you are, Uncle Bram?" "Now then, I won't have you tell everybody I'm only a bachelor." "You shouldn't be one if it's wrong," said Dulcie sternly. "And mamma, you know, it's all right. She can't hear. She's gone to fetch the candlesticks. And mamma never goes to synagogue, because she can't bear to see that red, ugly man sitting where papa used to sit." Mrs. Devine returned with 2 candlesticks of massive silver. The sight of them awoke no strong admiration in Phil. His mother, too, had a pair of Sabbath candlesticks. True, the silver coat on them was a little threadbare, but a special glory attached to them in being the only household movable which had never known the defiling scrutiny of the pawnbroker. And though Mrs. Devine's might claim more ounces, they could hardly pretend to be the embodiment of much more heroic self-denial. He had to confess, however, that her manner of kindling the Sabbath lights was quite as impressive as his mother's. Of course, she did not spread out her hands over the candles and then clap them to her eyes as his mother did, but she just pulled herself up to her full height, looking very stately, as befitted one who was welcoming in a royal visitor, the Princess Sabbath, as the phrase of the Jewish poet goes. And the words of the benediction fell from her lips so clearly and distinctly that even the 2 flame tongues stood up steadily and erect, as though they knew what a great honour had been allotted to them. And when presently Jane came in and lit the 3 gas jets, there seemed to be no perceptible increase in the illumination of the room. Immediately Jane had left the room, Uncle Bram took on himself the duty of precentor. His rich, sonorous voice, which somehow showed that he had a heart as well as lungs, fitted him for it admirably. There was no scamping. He began from the very beginning of the service. "O come, let us exult before the Lord. Let us shout for joy to the rock of our salvation," he read. And his congregation responded reverently. "Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving. Let us shout unto him with psalms." And though Phil felt a little out of it when they came to the traditional chants which he did not know, he enjoyed it tremendously. Everything was so quiet and tender and full of loving humility. It was all so different to the hubbub and gabble-gobble of the little prayer-house which he and Lou used to attend, where everybody was shouting at the top of his voice, as though to compel God to listen to him rather than to his neighbour. Surely this was a much safer way of sending one's prayers to their proper address. And then Dulcie came in for her turn. One could see she had been awaiting it eagerly. Phil received quite a shock to hear the familiar English accents break into the old Bible tongue.
"And the heaven and the earth were finished, and all their host," read Dulcie with a fluency and flawlessness evidently due to considerable practice. Phil traced her every syllable with rapt attention. The refined prettiness of her speech struck him forcibly. He became painfully conscious of his own shortcomings in that respect, and resolved to remedy them. Here he was safe against Yellow Joe's ridicule at his attempts to talk grammar. A deep sense of gratitude, of conciliation, stole into his heart, making it very soft towards the little fury as she appeared to him during the carriage incident. And when she finished up, "May the service of thy people Israel be ever acceptable to thee," he thought how greatly forbearing he had been in not grumbling with God for having refused to give him a sister. After that the service soon came to an end. It was followed by mutual wishes for a good Sabbath, with handshakes and kissing. Phil came in for his share of the last from Mrs. Devine and Dulcie. He took it quite easily. It seemed to him part of God's worship. "Dear me, I feel quite hungry," said Uncle Bram, recalling them to things earthly. "Jane has laid supper in the dining-room. We can start at once," said Mrs. Devine, leading the way out into the room on the opposite side of the hall. "Why, there seems quite a lot of us tonight," cried Dulcie, as they took their seats. "Phil, you ought to be flattered to know you make so much difference," laughed Uncle Bram. But Phil felt neither flattered nor anything else. His capacity for wonderment had been strained to its utmost pitch today, and now refused to act any further. He had become callous, one might almost say blasé, and so he took everything in matter-of-fact style: the glittering table accoutrement, the plentiful supper, the serviette, which last seemed to him a purposeless waste when people had coat sleeves. Of course he mixed everything up, used the meat fork for the fish, and scooped up the gravy with the pudding spoon. Dulcie, horrified at these atrocities, looked at her mother for permission to interfere. Mrs. Devine, however, firmly signalled an injunction to silence. "Wants licking into shape," whispered Uncle Bram to his sister. "Of course he does. Knowing where he comes from, did you expect to find him ready-made?" smiled Mrs. Devine, with equal caution of tone. So the supper passed off without any contretemps, if one is to omit Phil's upsetting the pickle jar, which made him consider the advisability of offering to pay for the washing of the tablecloth. And then Uncle Bram said grace, and Dulcie chimed in again at the end with a quaint little thanksgiving of her own. She said it very slowly, with a beseeching look at her mother, but even that did not keep off the inevitable. "Now, Dulcie, 8:30, said Mrs. Devine significantly. "Shall I ring for Betsy?" asked Dulcie with touching resignation. "No, I shall see you to bed myself tonight." "Oh, mamma!" cried Dulcie, clapping her hands. It was a very unusual privilege. "Bram, you will look after Phil for a little while." Then Dulcie said good night and followed her mother out. She found the latter strangely silent all the way up to the bedroom. "What are you thinking of, mother?" she asked when there. "I'm very sorry, Dulcie, but I have to scold you." "Scold me, mamma? Why, what about?" The little mouth quivered. "You spoke rather crossly to me before." "Crossly, mamma? When?" The wide-open eyes filled. "When I fetched Phil down from his room. I don't mind so much being hurt myself, but it must have made him feel very uncomfortable. I only want to tell you to be more careful in future." Dulcie's chest heaved pitifully once or twice, and then came the torrent of tears and words. Oh, mamma, I knew it was wrong at the time, and I had made up my mind to beg your pardon, and I forgot because I was enjoying myself so much. But I was sitting by myself, and all at once I felt so lonely, and I haven't anyone in the world to love me but you, and now you're beginning to get fond of Phil, and I didn't know what was going to happen, and I didn't care what I did to myself or anybody else." The torrent of words disappeared, swallowed up in the other torrent. Mrs. Devine stood speechless. "I haven't anybody in the world to love me but you." Ah, that was a plea which ought to sweep away whole mountains of offence. How grossly unjust she had been to her child! She had cruelly, nay, almost maliciously misinterpreted a sacred sentiment into an act of ill temper. For that she owed her a great reparation. "Dulcie!" And the next moment mother and daughter were in each other's arms, almost choking back their tears by the closeness of the embrace. "And you will never love anyone as much as me, mamma?" "Never, never, dearie." "Not half so much?" "Not a quarter." "And we'll both try very hard to be kind to Phil, won't we?" And then, with but a little persuasion, the dark curled head was coaxed onto its pillow, and the dark dreamy eyes looked up with a wonderful sheen in them. Can there be a greater happiness than to fall asleep with your guardian angel watching smilingly by your bedside? Downstairs, meantime, the proceedings were of a much more matter-of-fact nature. "Well, have you made up your mind what you're going to be?" asked Uncle Bram of Phil when they were alone. "No, not yet." "Oh, most boys of your age have some idea of what they would like to be." "There's a lot of things I'd like to be, only I'm waiting to see what I'm most fit for." Well, what are you going to do while you're waiting?" "Learn as hard as I can." "Study is what you mean, I suppose. Think you're good at it?" Phil paused for a moment. "You'll fancy I'm bragging." "Nonsense. If you hide your light under a bushel, it may go out. Well?" "I was monitor in every class I was in, and I never got less than 2 prizes a year, and once the inspector patted me on the head." "That's a good record, certainly. Still, education doesn't pay nowadays. If you'll take my advice, you'll go into business and be rich." "I don't want to be rich. My brother Lou does. I want to learn Latin and pass examinations. I've always wanted to," Phil reiterated doggedly. "And suppose my sister refuses to send you to school?" "She mustn't," broke from Phil. "It's against the agreement." "What agreement?" "The one I made before coming here. Asked her to show it to you." Uncle Bram struggled with his laughter. "So you made conditions in advance. Well, I must admire your prudence. Still, what if she refuses after all?" "Then I'll go back home." "You wouldn't find the way?" quizzed Uncle Bram. "Oh, yes, I would. I notice there's a bus going from the corner right down to the bank, and I'd run behind it, and I should be all right at the bank." "Under those circumstances," Uncle Bram pretended to reflect, "we had better see what we can do for you." Phil silently tapped the floor with his heel. Then he said bitterly, "I knew how it would be. First she spends all those sovereigns in the shop this afternoon, and now there's nothing left to pay the school money. But it's in the agreement." Here Uncle Bram threw himself back in his armchair and unmistakably guffawed. Phil stared very hard to see the tears streaming down the big man's cheeks. "Call yourself clever?" gurgled Uncle Bram. "And don't you see that it's all what do you call it down your way, my blarney?" "What's the matter, Bram?" asked Mrs. Devine, entering suddenly. Her brother told the joke,
and though just a trifle annoyed, Mrs. Duveen could not help smiling. "Don't you believe him," she reassured Phil. "He's a wicked tease." But Phil was satisfied with nothing short of a direct statement. "You'll send me to school, though, Aunt?" "Of course, as much as ever you like." "In that case," said Phil with the air of a conqueror, "I'll go to bed." And he went, after the usual formulas. Jane accompanied him as far as his door, though he would much rather have dispensed with her escort. Now that he was going to stay in this house for some time, the sooner he mastered its geography for himself, the better. He disliked being shown things by other people. He far preferred finding them out on his own. There was more sport about it, and he was feeling quite jaunty just now. Slowly he undressed. Another novel experience was awaiting him. For the first time in his life he was going to sleep alone in a bed. And that brought his mind to his old bedfellow, to Lou, who in turn led to his mother. Did that mean he had neglected them all evening? No, he could not reproach himself. Though the last few hours had been full of crowding emotions, they had been at the bottom of them a great hollow, an instinctive emptiness. That hollow was his longing for his dear ones, and when one comes to think of it, the love which is most worth having is that which is the undertone of life, rather than its melody. "God bless Mother, God bless Lou." He thought the words. They were too sacred for utterance. And then came the spirit of youth, and carried him on aerial wings to that most splendid of God's dwellings, the palace of dreams. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 9. When Lou awoke the following Monday morning, he was not dismayed at the feeling of responsibility that hung so heavy over him. He had anticipated the feeling, and the responsibility was of his own making, and it would have been stupid to be afraid of anything but what one cannot understand. Nevertheless, it was with more devoutness than ever that he fastened round his arm and head the phylacteries without which no Israelite above the age of 13 may recite his morning prayer. The unfamiliar passages from the Psalms and the Liturgy, through which as a rule he had to spell his way painfully, this morning came smoothly off his tongue. He had finished when, according to his reckoning, he ought to have only been halfway. He was pleased. It seemed quite natural that the readier utterance would meet with readier acceptance. For this was the day whereon Phil Lipcott had resolved to begin his struggle with the world. His plan of campaign was made up. The sinews of war were represented by the 2 shillings and 3 halfpence which he had earned by his porter's work the preceding days. Had these been his only resources, he might well have felt doubtful of the issue, but he knew that in addition he had a vast and inexhaustible capital, from which he could help himself whenever the occasion demanded. The capital was himself. His mother had been up since quite early that morning, but instead of betaking herself to Mrs. Dymond to begin her task, she fidgeted about the room in a make-believe busy way which was only too obvious. Lou wondered at it, but a ray of intelligence broke on him when he saw her hurry downstairs at the sound of the postman's knock. Why, of course, there should be a letter from Phil. Lou had forgotten that, had almost forgotten Phil himself in the anxious scheming and dreaming to which he had given up his mind for the past 2 days. But he did not feel sorry for it.
The sudden reminder thus conveyed to him would act as an additional mnemonic. It seemed to him that henceforth every postman's knock would come as a greeting from his brother Phil. Phil's letter was short. To Lou's ears it sounded as though a weight of awe and wonder had lain upon the writer, and would not let him speak out. But such as the letter was, it informed them of his well-being, and contained assurances of his undying affection. The envelope, however, contained something besides Phil's communication. Lou opened the neatly folded little note, read it, and put it in his pocket. "What does he say there?" asked Mrs. Lipcott anxiously. "It ain't from him, it's from her." "Her?" "The little girl, only some silly rot." Mrs. Lipcott did not inquire further, first because if Lou did not volunteer information it was no use inquiring, and secondly because she knew as much as she wanted to know, that Phil was well and thinking of her. Now she could go to her work. "I suppose you won't be doing anything particular today?" she hazarded. I might not," was Lou's enigmatic answer. "There's a bit of fish left over, you know." "And you're going to have it for breakfast presently. It's time you ate something since Friday." "Don't be foolish, Lou." The wrangle did not last long. As usual, Lou gained his point, but Mrs. Lipcott ate with a strange feeling of sacrilege, for this hard, dry haddock tail seemed to her nothing but the incarnation of her child's love for her, and love was meant to be food of the soul and not of the body. Lou remained motionless for fully 5 minutes after his mother's departure. He was taking the earliest opportunity of thinking over the exact import of what, at the pinch of the moment, he had styled silly rot. And presently he came to the conclusion that he had spoken very much in haste. He took the note from his pocket to see if he had read it aright. Yes, there it said plainly, "I'm sorry I made you hold my hand the other day when you did not want to. Yours truly, Dulcie Duveen." It certainly did not seem silly now. The silliness perhaps consisted in his letting the few words give him such delight. Well, even if it did, he didn't care. It was so pleasant to know that he was being remembered, to know that someone who was not in duty bound to do so, as were Phil and his mother, thought of him when there were many more acceptable things to think about. Somehow it made the world seem not so desolately, hopelessly large. It made him feel a good deal less solitary, and all that he owed to the little note. Furtively he looked around him. The gleaming copper kettle blinked at him knowingly. With a defiant glance at it, Lou pressed the scrap of paper to his lips and thrust it back into his pocket. That's what people did in the storybooks, and Lou did not always insist on being his own tradition. Then he got back to his workaday mood. He went to the cupboard, and from the quartine loaf therein he cut 4 slices of tolerable thickness and wrapped them in an old sugar bag. They would be enough to last him till supper, which was supposed to make good, more or less, the shortcomings of breakfast, dinner, and tea. When Lou finally got out into the street, it seemed to him that the day had already made a considerable progress. A glance at the nearest shop clock, however, told him it was only 9:15. A second glance showed him Yellow Joe bearing down on him to the detriment of everything that did not happen to be his size. "Well, you are good uns at keeping things dark," he began. "Eh?" asked Lou nonchalantly. "About Phil, you know," was Joe's explanation. "Yes, we did keep it rather dark, didn't we?" said Lou calmly. This frank admission of his guilt rather staggered his accuser,
The latter, however, was not inclined to let Lou off so easily. "I know, too, why you did it," he asserted.
"Oh, indeed?"
"Yes, indeed. You was afraid that if you let out, somebody else would try to jump into Phil's place."
"Take you long to find that out?" asked Lou, looking straight at him.
"It's the truth, anyhow," insisted Joe sheepishly.
"And how'd you feel, telling the truth?"
"Now then, cheeky, mind yourself," threatened Joe, being stung by the taunt into the sudden recollection that he was Lou's senior by 2 years.
"I'm going to. Don't you fret. Want to know anything else? Because if you do, you better hurry up. Haven't got any time." "Why, where are you off to?" asked Joe inquisitively. "To find some people that don't poke their nose into other people's business." "Here, don't get so chippy over it. What I do is nothing to what other chaps do, sneaking round to worm things out of you and all that." "Whom do you mean?" "This same brother of yourn. Other day he meets me and asks if I knows any swells, and I says yes, and what was they like, and I says good enough at a distance, and all the while he'd made up his mind to go live with them. Nice to kill a pal like that, ain't it?" "What? Phil asked you about the toffs?" inquired Lou, with affected asperity. "He did," replied Joe joyfully, at the thought that he had reaped ample revenge on having made a Cain and Abel out of the two brothers. "He did. Ask him yourself." "Good luck to him too. Shows he's got his wits about him." "Had again, by jingo," growled Joe, punching himself violently in the chest. By the time he'd recovered his equilibrium, Lou was walking off. But that was not how Yellow Joe wanted the incident to end. "Hi!" he shouted. "What's up now?" asked Lou, looking back crossly. "Oh, that's right, get in a temper with a chap 'cause he's going to do you a good turn." "Do you mean yourself? Then I beg your pardon." Joe had his doubts about the sincerity of the apology, but otherwise he did not let it interfere with the workings of his evil mind. "Dare say you're looking out for a job," he said. "I am." "Now listen. Know Little Hare Street?" "Up Hackney way?" "Right. Number 50. Man, Sampson there, keeps a tailor's workshop. Wants a boy. His foreman lives in our place, and that's how I come to know of it. £1 a week to start with. Fancy, £1 a week."
"Fancy," repeated Lou, seemingly much impressed.
"Here's your chance. Tell the foreman I sent you, and you'll be all right."
"And why don't you go for it yourself?" Lou thought fit to object.
Because I'm better off where I am. Governor promised to make me a partner as soon as I'm grown enough to marry his daughter." The reason seemed to convince Lou. "Suppose they're already suited, though," he remarked finally. "Can't be. They're not going to advertise till tomorrow. Shouldn't advise you, though, to waste more time about it." "Little Hare Street, number 50?" asked Lou, his foot poised ready for the start. 50 or 51, you can't miss it." "£1 a week? With 5 shillings rise every year." Joe's heart leapt exultantly. Already he saw Lou off on his fool's errand, searching desperately for an imaginary workshop owned by a non-existing Mr. Sampson, who wanted a fictitious errand boy at a mythical £1 a week. He pictured to himself Lou, tired out with searching a whole street and heartsick with disappointment, gradually awakening to the crushing fact that he had been ignominiously hoaxed. Oh, if he could only be there and see it all! Yes, there he was, off at last, that silly young Lou, who thought himself so clever. Why, bother him, here he was coming back again, no doubt more questions, and consequently more lies to be manufactured, grumbled Joe, who hated an unnecessary expenditure of energy. "I almost forgot," said Lou in an unfathomable sort of way. "Forgot what?" "Why, here I was going off without thanking you kindly." "Oh, never mind about that. Only too pleased to help an old pal." "Well, I can put you in for a good thing too." "Can you?" cried Joe eagerly. Lou thrust his face to Joe's so closely that their noses almost touched. "Yes, the champion liar in the world's dead, and they want a new one. For particulars, apply to number 50, Little Hare Street." End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 10. Lou walked on, chuckling contentedly. In his ears still rang the yell of disgust wherewith Yellow Joe had fled. Nay, it was more than flight, it was a rout, a stampede. Slight as the incident was, it pleased Lou out of all proportion. On this, the most momentous day of his life, so far as it had gone, it was only natural that he should try to forecast the future and construe even trivial things into augury of good or evil. He had reason to be hopeful. First, there was that little missive which had flooded his soul with sunshine. Then there was Yellow Joe's discomfiture. Yellow Joe represented to him a malignant world doing its worst to lay him by the heels. Well, it had evidently come off second best in the attempt. In any case, it impressed him strongly with the value of keeping one's eyes open. Oh yes, he would keep his eyes open. He had made up his mind on that. The very next moment he belied his resolution by running full tilt against a lamp-post. That wouldn't do at all. The time for dreaming was over. Dreaming was the privilege of children. It had never rightly belonged to him, because he never could remember himself as a child. Perhaps that was a pity, now that he came to think of it. Well, if it was, he would feel sorry for it some other time, when he had more leisure on his hands. Quickly he crossed over Whitechapel High Street and got into Brick Lane, one of East London's narrowest arteries, but one pulsing feverishly with the hard-strained efforts of its thousands and thousands of toilers in the grim struggle for bread. From every quarter struck Lou's ears the maddening whir of the machine wheel, the sickening thump of the press iron, the click of the nailer's hammer. He knew that the average space for each one of the workers was about 4 square feet, even less than would make a decent-sized grave. And yet there were more and more of them hurrying past him to the scene of their toil. Men, women, children, teeming forth wantonly, as though the great city were bent on showing how much life it could afford to waste. Wasted life indeed. There it was visible in pale, wan faces, stoop-shouldered frames, and all the other token of premature decay. That was what the workshop did for them. The workshop, that wholesale assassin. It stunted their bodies, it blunted their souls, it crumpled their thoughts, and put that stony look into their eyes. Lou shuddered. Thank God that was not going to be his lot. He thanked God for putting it into his mind to seek out for himself a less pernicious, a less deadly sphere for work. His workshop, at any rate for the present, was to be the free, open sky, the wide, spacious streets, where he need not stint his body for room, nor his lungs for breath.
One day, when he had become rich and his voice loud enough to be heard, he knew that there was no better sounding board than money. One day he would take this matter into his own hands. He would tell these people what he had heard that tall, black-bearded gentleman say at the last prize distribution, that there was really no need for them all to huddle together in one place like a drove of frightened sheep, that they should space out more and not frantically crowd each other dead, that they were to get out of the beaten groove of their occupations. There were many other things to be done in the world besides the making of coats and boots. And above all, they were to take note that soap was cheap, and cleanliness first cousin to godliness. Lou remembered that speech, every word of it, simply because it was not the usual commonplaces about obedience to teachers and love for parents, but because it was meant to go right home to the parents themselves, and Lou had enjoyed hearing the grown-up people get a scolding for once in a way. Now, however, he felt the truth of it. Yes, as soon as he was rich, he would make it his business. He pulled himself up angrily. Where was the sense of providing for other people when he himself needed all his own care and energy? Surely charity begins at home had often enough stared him in the face as a copybook text. But he had no time to reproach himself. There, a couple of yards further on, was his destination. This proved to be a little shop receding modestly between its neighbours on either hand. The frontage of it was a window divided into 4 panes of solid-looking glass, each thickly putted around the rim, the whole presenting an aspect of premeditated defence. And indeed, the contents of this same window were all calculated to set the marauding instincts of any ill-regulated youngster on edge. Brandy balls and creams alternated in artistic confusion with shuttlecocks and woolen lambs, stickjaw and almond rock, with penny whistles and tin trumpets, while higher up, gaudy paper covers announced that they contained inside them instalments of the entrancing histories of such evergreen heroes as Broad Arrow Jack and Dick Turpin or Good Black Bess. Lou paused a moment outside to feel the 2 shillings and 3 halfpence reposing snugly in his waistcoat pocket, and to adjust to his face an expression of unutterable business-likeness. Then he stepped in. The shop was empty, but in the tiny parlour behind, Lou could see an old man having his breakfast at a table from which he commanded a full view of his whole domain. At Lou's entrance he leisurely wiped his grizzled moustache, rose somewhat stiffly, and came to the counter. His limping gait, with its alternate thud-thud, told the tale of a wooden leg. "Well?" he asked, fixing Lou with hard, shrewd eyes. "I want to do business with you in the wholesale," replied Lou. The old man looked at him more closely. "How much for? £1,000?" he quizzed. "Yes. I'll pay 2 shillings and 3pence cash, and the rest you can let me have on credit." The shrewd look in the man's eyes gave way to a twinkle which gradually extended over his whole face. Then he threw back his head and laughed till he nearly fell over and had to sit down on the stool behind the counter. "Well, I'm blessed," he gurgled at last. Lou watched his merriment with displeasure. "I ain't come here to be fooled about," he said gruffly. "Who's fooling you?" replied the old man, now quite serious. "I was only a-laughing at the shop while you took me up. £1,000? Why, you can buy up old Christopher Donaldson, shop, parlour, wooden leg and all, for a £20 note, and get some change out of that."
And I didn't mean any harm either," said Lou, a little ashamed of having given way to temper so easily. "In that case, sonny, we'll start all over again, as if you only just come in. Good morning. What can I do for you?" "I'm going to set up in toys, and I'll deal with you if you let me have things cheap." "You're a bit young, ain't you?" said Christopher. "Oh, I'll grow out of that. Will you let us have a penny article for 3 farthings? Mind you, I'm wholesale." "Do you mean it?" asked Christopher, who still seemed considerably puzzled by the whole transaction. For answer, Lou took all his available capital out of his pocket and placed it on the counter. Then he put his hands back into his pockets. The 4 sixpences and the 3 halfpence lay between him and Christopher without the least possible clue of determining their ownership. "I told you how much I had," said Lou, looking full at Christopher. The latter appeared to be turning something over in his mind. "Anyone can see you're a bit green at the game," he said finally. "How do you mean?" "What's to prevent me from making a grab at this little lot," he pointed to the coins, "and saying it's mine?" "Nothing," replied Lou calmly. "But you couldn't, not while I was looking at you." "Yes, but I shouldn't advise you to try that too often." "And for another thing," continued Lou with the same equanimity, "seeing that I trust you, there's more chance of your trusting me." "You're a Hebrew boy, ain't you?" asked Christopher, after a little pause. "And proud of it," replied Lou, raising his voice half in defiance. Christopher leaned forward and tapped him confidentially on the shoulder. "And I don't blame you for it neither," he said. "You can show up some grand men amongst you. Only to mention some in my real line, which is same as the thin red line, you've had Saul and David and the Mickey Bees and Sidney Mitchell. That was the finest of 'em all." "Sidney Mitchell? Never heard of him," said Lou, puzzled. Christopher looked very cunning. "Course you wouldn't have heard of him, because he wasn't Sidney Mitchell at all. He was Solly Myers." "Ah!" exclaimed Lou, beginning to understand. "He told me all about it the night before Inkerman," went on Christopher pensively. "You see, me and him was together in the Seaforth Highlanders, and he changed his name because he didn't want the boys to ask him where Moses was when the light went out. And that same night he had a feeling as how he was booked, and he didn't want to go to God with a lie, so he must let out to somebody." "And he was killed?" asked Lou in an awestruck whisper. "Killed dead. And I had a good deal to do with it. There was I laying bleeding to death, with my left shank all in splinters, and he says, 'Christopher, I don't like to see you getting so white about the gills.' And he ups me on his shoulder, and the moment he gets me to hospital, down he flops, stone dead. And when they turns him over, there was a 4-inch long lance wound in his side. That's what a dirty rascal of a Cossack did for him, while he was having his hands full of me and couldn't defend himself. But he didn't let me drop, youngster. He didn't let me drop, not Sidney Mitchell. There's a Victoria Cross gone to waste, if ever there was. If I knew his address in heaven, I'd make the War Office send it on after him. See if I wouldn't." And Christopher shook his head threateningly. "Perhaps it ought to go through the dead letter office," suggested Lou flippantly, in order to battle down the emotion which he felt was beginning to glisten in his eyes. Christopher smiled sadly. "Yes, that's what made me take to your people," he continued. "Only you seem more assault with him than any of you I've met."
Here he reached out his hand. "Let's shake on the blessed memory of Sid Mitchell, or Sol Myers, or whatever name he answers the roll call up aloft." Lou complied, not a little surprised at the turn the conversation had taken. But even stronger than his surprise was the pleasure at the compliment old Christopher had paid him. "What makes you think I'm like him?" he asked. "I don't know what, and I don't care what, but you can take your Davy on it that it's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to you. And for fear you should get conceited, we'll just quit the subject and come to business." "Nothing I'd like better," said Lou. "Now you want these penny articles at 3 farthings. I'll let you have 'em at that, because I'm my own manufacturer, which the cost price of 'em is a halfpenny. That leaves just a farthing profit for each of us, don't it?" "That'd be 50% for you and 33% for me," calculated Lou. "Well, if you think that sounds more, have it that way. Now you just go pick out the things you want, and while you're doing it, I'll look round in my lumber room for the tray I used to wear before I saved enough money to start this here shop with. Come round this side of the counter if you like. Wait till I get out of it, though. This stump of mine don't always go the way I want it to." As Lou watched him hobble back into the parlour, he thought it a fine opportunity to turn the tables on old Christopher. "I say," he called after him. Christopher stopped and poked his head out from inside. "What's to prevent me filling my pockets and being off before you know where you are?" "Nothing, except that you know that I trust you," replied Christopher. For a moment or two they looked very seriously at each other, and then they burst out laughing, and from the sound of their laughter an uninitiated listener would have fancied that they had known each other at least for a lifetime. When Christopher returned, he brought with him a square green-painted board to which was attached an arrangement of shoulder-straps. "Here's your shop," he said. "I'm not going to charge you any rent for it neither." "I'm very much obliged to you, I'm sure," said Lou, who had only just come to see from what a difficulty Christopher's loan relieved him. "Is this what you've picked out?" said Christopher, looking at Lou's selection of toy pistols, pea-shooters and mouth-organs. "Well, let me put 'em on. I know my way about it better than you." But even with Christopher's practised manipulation, the portable bazaar could not be made to accommodate more than 28 articles. "Here's your change," said Christopher, handing him 5p. "Halfpenny too much," said Lou, counting. "No, that's a halfpenny discount for ready cash." "Quite right. I ought to have asked for it myself," said Lou, viewing the matter from a strictly commercial aspect. "I'll be off. So long. See you later on." "Here, wait a bit," cried Christopher, and stooping, he pulled out an old horseshoe. "Just grab hold of that, for luck." Half laughing, Lou reached out his hand. Then he pulled it back with a sudden thought. "I'd rather not," he said, looking frankly at Christopher. "Why not? It's clean enough." "It isn't that. I don't think our God would like it. It would be almost like worshipping the idols." Christopher's arm drooped slowly, and presently the horseshoe fell to the floor with a dull clang. Then he thumped the counter with his fist. "You'll do, my boy," he exclaimed. "By jingo, you'll do." Lou nodded vaguely and walked out, wondering what it was in what he had said to make his new friend so emphatic in his commendation. But his wonder did not interfere much with his full consciousness of the epoch-making nature of his errand. Now indeed he had started in real earnest. He had hung out his sign and was making his bid to the general public or at least to that unsophisticated section of it which still thought the proper occupation for mankind was play. He considered. It was only 10. That would leave him 2 hours to choose a good pitch. A good pitch was the main thing. Schools abounded within easy walking distance of where he was, but he would have to find one which was not provided with its own particular tuck and toy shop in the immediate neighbourhood. He knew how conservative children were, so he searched patiently, with the happy result which is a proverbial reward of patience. The school in question turned out to be a foundation school, much to Lou's satisfaction, because its population was likely to be endowed with more available cash for luxuries than that of a mere board school. It was now within a few minutes of noon, and Lou planted himself firmly against the railing opposite, because he knew what was coming. Then a bell shrilled inside, and the sound of it was followed by a vague, confused noise, as of thunder gathering in the distance. Presently the doors opened, and an avalanche of tumultuous young vitality flung itself out, overswept the street, and surged on in a compact mass for a yard or two before scattering into its yelling components. "Penny each, any article you like," sang out Lou. For the first time in his life he regretted possessing an alto instead of a treble, which would have more chance of piercing the din. But such as his voice was, it succeeded in attracting immediate attention. Once more the old economic truth that a supply creates a demand was brilliantly vindicated. The penny, which was intended for a feast of toffee apples, felt that it could not achieve a higher purpose than to convert itself into a mouth-organ. Besides, the "any article you like" sounded wonderfully seductive, suggesting as it did to the would-be purchasers an opportunity of choosing among all the products of the world. In addition, the youth of the merchant was a sure guarantee that they were not being cheated, which was more than they could expect in dealing with men of adult wickedness. So it was that within 10 minutes from commencing actual business, Lou was clean sold out. And what's more, he could have disposed of twice as much, for the contagion had spread extensively. "All right, gentlemen, I'll be here again when you come back," he consoled the disappointed ones, and he hurried off, gleefully chinking the pennies in his pocket. The gentleman, he thought, a particularly happy touch. Old Christopher opened his eyes wide when he saw the empty tray. "What? Been robbed, or given 'em away?" he asked solicitously. "Neither," replied Lou, and out came the pennies, and with them the story of how they had been acquired. Christopher listened in silence, and then startled Lou by calling himself a bad name. "Strike me lucky, kiddie," he went on, "but you're worth a dozen old 'uns." "Now, what did I do? I stumped about the city and such grown-up places where I wasn't wanted, waiting for a stray customer to come up, and waiting a jolly long time very often. But you go hitting the nail on the head right away, and, well, all I can say is, you'll do, my boy, you'll do." Meanwhile, Lou had been replenishing his stock and started out again in high spirits. He got back to his pitch in a good 10 minutes before the recommencing of school. But a sore disappointment awaited him. This time there was no run on his goods. A reaction seemed to have set in. Lou's cry, "Penny each, any article you like," fell on unheeded ears. Those who had felt some inclination to purchase were held back by the thought that they would be able to obtain these penny articles, slightly damaged perhaps, for next to nothing, when in a day or two their present owners would have become surfeited with the joy of possession. Despondently he turned away as the burly school porter came out to shut the main entrance. The tray in front of him had suddenly become quite heavy, and was dragging his head low down on his chest. But presently he drew himself up with such a jerk that the toy pistols and mouth organs began to play at leapfrog. Where was his common sense that he should allow himself to become miserable over a trivial little incident like this? If he were to score success after success, he would be a millionaire before he knew what real honest work was, and there wouldn't be any fun in that. Indeed, his signal failure, following so closely upon his signal good fortune, was nothing but a timely warning of Providence that the worst error a man can fall into is to expect that things will go his way, and to forget that there are ever so many people trying to make them go theirs. He would store that warning up in his heart and thank Providence doubly for not making him the victim of a mistaken kindness. Having thus gained his equanimity, it struck him all at once that he was hungry. That could be easily remedied. He wondered what sort of dinner Phil was having. If Phil had a better dinner, Lou had a better appetite, so they were quits. A neighbouring cheese shop tempted him in vain, not from stinginess, but because the knowledge that he could indulge himself served for the indulgence itself. A drink of water from the fountain down the next street, and he was ready once more against all odds. He made his way toward Victoria Park, where he knew, it would be hardly fair to tell whether from personal experience or not, the truants from the East End schools were wont to foregather. He was fairly lucky at the set-off, disposing of 4 articles to a quartet of sinners who were loyally helping one of their number to squander the savings of months in one riotous, reckless holiday. After that came on a lull, but Lou had resolved to effect a clearance sale, and somehow the resolve seemed to guarantee the result. So it did, with the additional advantage that, by that time, Lou was convinced he would not become a millionaire as prematurely as he feared. He showed it pretty plainly when, about 7 o'clock, he staggered into Christopher's shop to return the empty tray. "Not quite found your street legs yet, eh, youngster? I was luckier than you. You see, I only had to find one leg." And Christopher chuckled at his own grim jest. Lou made no answer, but leant heavily against the counter. "What, as bad as all that?" said Christopher, alarmed, raising the counter flap and pulling him through. "Here, come into the parlour and I'll make you a cup of tea in 2-2s. A good strong cup. You must be more careful next time. You'll do, but you mustn't overdo." Lou followed him listlessly, and allowed himself to be set down in the wooden armchair. Christopher nimbly filled the kettle, placed it on the spirit lamp, and stood watching it, with occasional glances at Lou. He, however, kept a persistent silence, as though he were afraid that, if he talked, the water would stop to listen instead of hurrying on to boiling point. It was not till he had emptied his cup to the bottom and was taking his second that Lou found strength to utter a word. "It was stupid of me, wasn't it?" he said, smiling shamefacedly. "I wouldn't call it such a hard word as that," compromised Christopher. "That sort of thing happens to the best of us." "Did it ever happen to Sol Myers?" asked Lou. "Oh, bless you, yes. Twice to my recollection he had to fall out and get into the ambulance, and your muscles are just pap to what his were."
Once it was because he wouldn't have any supper the night before and no breakfast in the morning, and we were marching at the rate of 3.5 miles an hour on to Balaclava, and all the nurses put together couldn't wheedle him into touching a drop or a morsel before nightfall. I've often wondered at that." "What time of the year was it?" asked Lou breathlessly. "As far as I remember, somewhere about late autumn." "Then I can tell you why," said Lou with shining eyes. "Oh, can you?" was Christopher's eager question. "He was keeping the White Fast, the Day of Atonement, you know, when all the Jews all over the world fast and pray to have their sins forgiven. Fancy, and Sol Myers didn't forget the White Fast." "Didn't I tell you he was a grand man?" said Christopher, brimming over with enthusiasm. "I'm sure the reason he was called away so early was that God wanted him in his bodyguard." Lou pondered over the remark, but the speaker's manifest sincerity redeemed it from the charge of irreverence. Then he got up. "I ought to be going now. How much?" "How much? What for?" asked Christopher. "The tea, of course."
Old Christopher set his lips tight till his moustache positively bristled. At the same time he breathed like a choking grampus.
"Well, of all the impudence that ever took tea in another man's house!" he exploded finally. But he quickly checked himself when he saw Lou's look of terrified amazement. There, there, don't get so scared about it. It was only my fun." And he stroked Lou's head with a hand that was as light as a feather. "I didn't know how to take it," quavered Lou. "Take it that you've got the good heart and I the bad manners. But you'll know next time, eh?" There was some little anxiety in Christopher's voice. Lou was quick to notice it and to surmise its cause. "The next time and every time after. I say, have you any have you anyone living with you here?" "Nobody of my own, if that's what you want to know. Never had." Lou nodded, so he was right in his conjecture. "I'll be coming in tomorrow morning," he said. "Good night." "Good night. God bless," replied Christopher, seeing him to the door. And Lou walked away with a feeling that, like Phil, he too had been adopted. This was the longest day he had yet lived through. The morning of it lay somewhere away in the dim past. The evening of it was a distant stride into the future. He knew the length of that stride. It measured exactly 1 shilling and 3pence, a farthing on 56 articles sold, and a penny discount on the 2 lots. But the actual profit, and it was good considering the outlay, was not the main point. He had set up for himself a record. All he had to do in order to attain what he aimed at was to go on breaking it. He ought to earn that week, counting Friday as a half-day because the Sabbath set in early, somewhere about 7 shillings. He might earn that as an apprentice, and the work would be easier. But he had intended no idle boast when he told Phil, "Lou Lipcott and Co." Nor was it a mere motto of selfishness. He wanted his toil and the fruits of it for himself. His hungering, his weariness were to be in his own service. He wanted to be free, because freedom means self-respect, and self-respect means strength, and strength means victory. His mother had come home before him. He was glad the lamp was burning so dimly, because he still felt rather white. "Hello, mother. Had a hard job today?" he accosted her. "Not very. I believe she only asked me round to tell me what a great thing she had done for me, but she paid me all right. I suppose she can do what she likes for her money. And that reminds me." "Reminds you of what?" "That from today you are to consider yourself my landlady." "Why, Lou, what do you mean?" "Only that I start paying for my board and lodging." Mrs. Lipcott's incredulous smile turned to something quite different as Lou told the day's history, and her hands, into which the borax had eaten sores, suddenly left off smarting. "Lou, why are you so good to me?" she asked at the end. "Because Phil isn't here, and I've got to be good to you for the two of us." Lou was very tired, but he dared not fall asleep before he had given 5 minutes of pious thought to Solly Myers, to whom he owed his friendship with Christopher, and who was keeping the long white fast under the Crimean snows. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 11. Mr. Alexander, or rather Uncle Bram, he was one of those men whom people are inclined to call Uncle on the slightest provocation, took an early opportunity of submitting Phil's name for admission to the big metropolitan public school, which he himself had attended till entering his late father's stockbroking office. With undisguised satisfaction, Phil received the tidings that he was to hold himself ready for the preliminary test on which he was to be assigned his class in 3 weeks from date. It seemed jolly. An examination right to begin with. They evidently meant business at that school. And now that this important point had been settled, there was no obstacle to putting into effect Mrs. Duvine's hint to Phil's mother, the visit to the seaside. It was nearly 2 years since Mr. Duvine's death. When the first summer season came round, she had, despite the urgings of Uncle Bram and all her friends, refused to indulge in anything which might be construed into gratification of self. That was the least she owed to the memory of the departed. This summer she had given room to the intention, but had put it off far into the season, with the vague idea of avoiding the months during which her husband had defied the calls of the city and had given her his company. Now, however, there was no further excuse. She owed the holiday to her little daughter, and, she hardly dared acknowledge it to herself, her son's substitute. Mrs. Duvine, in announcing the fact to Mrs. Lipcott, asked whether the latter preferred coming to St. John's Wood, with Lou of course, to say good-bye to Phil, or whether she herself was to bring Phil down to Narrow Alley. Mrs. Lipcott wrote in reply that she did not think either necessary, and that she hoped they would all enjoy themselves very much. Phil was not hurt. He understood. There had been enough heartbreak in one leave-taking. Why repeat the agony? As for Lou, he just scribbled, "No time, got to be out all day," from which Phil inferred that Lou had carried his threat into execution and was fighting the world. "Hope he'll win," he kept muttering to himself, till Dulcie's astonished gaze confounded him into a full stop. But Phil was not destined to go before seeing at least one old acquaintance. It was the morning fixed for their departure, when, half an hour before the carriage was appointed to take them to the station, Jane announced a visitor. "A lady?" asked Mrs. Devine rather uneasily,
She did not want to be delayed.
That's why I said somebody, ma'am," replied Jane. "I don't know if she's a woman or a lady, but she talks rather loud, and I said we were going off directly." "Have you asked her name?" "She wouldn't tell me. She didn't think you knew her." "Well, show her in," said Mrs. Devine resignedly. A second or two later, and through the open door, in walked nobody less than Mrs. Dymond, clothed in the pick of her wardrobe and a halo of paste jewellery. She paused for a moment as though to gather impetus, and then, spreading out her arms, she swooped down like some ungainly bird on poor astonished Phil, and caught him in a rapturous embrace. "Oh, you sweet pet! Oh, you little dear! Aren't you glad to see me?" she bubbled. "Let me go, Mrs. Dymond," gasped Phil. "You're crushing my collar." His matter-of-fact reply seemed to reduce Mrs. Dymond to a more normal state of mind. She turned effusively to Mrs. Devine, who had listened and looked in manifest surprise. "I hope you don't mind me, Mrs. Devine, but you know what it's like when your feelings get the better of you, and I'll just explain." "I'm afraid I don't have very much time now," interrupted Mrs. Devine gently. "Yes, I know you're on the jump to be off. You know what I mean. But I'll only keep you a tick or two," went on Mrs. Dymond, loosening her bonnet strings and plumping down in the nearest chair. "Now, of course, in the first place I must tell you who I am, which is Mrs. Dymond, Mrs. Lazarus Dymond, and my mother, God rest her soul, was cook to the old Rabbi Aaron, God rest his soul, and he always used to say to her, 'Esther,' he used to say, but I must tell you about that another time, you understand what I mean. Now, for years and years I've always taken an interest in the Lipcotts, haven't I, Phil?" "I suppose so," said Phil, pulling his ruffled clothes straight. "See?" cried Mrs. Dymond, turning his grudging admission into a full corroboration. "I'm not telling any lies, God forbid, and of course you know that but for me you would never have got a hold of Phil." "No, I don't know," said Mrs. Devine, astonished. "What? You don't know, and I thought Mrs. Lipcott had told you all about it," said Mrs. Dymond, who knew perfectly well that Mrs. Lipcott hadn't, because she had questioned her on the subject that very morning. "Well, if it's anything I hate, it's to blow my own trumpet. But it's only fair to you that you should know the truth of the matter, in case somebody else should try to get something out of you on the strength of it. You understand what I mean." And then Mrs. Dymond related for the 52nd time the history of the Board of Guardians' letter, which had wrought such epoch-making changes in the Lipcott household. "And of course," she concluded, "knowing that it's all my doing, I couldn't rest till I'd come and seen with my own eyes that dear little Phil was happy and well taken care of and all that sort of thing. You understand what I mean?" "I understand," said Mrs. Devine stiffly, "but you might have guessed it." "Oh, certainly, certainly," admitted Mrs. Dymond, quick to see she had made a mistake. "But when it's a case where the child had nearly been your own—" "What's that?" broke in Mrs. Devine. "You see, me and Dymond have been a bit lonesome since we married our two girls off to the provinces, and very good matches they both made, bless them, and many a time I thought to myself, what if I took little Phil to live with us? You understand what I mean. Well, I'm very glad it turned out like it did." Phil cheerfully agreed with her. He was pleased, too, to have been spared the knowledge of what Mother Dymond, as he and Lou irreverently called her, intended with regard to him. Thus he had been saved unnecessary tribulation of soul. "Have you seen Mother lately?" he asked. "Saw her just before I came away, but I didn't tell her where I was off to, else of course she'd have sent her love." "And Lou, do you know what he's doing?" "Whoever knew what Lou was up to?"
said Mrs. Diamond, evidently resenting Lou's refusal to take her into his confidence. And then she went on, shaking her head ominously. "Oh, I'm afraid, Lou. Oh, well, he's not like you, Phil."
"No, he's a good sight better," replied Phil promptly.
"Now, there, isn't he a dear?" appealed Mrs. Diamond to Mrs. Devine. The latter smiled. She felt that she had not shown herself very cordial to her visitor, but that was because she had regarded her with a vague fear. She did not know what claim this woman with her overwhelming voice and manner might have on Phil, but Phil's own arm's-length attitude reassured her completely. "The carriage is waiting, ma'am," announced Jane. "I hope you won't think me inhospitable, but I should like to catch this train. It's so awkward to have your arrangements upset," said Mrs. Devine pleasantly.
"Oh, yes, very awkward," assented Mrs. Diamond, rising reluctantly. "I know how I should feel about it myself. But, of course, now we've made friends, we'll see a good deal more of each other, I hope. It's so pleasant to come across somebody you can talk a sensible word to. And then, if you want any wrinkles about poor visiting, I'm the party for you. Only last time I was talking to Lady Simonson. Me and her ladyship are great friends, you know. I suppose you've heard of her."
"We are first cousins," replied Mrs. Devine quietly.
"Are you really?"
cried Mrs. Diamond ecstatically.
"Well, I was telling you, says her ladyship, Mrs. Diamond, there isn't a soul in London that knows better than you what the East End wants. But then, of course, I'm a bit of a public character. You understand what I mean. I'm a subscriber to 3 bread and meat and coal societies, and president of the inlying charity of the women of Bialystok, and the only lady on the committee of the new free dispensary, not to mention—" "Ma'am, John says we haven't a moment to spare," broke in Jane. Mrs. Devine made a resolute movement to the door. "Well, I suppose I must go now," said Mrs. Diamond regretfully. "But as soon as you come back—"
"Yes, yes," said Mrs. Devine hastily, without caring what she was pledging herself to by her affirmative. Jane had snatched up the travelling satchels and hurried down, closely followed by Phil and Dulcie. Mrs. Diamond kept abreast of Mrs. Devine all the way down, determined to make the most of her chance, and nearly taking her listener's breath away by her whirlwind-like utterance. After the briefest possible leave-taking, which Mrs. Diamond tried hard to elevate into an occasion of great ceremony, the 3 gained the refuge of the carriage, and Mrs. Diamond was left standing on the curb, wildly waving her handkerchief, though, contrary to her firm expectation, Mrs. Devine's head did not appear through the window to note the salute.
"A bit stuck up," she communed with herself, "and she might have asked me to come and see them off to the station."
But the disappointment was amply atoned for by the triumph of having added a carriage lady to her visiting list. Probably, too, it was against etiquette to be asked to take a ride on the first occasion. Mrs. Diamond had only hazy notions of etiquette, but she put it somewhere on a level with the 10 Commandments. At any rate, she would have given the price of a new bonnet had her bosom friends, Mrs. Prager and Mrs. Tannenbaum, seen her coming out of that lovely house. But they would hear all about it, see if they wouldn't. And they did. Sad to relate, however, Mrs. Diamond made it appear from her account that she had paid the call not on her own initiative, but in response to a written invitation. Only that ass, Diamond, had gone and lit his pipe with the letter. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis in Santa Rosa, California. Chapter 12. Mrs. Duveen had wisely refrained from the soul-racking anxiety which most people think it necessary to bestow on the choice of their summer resort. For more reasons than one, she had gladly fallen in with the suggestion of her cousin, Mrs. Elkin, to join her in the little Devonshire coast nook, which was making its first attempts at being a seaside place. All the way down in the train, Dulcie was jubilant at the prospect of meeting her crony, Effie Elkin, with whom she had no chance of quarrelling for quite 2 months. Phil sat silent and subdued, greedily feasting his eyes on the luxuriant greenness of foliage and meadow, and wondering how he could possibly make his mind still more receptive for the far greater glories which, on Dulcie's solemn assurance, would soon dawn on his dazzled vision. "What's that?" he cried, sitting up suddenly, his nostrils quivering and widespread. A sense of something pungent had struck him, a delicious sense that was like nothing he had felt before, and tingled through him from head to foot and back again. "You're not going to be seasick, are you?" jested Mrs. Duveen. Is that the sea?" quavered Phil. "Look through the other window," directed Mrs. Duveen smilingly. Phil did as he was told, and blinked. There, far across the meadow-land, lay what appeared for all the world a patch of molten sunlight, glinting away, very soft and quiet, as though it knew there was really no necessity to make itself look more beautiful than it did. No doubt it was conscious that it had to teach the world a lesson. "Yes, there it is," whispered Phil, his hand brushing away the haze from his eyes. "I wonder if Effie's as freckled as she was 2 years ago," said Dulcie in a matter-of-fact tone, and the spell was broken. According to the previous arrangement, Mrs. Elkin and Effie met them at the station, a pocket edition of its kind. There were cordial greetings, and Phil was introduced. He wriggled beneath Effie's frankly inquisitive stare. "Now then, Tiny, you walk with the Mumsies," said Effie, who, happening to be 2 months older than Dulcie, made despotic use of the accident. "And what are you going to do?" asked Dulcie. "Talk to this make-believe brother of yours. I want to see what he's like." "Effie, don't be so fast," remonstrated Dulcie. "Oh dear, no more than I can help." "You're horrid, and I'm dying to know all about the place. Any niggers?" "All in good time, Miss Paul Pry. Now just get behind." Dulcie yielded sulkily. Phil, who was slowly sauntering on a pace or 2 in front, started to find the bold-eyed little girl at his side. "What sort of a boy are you?" she asked. Phil did not believe his ears, and favoured her with a rather blunt "Eh?" "Eh, indeed," mimicked Effie. "Too much trouble to say, 'I beg your pardon,' is it?" "No, it isn't. Only I couldn't find breath enough. You came so sudden." "Well, as long as you're sorry. Dear me! And now I've got to ask you all over again, and it's so hot." "What sort of—" "Hadn't you better wait and find out for yourself? I don't like waiting, it's so tiresome, and then it's much easier to make other people do things for me than to do them myself." "Well, suppose I don't tell you the truth?" fenced Phil. "Oh, I'd soon find that out, and then I wouldn't speak to you again." Phil was greatly embarrassed. The threat sounded genuine, and he could hardly be sure that his self-estimate would tally with the truth, because, As a matter of fact, it had never struck him to estimate himself. "Well?" asked Effie, eyeing him relentlessly. "I say, I wish you wouldn't bother me," replied Phil, goaded to desperation. He fully expected that the little inquisitor would toss her black glossy mane and march off haughtily. But, to his surprise, his agreeable surprise, by the way, he was mistaken. "Well, it is rather an awkward question to ask," admitted Effie sweetly. "It's a bad habit I've got into. Mother always tells me so." "Really?" asked Phil, putting much sympathy into his voice. "I don't like the way you said that, really. Anybody would think I had told you I had only got one lung, like Jackie Smithers next door to us." "I didn't know it sounded like that," apologised Phil. "Are you fond of the seaside?" queried Effie in a voice of unutterable boredom. "I don't know yet, but I think I shall like it very much." "You think? It's time you had made up your mind about it, I should say." "You see, I've never been to the seaside before," said Phil, as though owning to some vast crime. Effie said nothing, but her eyes rested on Phil as on an inexplicable phenomenon. "At least, father was once going to take us to Southend for the day, but he didn't have enough money, and then he died before it got summer again." Effie grew still more mystified. "Didn't have enough money? Then why didn't he go to the bank and get some? That's what we always do." "Father never belonged to a bank. He only used to make slippers." "Oh, then you're quite poor people?" Phil drew himself up stiffly. "Oh yes, we're quite poor people," he replied haughtily. "And I suppose you live in the East End, because that's where all the poor people live. I asked Papa about it." "Yes, we live in the East End," said Phil, still more haughtily. "Oh, you lucky boy!" exclaimed Effie. "Go on chaffing me as much as you like. Think I care?" "But I'm not chaffing," protested Effie. "I'm quite serious. It must be splendid down there. Did you ever see the old Irish women sitting on the doorsteps, smoking pipes?" "Saw 'em many a time," said Phil. "And don't the brass bands come round 4 times a day?" "More than that some days." "And nobody says a word to you whether you wear a pinafore or not?" "Can't tell you about that, I'm sure." "Of course you can't. You're only a boy. And the girls needn't put on gloves every time they go out." "Oh, no." "See? I know all about it," cried Effie triumphantly. Maria comes from there. It must be a fine place for getting into scrapes, isn't it?" "I don't know. I never got into scrapes. I don't like it." "I suppose you're a bit of a softy," hazarded Effie. "Am I?" Phil turned on her sharply, but Effie did not flinch. "Go on, hit me if you like," she said defiantly. "You're awfully flash, aren't you? You know I wouldn't." "Well, come behind the hedge and nobody'll see." "Oh, I'd do it here if I wanted to." "I know why you don't. You're frightened I'll scratch you back." "I don't care what you'll do. I know what I won't do. Get into a scrape." Effie burst out laughing. "Oh, you are sharp. Don't you see? That's just what I was trying to make you do. It nearly came off though, didn't it?" Phil stopped short, taken aback by this instance of female duplicity. Then, lest she should think the laugh was all on her side, he joined in with gusto. "You see, I'm getting to know what sort of a boy you are, after all," boasted Effie. "Yes, but you're doing all the work for it," retorted Phil. Here Dulcie, who all the time had been consumed with curiosity about what was going on in front, came running up. "What were you laughing at?" she inquired. "Your snub nose," replied Effie promptly. "'Tisn't true, Dulcie," said Phil, equally promptly. "But you know you have got a snub nose, Dulcie," said Effie, unabashed. "Oh, Effie, how can you say anything so untruthful? Yours is ever so much snubber." "Now, Phil, you be umpire. Whose is?" said Effie, appealing to Phil. "Yours is, I'll lay any odds," was the unhesitating decision. "Oh, thank you, Phil," cried Dulcie gratefully. "It's no thanking job. If yours was, I'd say so just as soon." "Ah!" The exclamation was wrenched from him by the sudden bend of the path, which exposed in panorama the green shimmering hill hollow wherein the little fishing village nestled cosily. The bay in front of it was just one large, good-humoured smile, and sportive tiny wavelets leaped gleefully inland, as though to entice the demure cottages to come down and play with them. Phil fancied he had all at once shrunk to the size of a pin's head. He felt so small and subdued. In particular, he repented not having had the courage to own up to his ignorance as to what a snub nose really was. So there was a strong possibility that his decision against Effie was unjust. He did not want to decide against anyone, justly or unjustly. He wanted to be at peace with everybody. But his most urgent desire was to pray. He knew that in the daily prayer book is given the blessing one must utter at first sight of the ocean. He would have given all his new clothes if he could remember how it went. Then he became comforted. He felt his eyes were getting moist. The blessing could not have found a better substitute. By this time the Mumsies had come up, and stood watching him smilingly. "You seem to be pleased, Phil," said Mrs. Devine. Phil started. "I never thought it would be like this," he said, flushing. "Well, don't eat it up altogether, or you won't have any appetite for lunch," jested Mrs. Elkin. Dulcie and Effie were racing down the hill, screaming with laughter, their hair and frocks flying like the sails of some strange craft. With a wild whoop, Phil snatched off his straw hat, leapt 2 feet into the air, and bounded after them, his right forearm stiffly in front, as if he were guiding the bridle of the wind. The joy of life had gripped him mightily. "I'm glad to see he's waking up," said Mrs. Devine to Mrs. Elkin. "The first few days he went about as if he saw and heard nothing." "Perhaps he was afraid of the waking up," suggested Mrs. Elkin. "In the places from which he comes, it isn't good for people to feel too keenly." "You mean he is beginning to trust his senses at last?" "Look at him," laughed Mrs. Elkin. "I certainly wouldn't take him for a sleepwalker." At the foot of the hill there was a general reunion. Dulcie and Effie were disputing who had won the race. Phil was again pressed into service as referee, and disposed of the question by saying that neither of them knew how to run, but if they were good girls he would teach them. For which offer Effie showed herself most grateful, and promised, as soon as she had time, to return his kindness by giving him a few hints on manners. The cottage wherein the Devine party was to quarter was twin and next-door neighbour to the Elkins, and stood right facing what the natives vaingloriously talked of as the esplanade. Lunch was awaiting them at Mrs. Elkin's. Everybody had second helpings. Phil thought he would require at least 4 or 5 when he started. He learned to his relief that this was due to no abnormal enlargement of his digestive organs, but simply to the particular workings of the air, and curiously enough, everybody talked of it in a way which ought to have made the air swell with conceit. "Come on and get your pail and shovel," said Effie to Dulcie when the meal was over. Dulcie obeyed readily. Phil wondered what the pails were for. For emptying the ocean, they were obviously insufficient. He expressed this opinion to the girls in all good faith, and even in later days the mere mention of it was enough to raise a laugh. Chapfallen, he followed them down to the beach. He was little affected by Dulcie's ridicule. It was Effie's that told on him so severely. He could not make up his mind about her at all. But somehow he felt that he and she would either be the best of friends or mortal enemies. No halfway measure seemed possible, and that was why he struggled so hard against feeling angry with her. Once he did that, it might be the thin end of the mortal enemy wedge, and he didn't like the idea of it. Lazily he watched the 2 girls raising the pyramids of sand. He had brought with him Treasure Island, but it lay beside him unopened. Sea and sky seemed ever so much better reading. He could almost feel his mind becoming full of knowledge, his heart of understanding. "Mine's nicer," began the wrangle presently. "No, mine. Look, yours is all lopsided." "You needn't ask me. I'm not going to say a word," declared Phil. "And pray, who is going to ask you, Mr. Meddler?" said Effie. "You were. You know you were." Effie looked at Dulcie. "I suppose we were," she said at last. "I suppose so too," said Dulcie. "And I shouldn't advise you to quarrel so much. It will make you ugly," said Phil. "Will it?" cried both Effie and Dulcie in a breath. "Well, that's what happened to the 2 girls in the story," said Phil. "What story?" was, of course, the next question. Phil thought a little, and then began a harrowing tale about a certain Sue and Sal who, through saying nasty things to and making wry faces at each other, grew so hideous to look at that they only had to enter a house and all the milk turned to vinegar and all the sugar to salt, and the best steel knives went rusty and the purest gold became copper. At last their mothers turned them out, and of course nobody else would take them in, and they had to wander about through the rain and the darkness all by themselves. And just as they lay down to die, calling each other names all the while, up came a good fairy that happened to live near, and told them to poke out their tongues, and just touch the tips with her wand. Whereupon Sal and Sue immediately fell round each other's necks and kissed each other, and Sal called Sue a darling, and Sue told Sal she was awfully sorry for having brought her to such a misfortune. And then they went back to their homes, but their mothers refused to let them in, saying they were impostors because their daughters were ugly little vixens, and not beautiful and well-spoken young ladies. So they went out again into the world, but they hadn't gone very far when they met 2 handsome young princes who fell in love with them and took them to the king's palace and married them, and they all lived happily ever after. "Where did you read that?" asked Effie, who had followed the narrative breathlessly. "Nowhere," replied Phil. "It just came into my mind all at once." The 2 girls looked at one another. "Oh, Effie, isn't he clever?" said Dulcie. "Can you make up more?" asked Effie. "I'll try," said Phil modestly. "I don't know if it will turn out any good, though." "Never mind, you're only fishing for compliments," replied Effie.
"I say, Effie, don't you think we had better kiss first?" suggested Dulcie. "Jane would be so cross if she had to polish the knives all day."
"You stupid, don't you know it's only a fairy tale?" laughed Effie.
"Still, you know, it's best to be on the safe side."
"Well, perhaps you're right. Hold up. That's it, and another one."
"I wonder what mischief those little imps are hatching. Look how quiet they are," said Mrs. Duveen to Mrs. Elkin.
The two were sitting in a tent which had been fixed up in the strip of garden in front of the two cottages.
"For goodness' sake, don't break the spell. You know what Effie is," laughed the other.
In the end, however, they were obliged to take the initiative after all.
"What? Tea time already?"
asked Effie incredulously of Jane, who had been dispatched to call them in.
"It's on the table, miss,"
insisted Jane.
"I simply don't understand it," declared Effie. "Do you?"
Dulcie didn't either. Phil did, but that was because he felt so dry and husky in the throat. Otherwise he was much more mystified than the other two put together. It was no strange thing to him to find all sorts of odd ideas crowding his brain. Many a time Yellow Joe had come across him standing at the street corner in a fit of abstraction, and had called him a sulky brute for refusing to gamble with him in buttons. And Phil had chuckled to himself to know that he was really having a very good time, while Yellow Joe thought him a hopeless victim of the dumps. But he had never tried to put his ideas into words. First, because he had no listener, and secondly, because it was best to let well alone. They mightn't sound as nice as they felt. This was his first attempt, a genuine success, as Effie's "I simply don't understand it" told clearly. Of course, the buoyant air, the soft crooning sea, the caressing sunshine had a great deal to do with it, but somehow most of the credit belonged to Effie's dark eyes. They listened so hard, they fetched the words out of his mouth before he had time to know they were there.
"Mumsy, Phil can tell stories," shouted the owner of the black eyes excitedly.
Mrs. Elkin threw up her hands in mock horror.
"I shouldn't have thought it of him." "Oh, not the way you mean. All about fairies and castles. You never know what's going to happen, can you, Dulcie?"
"There's the whole secret for you," said Mrs. Elkin to Mrs. Duveen.
"Did he tell them nicely?" smiled the latter. "Splendid. All out of his head, too."
"In that case, we're going to treat ourselves to a row after tea." Phil was not prepared for the outburst of delight that followed. It did not make him proud so much as glad that he had put Effie under an obligation so early in their acquaintance. She acknowledged it readily.
"You aren't a little softy,"
she informed him as they tramped down to the beach.
"I told you I wasn't,"
was his instant reply.
Phil had never been on the water before, but he did not give a thought to danger. Already he was learning to love this green, immeasurable mystery. He had got as far as pitying it. It looked so lonely. The brave smile that kept rippling its surface seemed nothing but a mask. The expedition was very uneventful, as, of course, everybody except Effie wished it to be. Effie longed eagerly, she did so each time she went into a boat, for a storm to come on, just to see what it felt like. She raised several false alarms in the hope of inciting an innocent fleck of cloud down in the sky into taking her at her word, and at last, despairing of that, she furnished the only incident of the voyage by wheedling the old boatman into letting her try an oar, and immediately turning a backward somersault over the thwart. Nobody laughed more heartily than she, although none of the others felt such a painful numbness in their left elbow. After that, Phil asked to have a go, and got on very creditably considering the circumstances. Effie listened with conflicting emotions to old Jobson's grunts of approval. She was glad to have come across Phil. He was so different to the other boys she knew, with the difference in his favour. But she hoped he wasn't much cleverer than she, because if people praised him too hard, she might get jealous, and you can't be friends with people you are jealous of. Bah! She was stupid. Old Jobson would have been flattered had he known his grunts gave her so much food for reflection, and here they were back again aground, and Phil helped her out before Dulcie, at which she was absurdly pleased. It was too early to go into supper, so they stopped on the beach, and Phil, with fascinated gaze, watched the miracle of the incoming tide, as myriads of boys have done before him and will do after him. Effie and Dulcie treated it much less respectfully. They played touch with it, waiting till the landward wave had crept within an inch or two of them, and then scampering off with shriek and squeal. Phil almost felt inclined to read them a lecture, when Effie rushed up and shouted in his ear, "Come on, you're missing all the fun. There, look at that wave. Wasn't it spiteful?" At the same time she gripped him by the hand, and presently Phil, lecture and all, was joining in the game, and a tricky little breaker had just sprung full in his face, to the vast delight of his luckier playmates. It was arranged that the two house parties should meal together at Mrs. Elkin's, and 9 o'clock sharp had been fixed for curfew time. Half an hour remained after supper, and Phil had just taken up his Treasure Island with diplomatic apologies to that grand old villain John Silver for neglecting him all day, when a sudden burst of music made him sit right up. Mrs. Elkin and Effie had seated themselves at the small-sized cottage piano, and were playing a duet. At least, that's what Phil heard Mrs. Duveen call it. Old John Silver had to retire once more into the background. Phil listened spellbound to the quaint, plaintive composition. It was the work of someone whose name ended in ski. There was a note of fitness about it that accorded wonderfully with the spirit of the moment. The darkness peered in pathetically through the window. The complacent flapping of the waves had turned into a long-drawn moan, and the sadness of it all was unutterably sweet. Phil was back once more in the cobwebbed little prayer-house, with its old-world chants and its atmosphere of wistful resignation. His old life and the new seemed to have met and made a compromise. He was filled with a comforting sense of reconcilement. Of late he had become something of a stranger to himself. He was Phil once more. "How well I shall sleep tonight," he could not help murmuring. The music ceased with a sustained monotone. "Oh, Effie, how you have improved!" cried Dulcie. "I wish I played half as well." Effie did not answer her, but cast a swift glance at Phil. He was staring at her with wide-open eyes, but for all that he did not seem to see her. "Well, when you've left off gaping," she said to him pettishly. I wasn't gaping," stammered Phil, dropping the book in his confusion. "Now then, chicks, off with you," commanded Mrs. Elkin. Strange to say, none of the chicks raised a remonstrance, though time wasn't up by quite a quarter of an hour. Phil snatched a moment's tete-a-tete with Effie as she was replacing the music in the stand, and whispered,
You can sing ever so much better than I can tell stories." "Can I?" was the astonished reply. "Why, I never opened my mouth." "Not with your mouth, with your fingers, you know. Good night." Effie thought for a moment. Then her face became radiant. She forgot to return his good night. Phil refrained from glancing at the sea in his transit to next door, but he went and had a good look at it through his bedroom window, from behind a barricade, as it were. The tide was full and breaking against the rock-sprinkled beach. Phil's imagination at once construed the numberless white dots of surf into a million rebellious little spirits trying to clamber out of the dark and the wet into more comfortable quarters. But each time, just as they were about to succeed, an inexorable grasp dragged them back, and the sullen boom that followed was like an angry rebuke to their disobedience. Phil became frightened. Perhaps the sea was angry at him too. He remembered he had dared to pity it. He, the mean human worm, had dared to pity the infinite and the eternal. It was like insulting God. And then, all at once, there came a lullaby, which, soft as it was, overbore the sullen boom and hushed his fear to slumber. Effie's fingers were singing the lullaby. He was glad he had drunk in every note of it. Had he missed even a single quaver, it would not have done its work so effectually, and he would have gone to bed feeling that the perfectness of the day had been marred by one irreparable fault, and this could not have counted as a day of days for him. Now, however, yes, he slept very well that night. Such was, more or less, the routine of their stay. About the middle of the third week, a welcome diversion was occasioned by the surprise visit of Uncle Bram and Mr. Elkin, the latter a grave-faced, middle-aged gentleman who said very little and smoked a great deal. "And who may you be, pray?" asked Uncle Bram with a twinkle in his eye. Phil, to whom the query was addressed, drew back disconcerted. "Why, don't you remember me?" he stammered. "Of course, it's Phil," said Uncle Bram, pretending to recognize him at last, and shaking hands emphatically. "You'll excuse me, won't you? I never knew a boy to grow twice his size in a fortnight. You had better give me notice next time you intend to put on a foot or two." Phil glowed with pleasure. He was glad he was developing a physique. He had always had an idea that the bigger he grew, the more knowledge he would be able to accommodate. Another inch or two might make all the difference. A short conversation between Dulcie and Uncle Bram, as they promenaded along the sea-front that evening, was rather significant of the state of relations which had prevailed among the three younger members of the party. "I suppose you've been enjoying yourself like 1 o'clock," remarked Uncle Bram. "Well, not so much as I thought I would," replied Dulcie a little dolefully. "Oh, how's that?" "Oh, I don't know. Yes, I do. It's Effie and Phil." "What? You don't say they've been bullying you?" "Oh, no, not the least little bit. Only they make me feel so out of it." "Seems, then, they've been chumming up together, eh?" "Oh, ever so much. And if they let me come with them, it was like doing me a favour." "Then why don't you tell your mamma about it?" "Oh, that would be like sneaking, and she might have said it was my fault, and that I didn't try to make myself sociable."
That's true. Well, I should have gone and told them plain and plump."
"I shouldn't. Think I wanted to let them see I cared?" exclaimed Dulcie with an ominous sniff. "And if he'd rather talk to her than me," Dulcie fumbled for her handkerchief, "I suppose it's because she's prettier than I am." "But she isn't,"
said Uncle Bram, with a conviction that would have stopped an avalanche.
"And he isn't half as nice as his brother Lou, and I've got a good mind to tell him so."
Uncle Bram persuaded her to refrain from a revelation which might annihilate Phil's good opinion of himself, and, being of a peace-loving disposition, set about rectifying matters generally. Under his genial influence the strain of faction relaxed so effectually, yet so imperceptibly, as to make Dulcie doubt that it had ever existed. In consequence, she endeavoured to make good by a redoubled sweetness of manner the injustice she had done Phil and Effie by her groundless fancy, and that, combined with Uncle Bram's untiring resourcefulness of amusement, served to cast over the remainder of their sojourn a halo of consummate happiness. Natural, therefore, in a way, was the moody and discontented look which Effie noticed on Phil's face the evening before their return to town. The two were standing on the seashore, watching the sun drop behind the horizon. Phil had long ago got over his fear that the red-hot ball would go out with a hiss and a whiz as it touched the water-line, though his wonder how it managed to escape remained unabated.
"I suppose you are sorry to go away from here," suggested Effie.
Phil shook his head.
"No, I was only thinking how selfish I've been. It didn't come into my mind the whole time, and now it struck me all of a heap."
"Why, what have you been selfish about? I didn't notice anything."
"What? Didn't you see what a jolly good time I've been having?"
"Yes, but you didn't take it away from anybody else."
Phil ignored her, and continued half to himself. "And all the while I dare say she's been going it rub on the washboard from morning to night, and the steam from the copper scalding her face, and the sun shining its hottest through the skylight in the wash kitchen, and the blisters, and a couple of hours mangling when it was all dry, and Lou—"
"Well, it was their own fault," broke in Effie.
"What do you mean?"
cried Phil, turning on her almost fiercely. Effie glanced away helplessly, but Phil's threateningly questioning look followed her everywhere till it forced her to speak out.
"I wasn't going to tell you, but Auntie Duveen wrote to them to come here for a few days, or as long as they liked, and she was going to send them the money, and they wrote back that they were much obliged, and they wouldn't."
"Of course they wouldn't," echoed Phil grimly.
"Why, of course?"
asked Effie.
"Because they don't care about taking favours from strangers. They're proud, awfully. I wish I could be as proud as all that."
"Oh, Phil."
"What's wrong now?"
"I didn't think you'd say that."
"And what did you expect me to say, please?" asked Phil, chillingly polite. "That Auntie Duveen is a dear, and that it was sweet and kind of her to—"
"By gum, you're right, Effie.
And, do you mind calling me a beast? I'd do it myself, but it wouldn't sound hard enough."
Effie was about to burst out laughing. Phil's puckered lips, however, stopped her.
"Oh, Effie, I feel so sorry for 'em," he said with a break in his voice.
Silently she took his hand in hers and stood stroking it.
"And the worst of it is that all my worrying doesn't do any good," he went on. "No, Phil, that's the best of it. It's why you shouldn't worry."
Another minute of stroking, and Phil began to see it in the same light.
"Jingo, ain't I going to make the other fellows sit up?" he broke out.
The remark was quite inconsequent, but to Phil's mind the connection was clear. Success in school would be the first step towards the abolition of his mother's washing-board, and in order to attain that success he dared not distract his thoughts by inopportune misgivings and futile regret. Nevertheless, he was glad of the despondent mood through which he had passed. It had served a distinct purpose. It had enabled him to lay his hand on the nondescript discontent which had dogged him awake and asleep ever since he left home, the feeling of a disloyal selfishness. He had, as it were, rescued himself into port, while his dear ones were struggling in mid-ocean on a precarious plank or two. While he had been with them, had partaken of their discomforts, he had been too much occupied with his own share of them to leave much room or time for sympathy with theirs. But now that his heart was vacant and at leisure, it seemed bent on making up for its indifference by an acuter sensitiveness, which hardly knew its object or motive. Phil had set it right at last. He would feel for them. Ah, yes. But his feeling would have a distinct and sacred place all to itself, so that it might not clash with his other interests of life and get hurt. "It does me a lot of good to talk with you," he told Effie. "I'm glad," she replied, without any attempt at coquetry. "But you mustn't forget a little stroking now and then." When Mrs. Devine kissed Phil good night that evening, he, for the first time, and therefore, much to her surprise, returned the salute, but he did not tell her why. The reason might have taken some of the value out of the compliment, and besides, he would not betray Effie. For the same reason, too, it was that, when 2 days afterwards the wiry-looking, keen-eyed headmaster asked for his name, Phil, with something that sounded like pride, made an answer. "Philip Lipcott Devine, sir." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 13. "I tell you it's a perfect disgrace. What do you say, Diamond?" "Becky, my dear, you know I always say as you say," replied Mr. Diamond readily. "The whole neighbourhood is talking about it," continued Mrs. Diamond, flourishing her arms. "To think of a Jewish boy with respectable parents, one of them unfortunately deceased, idling about the streets, picking up all manner of wickedness, and getting into ruffianly ways." "I haven't noticed any ruffianly ways about Lou," interposed Mrs. Lipcott quietly. "Not yet, of course, but give him time to show off. I never heard of such a thing. Why don't you prentice him to some honest trade where he'd be out of mischief? Am I right or not, Diamond?" "Perfectly right, Becky, my dear," Mr. Diamond hastened to affirm. "I think Lou knows what he's about," said Mrs. Lipcott, quietly as before. "He knows, but you don't. Of course I'm just the last person to interfere in anybody's business, but I always like to do my duty, eh, Diamond?" "Most certainly you do, Becky, my dear." "Well, then, it's just like this," went on Mrs. Diamond, glaring at Mrs. Lipcott. "I'm responsible for you all to my dear friend Mrs. Devine. Now my dear friend Mrs. Devine is going to bring up Phil for her own son, and I'll never be able to hold my head up if your Phil's brother is going to be a loafer and a vagabond." "Mrs. Diamond!" cried Mrs. Lipcott, her meek eyes suddenly ablaze with anger. There, don't jump down my throat," said Mrs. Diamond deprecatingly. "Anyone would think I said he was born to be hanged. Now, wouldn't you, Diamond?" "I certainly would, Becky, my dear," said the echo, leaving the real point of the question in doubt. "And I'm only putting you on your guard, so that you shouldn't have to reproach yourself with anything later on. Fancy a bit of a boy like that going where he likes and doing what he likes. I don't suppose you did that at his age, Diamond, or I don't think you'd have been my husband." Mr. Diamond thought he wouldn't.
Mrs. Dymond was of opinion that the tone in which he said it ought to have contained a trifle more apprehension at so terrible a possibility, and made a mental note to bring the matter up for exhaustive discussion at the earliest convenient occasion. "He always tells me everything he's been up to during the day," said Mrs. Lipcott. Mrs. Dymond shrugged her shoulders. "Everything except what he leaves out? How can you know?" "I consider it my bounden duty," Mrs. Dymond's voice became quite solemn, "to warn you against letting him become a disgrace to my very dear friend Mrs. Devine. Am I right?" "But what can I do?" broke in Mrs. Lipcott, beginning to be impressed in spite of herself. "He's made up his mind against going for apprentice. Perhaps you might talk to him." "God forbid!" ejaculated Mr. Dymond hastily. "That's a good idea," said Mrs. Dymond, ignoring his protest. "Send him round." "Becky, I don't think you ought to rob a mother of the privilege of reproving her own child," remarked Mr. Dymond sanctimoniously. "Fiddlesticks!" snapped Mrs. Dymond. "Send him round, I say." Mrs. Lipcott went home struggling bravely against her misgivings. Suppose after all there was something in Mrs. Dymond's raven's croak. Everything considered, Lou was little more than a child, and he had set himself to wrestle with that most merciless of foes, the streets of a great city. Perhaps they might become too strong for him, overpower him with their temptations, snare his soul in their treacherous ambushes, crush his heart in their stony embrace. True, as she has said, so far she had seen no sign of it, but that perhaps only meant that the evil influences were taking deeper and more insidious root. The thought spurred her to frantic haste, as though it depended on mere speed of foot to catch up and avert the impending disaster. Lou certainly appeared innocent and conscience easy enough as she came upon him at the mouth of Narrow Alley. "What's the hurry, mother?" he asked, looking up at her with the large honest eyes which had been Dulcie's special discovery in him. Mrs. Lipcott forced herself into calmness before she replied, with some random explanation. Then she gave him the message from the Dymonds, without adding its particular purpose, and feeling all the time as though she had joined some conspiracy against her child. Lou expressed no astonishment at being sent for, because he had been to the Dymonds several times for odd jobs, such as brushing Mr. Dymond's wardrobe or running an errand, with the result of additional sixpences to the Lipcott exchequer. And so the message found Lou ready and willing to obey. Despite her assurance that it was no urgent case, it was only with difficulty that his mother prevailed on him to snatch a hasty bite and gulp before starting. Still, this hastiness did not prevent him from noting and wondering at her apologetic demeanour. "Come in," said Mrs. Dymond, as Lou poked his head in at the door. Lou came in. At his entry, Mr. Dymond crouched back into his armchair, crumpled himself up to the smallest size possible, and spread out his evening paper to act as a screen between himself and the rest of the room, making it evident that he did not wish to participate in the proceedings about to take place. He always thought there was something uncanny and mysterious about Lou. He was a plain, straightforward man himself, and had no taste for dabbling in mysteries. If his wife cared about it— Hark! This was her voice. The battle had commenced. Mr. Dymond tried to make himself still smaller. But strange, her words were addressed to himself, not to Lou. "I'm going out for 10 minutes," she was saying.
You just see to him, Diamond."
Mr. Diamond grinned fatuously at his wife's little joke. Then the door slammed. Mr. Diamond looked up, startled. He and Lou were alone in the room. "Becky! Becky!" shouted Mr. Diamond, rushing frantically out into the passage.
"Coward!" hissed Mrs. Diamond. "Do you funk a little boy like that?"
"Yes, but I don't know what to say to him," whined Mr. Diamond.
"Say whatever you like, only make it strong. Understand what I mean? Strong."
And presently Mr. Diamond found himself back in the room with a feeling of having to choose between the devil and the deep sea. Lou had expressed no surprise at the peculiar scene. He never expressed surprise at anything. It appeared to him that in betraying his state of mind to people he was giving away something for which they had not paid value, and which was consequently an extravagance. Mr. Diamond profited by his indifference to get a clear grasp of the situation. Here was a choice between being blackguarded by young Lou or risking the tender mercies of his wife. He chose the latter because he held it the height of philosophy to obtain the longest possible respite from trouble. Besides, he knew exactly how far his wife would go. She dared not kill him because she would not be entitled to her full widow's pension for another 3 years. In Lou's case there were no such considerations, but there were reports of his hasty temper which were most alarming. Mr. Diamond was not a coward, as his wife suggested, but he loved himself dearly, and a task which even his wife fought shy of was surely not cut to his measure. With a benign smile he beckoned Lou to a chair, and, mumbling an apology, resumed his paper. Lou was quite content to sit still because, although he had pretty well found his street legs by now, a day's work was a day's work. The silence continued for 10 minutes. Then it struck Lou that, as there seemed nothing on hand, he might as well be sitting at home, keeping his mother company. So he spoke. "Is there anything you want me to do, Mr. Diamond?" Presently," murmured Mr. Diamond, bending over his paper in an attitude of utter abstraction. Lou permitted the "presently" to rank as a period of 5 minutes by the clock opposite, and at its termination repeated his question. "Eh? Who? What's that?" cried Mr. Diamond distractedly, looking round him like a man wrestled from deep slumber. "Oh, you still here? Let me see. Anything for you to do? No, I don't think so. Thank you all the same for calling to ask. Good night, my boy." And again the newspaper claimed him. Lou considered for a moment or two whether or not to investigate this strange behaviour. He decided on the negative. Probably the whole thing was due to a misunderstanding of his mother, so he politely returned the good night and walked out. Outside the door he almost collided with Mrs. Diamond. "Oh, I was just coming in," she said with some confusion. "Well, I'm glad you took it so quietly at any rate." "Took what quietly?" "What Mr. Diamond said to you." "But he didn't say anything. He was reading the paper the whole of the time." "Oh, was he? Well, it doesn't matter at all. You needn't wait." Lou was simply too much amazed to make any remonstrance at his abrupt dismissal. When he was halfway down the stairs, the sound of Mrs. Diamond's voice came trailing after him, stridently indistinct. There was going to be a rumpus. Lou wondered if it was about the thing that didn't matter. He might easily find out by going back, but listening at keyholes was not in his line, despite Mrs. Diamond's bright example. So he hurried to get out of all possible earshot, only to defeat his own ends. For, as he got into the street, Mrs. Dymond's words banged full against his ear through the open front room window. "Why didn't I take the job myself? I suppose you wanted him to cut my throat with one of your slaughter knives? Didn't you see him staring black murder?" Here the window came down with a crash, amputating the rest of the sentence. Lou made for home without any further waste of time. He was sure now that his mother's message was due to no delusion. His certainty was confirmed by her glance of expectancy as he entered. "Ain't they a bit too old for having a game with people?" he said carelessly, jerking his head Dymondward. "I'm sure they meant it for the best," said Mrs. Lipcott, anxiously conciliating. "Dare say they did, if only knew what." And then, by question and answer, it was elicited that Lou's call had been futile. Mrs. Lipcott learned it with dismay. Having persuaded herself that Mrs. Dymond's eloquence would prevail upon Lou to choose another and more supervised occupation, she had, during his absence, allowed her apprehension at his danger, already violently set agog, to grow into a full swing. And now it depended on her own scant powers of argument to set her heart at rest again. Well, she could but try. Lou listened to her attentively. She could always count on that much from Lou. And when he made no immediate reply to her tale, she became rather hopeful of success. "What do you think about it yourself?" asked Lou finally. "Oh, I'm not afraid," she prevaricated. "But you see, when the whole neighbourhood talks—" "Well, as long as you're satisfied, we'll let it talk, eh, mother?" Mrs. Lipcott said yes, but she looked no, and Lou saw which way the wind was blowing. He moved closer to her. "You've known me quite a long time, ain't you, mother?" Mrs. Lipcott could not repress a smile at the quaint query. "And I've been a good sort of a boy mostly, ain't I, mother?" continued Lou, with an emphasis on the concluding refrain. "Not mostly, always," was the earnest reply. "And the neighbourhood wants to make you think I've got tired of being good. Don't you fret, mother. It's only what the neighbourhood says about everybody else too. It wouldn't be a neighbourhood if it didn't." Mrs. Lipcott made a gesture which might be either assent or dissent, with the chances in favour of the former. "Why, I've got no time to go bad," said Lou hopefully. "The day's only just long enough to sell clean out, and I don't like to take any remnants back to Christopher." Anxiously he looked for the effects of his words, but Mrs. Lipcott's head drooped low. Lou became alarmed. He had not thought his mother would need so much convincing. He changed his tactics. "Well, if you very much want me to, I'll go into 'prentice. But I've got the horribles of the workshop. Didn't you always say it killed father?" "That it did," said Mrs. Lipcott with a shudder. Lou took courage from the shudder. "Now suppose I gave you my word, would that be any good to you?" Mrs. Lipcott sat up resolutely. "No, Lou, don't give me your word. I don't deserve it. I'm a foolish woman that doesn't know her mind for 5 minutes at a time. It's all right, Lou. We'll let 'em talk." "And they only meant it for the best," added Lou, rendered magnanimous by his victory. This colloquy was a memorable one for Lou, inasmuch as in time to come he would look back on it as the last occasion on which his right of initiative was challenged. For the present, however, He thought it due to himself to investigate the hidden causes of this attempt to bully him into submission. He did not anticipate much difficulty in the search, because, as a matter of fact, he had for guide a conjecture that almost amounted to certainty. "Going out again?" said Mrs. Lipcott. "Only for a mouthful of fresh air," replied Lou casually. A sudden fear struck Mrs. Lipcott. "Lou, you're not going over to Mrs. Diamond's?" "Not if I know it. She'd ask me to sweep up what's left of Mr. Diamond." Lou sauntered leisurely out of Narrow Alley into the main street. Here he had to curtail his strides still more, for he was in the midst of chaos that yelled and wriggled and tumbled about him in male and female atoms of humanity. The scene was chiefly instructive in showing the infinite gradations of smallness through which one must pass on the road to adolescence. The shrill-voiced turmoil had reached the fever heat which always heralded the impending break-up. Already there were sounds of lamentations as recalcitrant offspring were being fished out of the tumult and hauled home to bed by solicitous mothers who had spent the evening pleasurably, if not profitably, in talking scandal on the doorsteps. Skilfully utilising the gaps left by these removals, he was not conceited enough to think that they were due to a kindly consideration for his convenience, Lou at last managed to reach Dunk's Row. It was hither that the more serious and sober-minded of the local young hopefuls repaired nightly to study the laws of hazard, by practical experiments with buttons, marbles, and other articles of current value. There was a report that these last included the humbler coins of the realm, but in most quarters this was looked upon only as a clumsy attempt to give the locality a fictitious reputation for wealth. Here, too, Lou was certain of finding Yellow Joe, whom he wished to take the opposite side in the argument about to ensue. Yellow Joe was there right enough, for he was out of it, that is, he was not playing, having lost all his available capital. It did not argue well for the reputation he enjoyed among his comrades for fair dealings that he was not allowed to play owings. It was likewise impossible for him to obtain a loan without placing a heavy security, which, however, as a rule, only shifted the impossibility 1 degree back. "Hello, Joe," said Lou, shaving against him rather closely. Yellow Joe turned sharply. "That's my shoulder," he snapped. "Keep it," Lou snapped back. Yellow Joe meditated. Dunk's Row saw very little of Lou. "What do you want?" he asked. "I want to know if you're the neighbourhood," replied Lou, gazing at him hardily. "Don't come any of your cannon and drums on me at this time of night," said Yellow Joe. His whole attention seemed riveted on the game. "You know what I mean all the same," insinuated Lou. "No, well done. Moe got him again," shouted Joe. Lou waited a moment for Yellow Joe's enthusiasm at Moe's achievement to cool down. "I said, you know what I mean," he then repeated. "Oh, is that what you said? Was it worth saying twice?" Lou's patience broke. "Who told his mother lies about somebody, and whose mother went and told Mrs. Diamond?" Joe appeared to consider the matter. Then he turned Lou gently by the shoulder. "See that lamp-post there?" he asked, pointing. "I ain't blind," said Lou. "Well, climb up to the top and ask the gas light. That'll tell you." "I've asked it, and it said Yellow Joe." Joe laughed artificially before he remarked, "And a jolly good job too.
What now?"
"What now? Nothing much. You'll just 'pologise to me before the old bang lot." So far little attention had been paid to the altercation, owing to the superior attraction of the game. But apologise was a word so rarely heard in these circles, and so much more rarely acted upon, that the novelty of the thing asserted itself. It was the above-mentioned Moe who asked what it was all about. Lou laid the case before them. During his narrative, bets were rapidly offered and taken on the chance of there being a fight. Some of the hardier spectators even went so far as to risk a double event by wagering not only on the fight but also on the victor. Lou, however, was favourite.
"But how do you know it was him?"
asked Moe, who was of the peace party. "He just said so," replied Lou.
"I didn't,"
repudiated Yellow Joe.
"Then let's go round to Mrs. Dymond and ask her," suggested Lou. But Yellow Joe, with an obstinacy which certainly seemed suspicious, refused this confrontation with Mrs. Dymond. Lou took off his coat with a most formidable deliberation, while Moe and the rest of the peace party frantically clutched their brass buttons so as to enjoy one last lingering farewell of their darlings. Yellow Joe, however, was still making up his mind. He knew Lou's accusation was well founded. He had told his mother, and his mother had told Mrs. Dymond. Jealousy of Lou's freelance life, as compared with his own hand and foot tied drudgery in the workshop, had prompted him. Lou had heightened it by hinting to him of his intimate relations with old Christopher, and the advantages accruing to him therefrom. It was galling to be outdone in enterprise by a mere Lou Lipcott. Lou Lipcott must be reduced to his own level, and Mrs. Dymond had great influence with Lou's mother, and would be only too glad to exercise it. Had she succeeded? That he would know tomorrow. "Go it, Joe!" suddenly roared the war faction. Ah, of course! Meantime he was to fight, and with Lou of the supernatural penetration, Lou of the righteous cause, Lou of the long arms and knuckly-looking fists. He didn't like it. "Go it! He'll catch cold in his shirt-sleeves!" roared the war faction once more. Yellow Joe liked it still less. Lou was to keep himself warm by pummelling him. Desperately he grasped the lapels of his jacket, preliminary to doffing it. Then his face lit up with the brightness of a sudden idea, only to be darkened again presently by a scowl of sullen resignation, rendered more specious by the limp dropping of the hands. "I don't care. He can hit me if he likes. I won't hit him back," he burst out. Of course the war faction wanted to know the reason why, in fact insisted upon it rather fiercely. Yellow Joe gave them a look, the sort of look with which the early martyrs probably tried to shame the lions in the arena. "For why?" he echoed. "Because he's a Jew and I'm a Jew, and the man that preached last Sabbath in our synagogue said we got quite enough hard knocks from the Christians without banging each other about." A howl of derision from the war party greeted the explanation, and even the peace party, while admiring its ingenuity, had to admit it was scarcely strong enough to meet the exigencies of the occasion. All eyes were turned on Lou, with whom rested the further development of the case. Lou responded by demanding his coat back from his second, and putting it on again amid a hush of expectation. He broke it by saying, "You're quite right, Joe. We oughtn't to bang each other about. Good night." He walked off rapidly and left silence in his place, until Moe spoke up saying it wasn't fair and they ought never to have betted on such a thing. As regarded himself, he would never take the forfeit to which he was entitled by the terms of the betting. Fired by his noble example, the rest of the peace party also agreed to remit their due, a remission which the war faction accepted with rather shameless alacrity. Yellow Joe looked round and found himself alone. What had happened? There had been no fight, and he had had no licking. But all the same he felt that Lou had once more had the best of him. Probably the others had gone after him to tell him so. And then Yellow Joe slunk off home, sore and chafing, but comforting himself with the knowledge, acquired by bitter experience, that your luck must turn if you only play long enough. He would play Lou a little longer. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 14. It was now 5 weeks since Lou had established himself as a bona fide man of business. The board and lodging rates, which, as arranged, he paid his mother, enabled the household to steer an easier course, and to keep clear of chalk at the tradesmen's. The landlord, too, was beginning to hold up the Lipcotts as a model of punctual solvency to the remaining tenants. During the time, Lou had naturally seen a great deal of old Christopher Donaldson. In their more introspective moments, they were themselves surprised at the degree of intimacy to which they had attained. Lou ascribed it readily to the unifying influence of Sol Myers, whose name was never very far from their talk. But old Christopher, while admitting Sol Myers as a fortunate accident, thought there must be some more subtle cause which reached down to the very root of the matter, and the mystery of it worried him greatly. He discarded theory after theory till at last, the evening which followed the abortive encounter between Yellow Joe and Lou, he greeted the latter on his entry with an excited, "I've got it, boy." "Have you?" asked Lou eagerly, tumbling at once to old Christopher's drift. "Yes, got it," reiterated the old man, rubbing his hands gleefully. "It's because me and you are first cousins, sort of." Lou looked blankly disappointed. He'd hoped for a more feasible suggestion, and Christopher's discovery did not carry conviction on the face of it. "You don't see it?" asked Christopher, simply gloating over his perplexity. "Wait a minute. What are you? A Hebrew. What am I? A Scotchman. What Lunnon has got hold on, and made a blessed Cockney to the very tip of his tongue. The Lord forgive me for it. Well, d'ye see now?" "I think I'm just beginning to," temporized Lou. "Now, look here, boy." The admonition was unnecessary, because Lou was already staring at him as hard as he could. "It's my opinion as we Scotch folk is them lost 10 tribes, what all the world's been looking for, high and low, ever since." "By gum, I never thought of that," cried Lou, carried away by the boldness of the idea. "And it gave my brains many a twist before I got to it, I can tell you," admitted Christopher. "Now, what is the course of my argument?" he continued. "I looked at the Scotchman, and I looked at the Jew. Hang me, says I to myself, they're baked in the same oven. The Scotchman's got a way of getting on mostly when he's made up his mind to it. So has the Hebrew. The Scotchman's steady and sober, not shipping more liquor nor what he can carry. So does the Hebrew. Now, how does that strike you for argument?" "There's a lot in it," replied Lou, a little absently because he was trying to work the thing out for himself, and also pursuing an idea of his own.
"I should think there was. There's a lot of candidates for the glory of being them lost 10 tribes. There's the English and the Welsh and folks overseas, but it's Anne right enough. Only, being cute, we keep mum, don't brag about it. That's how we get God's blessing on the sly, as it were, being the seed of Abraham and prospering accordingly. And likewise don't get badgered about like what you hear about your brother Hebrews in foreign parts, more's the shame."
"Yes, no," said Lou, still deep in thought.
"More's the shame," echoed Christopher. "There's a way of treating the people what invented the book and made the world a present of the patent, and then it goes and pokes fun at 'em for having long noses. Of course you must get a long nose if every jackanapes gives a pull at it whenever the fit takes him. And what does your Hebrew do? Gives a yell? Oh no, he just takes no notice, biding his time, knowing as the longest lane must have a turning. And he's been through a long lane or two in his time, eh, boy?"
"He has," assented Lou, to whom the history of his people was no closed book.
"Yes, that's what he's special good at, keeping himself quiet and well behaved," continued Christopher's reflections. "Quiet and well behaved. And I'm not the only one what says so. Ask the coroners and the police. Do you remember what these places hereabouts was like 40-odd years ago? Of course you don't, but I do. It was just like old Beelzebub had taken the lid off hell, and had let all his pet sinners out for holiday. There wasn't a night passed without some shindy or murder or mutilation down one of those alleys, and no copper before starting night duty ever thought of ordering next morning's breakfast, because he wasn't sure he'd be there to eat it. And just then abouts, you Hebrews began to show up, dribbling in at first by ones, and then more and more, and by whole shoals of 'em. Well, God knows how they worked it, but presently all the wickedness began to scurry away like rats when the daylight shines in through the pantry window. The devil knows where it scurried to. And then things became quiet and nice and respectable, and I left off sleeping at nights behind the counter and sold my 6-shooter. Oh yes, that's what you Hebrews did for Spitalfields. And I'd just like to see the bloke what pops up every session with a bill against this here alien immigration to make a note of it. All of which goes to prove, if you look at it in the proper way, as Scotchmen and Hebrews is first cousins by right of Auld Lang Syne."
"Strikes me," said Lou, who by this time had worked out his idea, "strikes me as if all the Scotches and the Jews were to put their heads together, they'd make the world sit up. Don't you think so?" Old Christopher, treating the suggestion as a joke and wishing to humour Lou, threw back his head preparatory to one of his rafter-shaking guffaws. In the process, however, he caught a glimpse of Lou's grave, nay, anxious face, and his jaws shut again with a snap. He paused to consider the matter in its new light.
"It'd be a good thing, if it could be managed, a good thing," he declared solemnly.
"Yes," said Lou, and was about to continue when apparently he changed his mind, and wound up instead with a rather abrupt "Good night, I must get home."
"Good night, Cousin Lou," replied Christopher.
Lou sent back a tremulous smile in acknowledgment of the allusion, and hurried on, while Christopher betook himself once more to the tinkering up of his old toys, scratching his head and feeling uncomfortable beneath the burden of a new problem, which might prove more obstreperous than the one he had just solved with so much tribulation of mind.
Lou's progress homeward was interrupted, just as he was crossing the High Street, by the sight of a penny museum which had opened business that evening. He walked up, to use the strictly technical expression, but only to where he could view at easy range the posters which, by the mere stridency of their colouring, seemed to cry out shame on all doubts as to the genuineness of the miracles within. He had a fugitive idea that it would be nice and colleague-like to give a fledgling concern the encouragement of his custom. But then he was hardly yet in a position to permit himself the luxury of expensive amusements. And besides, the pictures gave one so high an expectation that possibly the originals might not come up to them, and it would certainly be in the truer interests of the show to avoid being disappointed in it. Nevertheless, to eschew any untoward temptation, Lou turned sharply away. The sharp turn caused him to collide with a youth about his own age, who, with a companion, was devouring the poster depicting the two-horned chicken. "Who are you a-shoving of?" demanded the other half of the collision unamiably. "I'm very sorry, I didn't mean to," apologised Lou. "Didn't mean to? What did you want to get into people's way for? Why don't you pack up and go back to your own country?" The companion here interposed with a snort of disgust. "Question to ask," he jeered. "Why don't he go back to his country? Don't you know as a bloomin' Jew ain't got no bloomin' country?" "Thought they lived in a place called Jerusalem," said the first speaker. "Ah, they did, till they got kicked out for not behaving of themselves properly." Lou listened quietly to the duologue, deliberating whether to go away, or, if not, what attitude to take up. The first alternative was safer, but it would leave a stain on the national escutcheon, for which he would afterwards have to deal with his conscience. No, he would stay and see the thing out. He faced the two squarely. "Oh no, you're quite wrong," he said. "We weren't kicked out. Only Jerusalem was getting too small for us, so we came out to buy up the whole world to do with what we liked. We've got about a quarter of it already." His defiance in mien and voice flabbergasted the two anti-Semites, but not for long. "Blimey, Bill, d'you hear that?" asked the first of them. "Crikey, there's a cheek for you," exclaimed the second. "If I was you, Slimy, I'd knock that ugly little coconut of his into the gutter." "Go it, give him what for," said the museum manager encouragingly. A fight meant a crowd, and a crowd was the very thing he wanted about his establishment. "Bill, see you don't cut and run while I take my coat off," shouted Slimy. The admonition, however, was quite unnecessary. Lou made no move to escape. He had expected this, in fact had brought it upon himself wilfully and knowingly. It was quite a coincidence to be embroiled in a fight on 2 successive evenings. Only this time it was coming off in earnest. Well, could one wish for anything better than to strike for the glory of one's people? The showman smirked delightedly. The anticipated crowd was beginning to collect. The rampant Slimy was exchanging a few preliminary spars with the air, when a stentorian voice said, "Now then, Slimy Nipper, up to your pranks again? Clear, or all." That was as far as the voice got, for the Slimy Nipper had disappeared with the speed which, for marvellousness, could give all the exhibits of the grumbling showman a long start and an easy beating. "Lucky I came up," said the constable good-naturedly to Lou. "He'd a punched a hole right through you." Lou walked off, not at all grateful for what the constable called his luck. He felt as if somebody had wrapped him up in cotton wool and had put him away in a safe place. What consoled him somewhat was that he had probably escaped a black eye, and black eyes would have given a fillip to his mother's allayed suspicions. and he had an idea that his people could more comfortably bear another insult or two than his mother the pang of a fresh uncertainty. As Lou next morning sallied out of Narrow Alley on his way to business, he almost ran into Yellow Joe's arms. "Hello, Joe," he cried cheerily. "Been waiting for me long?" "Who says I've been waiting for you?" growled Yellow Joe, somewhat disconcerted, however, and then, mumbling unintelligibly, he quickly crossed over to the other side. Lou gave a ringing laugh, not of derision, but of amusement. It was certainly comical to see Yellow Joe play the injured innocent. Lou had quite forgiven him. To harbour resentment against a person like Yellow Joe was an absurd waste of energy. Briskly he stepped out, and in another moment or two had walked Yellow Joe clean out of his head. When he reached Christopher's shop, he found it still closed, so he planted himself with his back to the door and announced his presence by a succession of vigorous heel taps. At the same time his glance roved idly down the street. Suddenly he gave a start, and his rub-a-dub came to an abrupt stop. On the other side of the street, a little way down, stood a dray cart, and from behind the dray cart Lou thought he saw Yellow Joe peeping at him. However, the crowds of people passing in both directions made his impression very uncertain. Moreover, he was only vouchsafed a momentary glimpse, for the peeping head disappeared at the first sign of having attracted attention. Lou had half made up his mind to go over and see, when the stump of Christopher inside the shop aroused him to the superior claims of wage-earning over the unprofitable gratification of an idle curiosity. Lou was a little surprised at Christopher's unwonted taciturnity towards him, which continued for the next 2 or 3 days, but ascribing it to some mood of the old man with which he had not previously made acquaintance, he passed over it without comment. Least of all did he connect the cause of it with himself. But as a matter of fact, Christopher's chariness of speech was due to his hard tussle with the problem which Lou had foisted upon him a few evenings back. He knew that a simple question to Lou would dispose of it at once, but he preferred taxing his own powers of perception just by way of mental exercise. He'd made some headway already. He hoped to come to the bottom of it by the middle of the following week. Meanwhile, however, something else had occurred which had to be attended to at once. A communication reached Christopher which had to be answered. He answered it somewhat peculiarly by asking Lou one morning to take charge of the shop, as he himself was going out for the day. "Anything happened?" inquired Lou. "What do you expect to happen? I'm taking a day off, that's all," replied Christopher. "But there's Sunday," pointed out Lou. "I know there is, only I want to see what a weekday holiday feels like." Lou looked at the reluctance he felt. Not that he was unwilling to do his friend a favour, but the idea of having the shop under his unqualified control for a whole 12 hours made him uncomfortable. Christopher was no penman, and so kept no books and took no stock of the 1,001 articles contained in the shop. It was really quite a big shop when one came to think of it. All these would be at Lou's mercy, together with the till, for how was Christopher going to check the day's sales against any account Lou chose to render him? "What's the matter?" asked Christopher. "You shan't lose anything. I'll pay you £half-a-crown for the job." "It isn't that," said Lou, and told him his real objection. "That's my business," replied Christopher curtly. After that, of course, Lou could no longer refuse. He needed no instructions, because he had long ago acquired all the details of price, and could lay his hand on any required article with eyes shut. Soon he was busy. What surprised him greatly was the taking capacity of the shop, the extent of which he had never suspected. By midday 5 shillings and 2pence had come in, and by tea-time the returns had swollen to 9 and 8. Lou enjoyed the feeling of responsibility to the full. Once or twice he had even got so far as to imagine that this prosperous concern was all his own, till the entrance of a customer and an inquiry into the meaning of Mr. Donaldson's absence ruthlessly shattered his illusion. If Christopher were only sharp enough to catch the hint which Lou had thrown out to him the other night, and which Lou lacked the courage to put into plainer terms, it would certainly have made him happier to know that, although Christopher was not sharp enough at the time, he had put his mind to the grindstone ever since. True to his word, Christopher returned punctually at closing time. Lou eagerly held out to him the list of items he had jotted down as each was sold, but Christopher waved it aside, and somewhat portentously took out of his pocket a square, folded piece of paper. "It's answered now," he said. "What is?" asked Lou, gazing at him, astonished. "This is. Read." And Christopher thrust the paper into his hands. It was scrawled over with hand-printed characters, evidently intended to throw the scent off their origin, and they said, "Beware of a party what calls himself Lou Lipcott. He ain't no good. He does you brown right and left, which he brags of it to the other boys, helping himself to whatever he can lay his hands on, and once he stole a sovereign from the money box when you wasn't looking. Chuck him, or you are a ruined man." Lou read it to the end, and looked up at Christopher without a tremor. "Found it on the counter yesterday dinner time," explained Christopher, "and this was my little way of answering it." "Oh, Mr. Donaldson!" exclaimed Lou. Christopher held up his hand warningly. "No, none of that. It's done with. Here's your half-crown and be off, or I'll fall asleep standing. Greenwich Park Hills all day is too much for a man with only one leg. I say you can have this too if you like." Lou took the anonymous letter and went. He was so much impressed by old Christopher's drastic way of settling the incident that he did not give a thought to what course of action he should adopt against his would-be defamer. Indeed, the question only came home to him when he saw Yellow Joe hanging about the mouth of Narrow Alley. Of course he would be there, thought Lou, to see how the thing had gone off. But Lou's first impulse was to rush up to the anonymous correspondent and thank him effusively. He argued that if a man does you a good turn, it does not matter that his intentions were bad. When the humorous aspect of the case struck him, he would at least have a little fun with Yellow Joe. So, assuming a woebegone mien, he turned the corner of the alley in ostentatious disconsolateness. "What's the matter, old pard?" inquired Joe sympathetically. "I'm done for," moaned Lou. "What's up now?" "That old bloke I used to deal with have given me the kick. Won't trust me any more. Said I was a thief. Now you know I ain't a thief, don't you, Joe?" "Never heard anyone say anything against you that way," replied Joe, trying to make out what made the street lamp flicker so. "But he might take me on again if I brought him a character from somebody," went on Lou. "Where am I going to get it from? Now, you're a friend of mine, Joe. You'll do me a favour and write a couple of lines, and I'll say they're from a reverend, eh?" "My writing ain't good enough," said Joe. "Oh, you needn't write it, you can print it, you know," was the quick reply. From merely flickering, the street lamp seemed all at once to break into a fantastic dance.
The idea, quavered Joe. Printing. He'd find out in a minute. Well then, the least you might do is to put your name to this and say it's all bunkum. Joe cast a glance at his handiwork, with which Lou suddenly confronted him, gave a yell, and took to his heels. With a smile of self-congratulation, Lou walked on, but he had hardly cleared the alley entrance when he felt a sharp tug at his shoulder. He turned and saw Yellow Joe's eyes gleaming strangely into his own. "You'll be the death of me one of these days," he heard him gasp at the same time. "Oh, how's that?" "You'll make me burst with your quizzing. Why don't you get in a wax with me and have me locked up?" "What? A Jew lock up a Jew for wanting to do him harm? Not I." "Well then, if you won't lock me up, perhaps," Joe stammered, "perhaps you'll shake hands with me." "That'll do," replied Lou. And he did. "You might do something else." "What's that?" "Give me back my letter." Lou stole at him a quick glance of suspicion. "What do you want it for?" "To look at when I feel spiteful against anybody," replied Yellow Joe. Lou handed it to him without a word. Equally silently, Joe took it and departed. When Lou finally got to his supper that evening, he felt he had worked unusually hard to deserve it, for, in addition to the day's honest toil, had he not rubbed the world cleaner of just one speck of evil, which is a great achievement even for the greatest of men? He thought of the strengthening of the tie between himself and Christopher, the result of Yellow Joe's iniquitous designs. He also thought of Yellow Joe's newly found grace and contrition, the outcome of a half-hearted jest. And he concluded the great power which ordered the tangled courses of the stars showed almost greater by guiding the crooked bent of the petty human brain to a straight issue. It is true that Christopher had timed himself to arrive at the solution of his problem by the middle of the week following. But whether he had had an inspiration, or whether his outing had shaken up his latent faculties, he was able to greet Lou next morning, a Friday, with the information that he had something very special to say to him that afternoon. The season was now the beginning of autumn, and the Sabbath came in pretty early, so Lou presented himself at the shop a little after 5, hoping that Christopher's something very special would not detain him long, as he did not care to miss evening service at the synagogue. Without it he hardly felt complete, for it was in the little sanctuary that he best seemed able to find and collect himself, bit by bit, as it were, after the dizzying turmoil of the working week. But when Christopher motioned him into the little laboratory behind, he knew that the interview was likely to be a lengthy one. "Sit down," directed Christopher, at the same time seating himself to face Lou. He began by saying nothing, but favouring Lou with a protracted and sort of wiseacre stare across the breadth of the table. Lou sat as for his photograph. "I thought I'd get to it at last," finally observed Christopher, with a knowing shake of the head. "Get to what?" of course inquired Lou. "The other day, talking about Jews and Scotchmen, you happened to remark, not by accident neither, that if the two was to put their heads together, they'd do great things." Lou started up, but Christopher hushed him with a wave of his hand and continued, "Now, you're a Jew and I'm a Scotchman, and you thought as we might try the idea on a small scale." Lou flushed up. "Beg your pardon, Mr. Donaldson, I know it was awful cheek." "Silence!" roared Christopher. "And what's more, I've made up my mind to try it. From next Monday, this here concern starts as Donaldson and Lipcott, or the other way round if you'd like. And the terms is half profits to the penny." "I won't take it, Mr. Donaldson," cried Lou hotly. "It's robbing you." "Well, I can get myself robbed of my own money if I like, can't I?" shouted back Christopher. "But don't think you'll only just have to put your hand in my pocket and take it out again. You'll have to work your level best for it, mind that." "It isn't fair," remonstrated Lou. "You give everything, and what do you get from me?" "I'll get your brains, and that's the best capital of all, because it's current coin everywhere. It's no use, Lou, you can't choke me off. I know what I'm about, and if you contradict me again, I'll jolly well court-martial you for insubordination." Lou did not contradict, because he was growing quite dumb as the full drift of Christopher's offer came borne upon him. Christopher noticed it, and in order to give him time to recover, discussed the arrangement in a practical, matter-of-fact sort of way that was most reassuring. And presently Lou joined in, sparingly at first, then more volubly, until he ousted Christopher altogether and let his schemes, hopes, and aspirations for the new venture break loose and run riot. Christopher listened smilingly. Then he said, "You're just a runaway young colt. Never mind, I'll know how to keep a taut bridle." That sobered Lou, and made him remember that it was wrong of him to keep all his joy to himself. It was much too late for synagogue, but he and his mother would that evening hold a Thanksgiving service of their own, which would exalt their mean little dwelling-place to the rank and dignity of a golden-domed temple. Christopher saw him as far as the door, holding his hand all the while. There he bent down and whispered confidentially, "Don't you see? I've got to do something to get even with Sid Mitchell, or else he mightn't talk to me when we meet later on." Lou got home at one stride, as it seemed to him, and stormed up the staircase, as if to test what amount of ricketing it would really survive. As he bounded into the room, his mother faced him with a smiling trepidation that looked odd. What also puzzled him was that the door of the scullery cupboard was flung back, exposing to view the odds and ends of household necessities, a most unusual thing, especially on a Sabbath eve, to be countenanced by that model of order and tidiness whom he was privileged to call mother. Then he guessed. "Phil's behind there," he exclaimed promptly. With a joyous laugh at the failure of the surprise, Phil sprang forward into Lou's embrace. Lou, however, drew back, startled. Was this stylish young gentleman his erstwhile brother Phil? Phil noticed his hesitation, and also stopped short in pained wonder. "Lou, dear, won't you have anything to do with me?" he quavered. "Won't I? See if I won't," cried Lou, recovering himself, and by token of it his arms were round Phil's neck, and his cheeks kept glued against Phil's cheeks for the space of 5 seconds. That was manlier than kissing, besides serving the same purpose. "May I tell now, mother?" asked Phil. "Phil's got some good news, and I thought he ought to keep it till we were all together," exclaimed Mrs. Lipcott. Lou looked gratefully at his mother, and then expectantly at Phil. The latter took a deep breath. "Well, I came out top in the entrance exam and got the scholarship," he murmured. "Bravo, Phil! I knew you'd knock 'em," shouted Lou. "Auntie sent me to tell you myself. She said it was too good for a letter," went on Phil. "But it was mean of you. Why haven't you been to see me after all the asking?" "We'll come right enough, all in good time," said Lou thoughtfully. "And now it's my turn." "What for?" asked Phil. "Do you think you brought up all the good news in the world?" asked Lou with affected scorn. "I can also do a bit in that line. I've taken on a shop." "Lou!" exclaimed Mrs. Lipcott, aghast. And then Lou, without further circumlocution, gave a detailed account of Christopher's magnanimity and all that it would mean to them. Of course he was listened to with rapt attention, especially by Phil, to whom this was the first intimation of Lou's doings since they had seen each other last. All he could say on the matter was that his brother Lou came up to his expectations. Mrs. Lipcott just lifted up her eyes to heaven and murmured, "Thank God." Lou, who caught the two words in transit, thought they were a whole liturgy in themselves. It was understood, of course, that Phil would spend the Sabbath with them. Mrs. Duveen did not expect him back till the following evening. "I wish you'd given me notice," said Mrs. Lipcott. "I'd have made something extra." "I'm glad I didn't. It would have made me feel a stranger," said Phil quickly, and Lou grunted approval. "Oh, I forgot," said Phil suddenly during supper. "Dulcie wants to be specially remembered to you." "Does she?" asked Lou offhand, wondering whether his flush looked as hot as it felt. "And Effie wants to know you badly," continued Phil. That, of course, led to an account of Effie, and Phil became rather fluent over her. Lou gave ear contentedly, because Effie implied frequent allusions to Dulcie. It was rather a second-hand sort of business, he told himself, but it was better than nothing. "Oh yes, I'll come to see you when I've got on a bit more," he had said all at once, and apropos of nothing in particular. It sounded rather strange, and he asked himself angrily when he would get rid of the stupid habit of thinking aloud. All next day it poured in torrents, but none of them minded. Phil, indeed, was rather glad, because it served him as an excuse for not parading himself, a thing he had anticipated with some apprehension. And besides, the discomfort without made the room seem cosier, and sent the sense of their reunion tingling more gratefully through the hearts of its occupants. Lou alone saw Phil off to the railway station on the latter's way home. "Good luck, Phil," said Lou. "God bless you, Lou." And as they gripped hands the same thought struck them both, that this was not merely an ordinary leave-taking. They were doing more than bidding each other goodbye. They were saying farewell to each other's childhood. So far, although they had taken themselves so seriously, they had only played at life. And now they had once and for all stowed away their toys in the great lumber room of the world, the past. And the moist-eyed smile they exchanged at parting was the fittest legend they could write on the signposts of their ways. Regret for what they had lost, and the compensating hope of the many things they had to strive for and to gain. End of chapter 14 and end of part 1. Part 2, chapter 15 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 15. The world had become 6 years older. It was contended on many hands that it had also become a little wiser. There remained, however, a few people who still did foolish things. Among them was Mr. Diamond, who had committed a most reprehensible folly in forgetting the existence of his wife and acting on his own initiative. Pondering this in his divided mind, he was slowly wending his way home from a meeting of the synagogue committee, of which he was a respected member.
It was at this meeting that, in a moment of misguided independence and false enthusiasm, he had allowed himself to be prevailed upon by his colleagues to be nominated as bridegroom of the law, because no other candidate could be found. This bridegroomship of the law is an office which, in every synagogue, falls to the lot of one man for one day in the year, to wit, the 9th of Tabernacles, more specifically termed the rejoicing in the law. The office is one of honour and distinction, and carries with it an accumulation of synagogal privileges. In the first place, the holder of it is accommodated with a seat in that exalted stronghold of communal dignity, the warden's box, with accessories in the shape of 2 fronting bouquets and an obsequious beadle, ever on the watch to open the pew door to his exits and entrances. Secondly, he walks close behind the reader in the procession of the scrolls, and finally, he is the object of a highly complimentary preamble, most trying to a man of modesty or humour, by which is prefaced his call to the reading desk to hear the cantillation of his portion. This portion, as befits the occasion, is the most epoch-making of the year, for it consists of the concluding verses of the annual Pentateuchal cycle, and the intoning of it winds up with a decorative vocal flourish and a vociferous response. However, as a set-off against these glories, there are certain drawbacks attached to the bridegroomship, of which Mr. Diamond was uncomfortably conscious, and the enumeration of which he could safely leave to Mrs. Diamond. As he wiped his feet on the mat outside the sitting-room, he devoutly wished he could resume life half an hour hence. Then his peril made him rise to a great stroke of policy, and instead of the hang-dog abjectness that had usurped him ever since he had come to a proper understanding of his trespass, he entered with a show of suppressed triumph. "Becky, my dear." "What's the matter, Diamond?" asked Becky, my dear, calmly. Mrs. Diamond had not changed much since her last appearance. The glasses she used for darning Diamond's socks — he has such flat feet, you know, and treads them out at heels so quickly — were a size stronger, and her Thursday morning voice was still more incapable of modulation. But otherwise she was much the same, and Mr. Diamond knew it. "Well?" she prompted, as she saw him struggling with his make-believe emotion. "Becky, my dear, the synagogue people have paid you a splendid compliment." "What's that? Asked me to preach a sermon on good manners and charity and—" "Not exactly, Becky, my dear, but they have elected you bride of the law." "Diamond, you know I object to your round-the-corner ways. Now what is it?" Mr. Diamond was treading himself viciously on the toes. Then he stammered, "Well, Becky, my dear, if you're bride of the law, what would I be?" Mrs. Diamond doffed her spectacles, stripped the half-darned sock off her arm, and looked businesslike. "What would you be?" she repeated. "Surely you haven't let them talk you into it?" "Talk me into it?" cried Mr. Diamond eagerly. "I suppose you think it went begging. You ought to know what a rush there was for it. Prager and Tannenbaum said they would, but I mustn't tell you what goes on in the committee." "Mustn't you?" asked Mrs. Diamond significantly. "Said they would give up their seats because it was their turn, and look what a great honour they paid me that I was picked out after all, Becky, my dear." "And pray, who asked you to go hunting after any honour?" began Mrs. Diamond, ominously calm. "Don't you know you've got a wife that gets more honour and respect than we can manage between the two of us? And how does she get it? On the cheap. That's where the cleverness comes in. Any fool can get himself made a fuss about.
if he only spends enough money on it. See if you won't get us sold up one of these days through your ungodly boastfulness, and then you'll find out how much your honour will fetch in the open market. But don't you flatter yourself you're going to have it all your way, because you won't." "I don't expect I would, Becky, my dear," consented Mr. Diamond humbly. "But really, it won't cost us as much as you think." "Won't it? Perhaps you won't have to offer half a guinea to the synagogue, and if you happen to be on the deaf side of the beadle, he'll fancy you said a guinea." "But Becky, my dear, I couldn't think of offering anything under a guinea." "Then the beadle will fancy you said two. That's item number one. Now, what about the party? I suppose we'll have to order in a small brewery for the day. Or do you think Prager and Tannenbaum will be too proud to drown their disappointment at your expense?" "I'm quite sure they won't be," replied Mr. Diamond with a naivete that was positively touching. Mrs. Diamond shot him a withering look before proceeding. "And then you'll want a new suit of clothes?" "And you a new dress, Becky, my dear," added her husband, without the least trace of an afterthought. For a moment Mrs. Diamond paused, taken aback. Then the subtle nefariousness of Mr. Diamond's last remark came home to her and stirred her to righteous indignation. "You want to bribe me, do you? And a new dress will do the trick, will it? If I want a new dress, I'll wait till that dunderheaded committee of yours makes you bridegroom of the law, will I? Next, I dare say, you'll want me to ask them permission when I want to buy a penn'orth of salt or a packet of hairpins, eh? If I was you, I'd beg 'em kindly to take over the managing of this house altogether, and put me on weekly wages. Diamond, when shall I be able to make something like a man of you?" "Oh, give it up," groaned Mr. Diamond, miserably huddling in the armchair. "So do I. If only I'd taken Uncle Toby, God rest his soul's, advice. Didn't he always say," said Uncle Toby, God rest his soul, "when he used to see the way you used to poke your head in at the door when we were a-courting, 'Becky, my girl,' he said, 'never marry a man that comes into the room half at a time. He'll never do the right thing in the right place, and I'm blessed if you ever did.'" "Becky, my dear, not even when I married you?" asked Mr. Diamond, with melting reproach. "Yes, you did. Just that once. And then it was more through luck than sense. And now you're going to do it a second time. Get yourself a sheet of notepaper." Mr. Diamond went to the writing-case with alacrity. He had no idea what the notepaper was for, but at any rate it created a diversion, and that was good enough for the time being. "And now you'll just write to the wardens and say it's off," directed Mrs. Diamond. Mr. Diamond shrank back. He had not bargained for this. Of course, he had expected that his better half would fume and rage and altogether behave disagreeably, but he had not for a moment thought that she would not give in at the end. It was dreadful. After solemnly pledging his word and receiving advance congratulations, he was now to show up as a perjurer and a renegade. But the worst of it was that the true case of it would be divined. Now, he did not mind his wife's little tyrannies so long as they were confined to the precincts of the family circle. In fact, he would have regarded their absence as a violent breach in his normal existence. But he strongly objected that his domestic ignominy should fringe out into town talk. It never struck him that he had figured for years as the typical Mr. Henpeck of the neighbourhood. Such are the saving powers of a proper self-respect. And now this letter was to give the game away. One hope he had, but that was knocked on the head by Mrs. Diamond's next words. "Now hurry up, because I want to post it myself to see it really does go." Groaning inwardly,
Mr. Diamond took up the pen. "Are you going to dictate?" he asked. "Of course. Start writing date and address, and I'll just think a minute. Now then, say as follows. This is to inform you that I refuse to be bridegroom of the law, and I consider it a great shame to talk a man into something before he's had a chance of asking his wife." "Becky, my dear, I can't write that," cried Mr. Diamond, his hair on end. "Oh, yes, you can. Have a good try," said Mrs. Diamond encouragingly. It was then that the heaven-sent inspiration, which proverbially waits for the 11th hour of human distress, took pity on Mr. Diamond and flew down to his aid. Why must he follow his wife's dictation, thought Mr. Diamond. She might dictate what she pleased, and he might write what he deemed fit. The rejoicing in the law was still 10 days ahead, and greater miracles had happened than for a woman to change her mind in 10 days. And even if she did not, it would be too late to cry back, and, well, even the devil cannot catch the hindmost, if the hindmost is too quick for him. In any case, it gave him over a week's respite, and to Mr. Diamond's procrastinatory philosophy, that was worth any risk. "Well, when you've done chewing that penholder," Mrs. Diamond broke in on his ruminations. "I was only thinking how to put the letter into shape," said Mr. Diamond speciously. "But I don't want you to put it into shape. I want them to have it plain and plump, and no extra compliments. Understand what I mean?" So Mr. Diamond wrote. Mrs. Diamond added another trenchant sentence or two, calculated to make the wardens review their past life, and find it a concatenation of black iniquities. Mr. Diamond set it all down with great complacency, much too great to escape Mrs. Diamond's suspicions. She took up the letter, and pretended to regard it with infinite displeasure. "It isn't at all nicely written, considering it's to go to the wardens." "It's nice enough for the nasty things I've said to them," replied Mr. Diamond bitterly. "That's not your business. I'll just trouble you to make another copy of it." Shrugging his shoulders, Mr. Diamond obeyed. Mrs. Diamond took up both copies, compared them, and put the first into the addressed envelope and the second into her pocket. Mr. Diamond watched her mysterious proceedings, looking, though not speaking, his question. "I'll get someone to read it to me tomorrow morning, to see you've put it word for word," she answered him. Beyond one short galvanic shudder, Mr. Diamond felt nothing. His nerves were killed for the evening, and he was numbed to all further emotions. "I'm going to bed, Becky, my dear," he said dispassionately. "No, you won't. You'll wait till I come back." And then Mrs. Diamond went out to post the letter. She took it to the pillar-box on the corner and slipped it through the crevice. But the instant it was leaving her fingers, a sudden idea shot through her that made them dart after it frantically. It was too late, however. The letter rested snugly at the bottom of the box. The next collection was not till midnight. It was now 9:30. Gathering up her skirts, she waddled back as no woman of her dimensions had ever waddled before. "That comes of your flustering and flurrying me like that," she broke in on her husband. "I flurried you?" stammered the latter. "Of course you did. If you hadn't been in such a rush with that letter, I should have had time to remember about Mrs. Duveen." "Remember about Mrs. Duveen?" "To ask her down to the party. It would have been a first-rate opportunity. She wouldn't have had the face to refuse this time. Why didn't you mention it to me?" "You never let me mention anything, Becky, my dear," replied Mr. Diamond. "None of your impertinence, Diamond. You'll wait up till the postman comes round to collect, and ask him to give you back the letter." This was Mr. Diamond's supreme moment. "It isn't necessary, Becky, my dear." "What do you mean?" "If you'll be good enough to let me have the copy you've got in your pocket, I'll tell you." Mrs. Diamond handed it to him with a docility which, at another time, would have appeared uncanny to Mr. Diamond. Then, planting himself on the hearthstone, he cleared his throat, and with a voice that made the brass chandelier ring, he read as follows: "To the wardens of the peace-pursuing brothers of Plot's Synagogue. Gentlemen, I write to confirm what I said at the meeting, namely that I shall be glad to accept your nomination for bridegroom of the law. On informing my wife of the same, she was overwhelmed with joy, and wishes to express her thanks for the honour you have heaped upon us. Likewise, I shall do my little best in what concerns the offerings, which is only as it should be on such an occasion, and beg to remain your obedient servant, Lazarus Diamond." There was a momentary after-vibration of the chandelier, which Mr. Diamond could have sworn sounded like an Amen. "And you really dared to write that?" asked Mrs. Diamond, after a pregnant pause. "Why, it was only the right thing in the right place, wasn't it?" Mrs. Diamond looked at him from head to foot, as one might a perfect stranger. Then she said, half in wonder, half in triumph, "Diamond, I believe I'm making a man of you after all." Chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 16. Earlier that very evening, Phil Lipcott sat in his counting-house, though to call it such was rank flattery. A man-high partition, with a square foot of glass pane fitted in at the upper end, so as to permit a look out into the shop, the whole piece of a very bad workmanship, for it was Lou's own. Such were the offices of Messrs. Donaldson and Lipcott, where the purely clerical matters of the firm were attended to. But even this makeshift was better than the back parlour, with its litter of wood splinters, feathers, and cardboard wreckage, not to mention the glue and the paints, which notoriously have a born passion for attaching themselves to where they are least wanted, and Lou strongly objected to getting his folios smudged. It was the last day of the month, and, in accordance with the immemorial custom of the firm, the accounts were being made out by Lou, with Christopher seated close to him, dividing his wonder between the cryptic columns of figures and Lou's sure, self-confident manner of handling them. "Turnover better by £9, 11 shillings and 8 farthing than last year this month," announced Lou, having come to the end of his calculations. Christopher shook his head. "I can understand the pounds, the shillings, and the pence," he said slowly. "But what beats me hollow is how you managed to get out that last farthing." Lou laughed cheerily. "I don't think we would have got on like this if we hadn't looked after that odd farthing," he replied, closing the book with a bang. "Yes, we have got on a bit, ain't we, Lou?" said Christopher wistfully. "And we'll have to get on her. Remember, I'm an householder on my own now." "Well, Lou, my boy, I've let you have your own way mostly in everything. Try as hard as you like for yourself." "Then what about setting up our mineral water factory?" asked Lou smilingly. "There you are again. I tell you it isn't time yet for launching out so big. Steady does it. But of course if you're so stiff on it I can't prevent you. After all, you've got as much to say here as me, and God knows when the sale'll be yours altogether." "Christopher!" cried Lou reproachfully. This mineral water factory, as well as several other suggestions of Lou's for the expansion of the business, had been moot points between him and Christopher for some time past. Lou saw many a chance of adding to their profits, but Christopher, with the caution of old age, was loath to leave the beaten tracks of their routine. And though Lou at times managed to extort from him a quasi-consent, he felt bound to look upon it in the light of a downright refusal. But he never grumbled, not even to himself. Each time that old Christopher, he was indeed old Christopher now, expressed his objection, Lou was recompensed by the thought that, by submitting to him unconditionally and putting shackles upon his own desires, he was paying off a tithe of gratitude to the friend to whom he owed so much. And far from being a vexation of soul, his rebuffs became to Lou a taste of the sweetness of self-sacrifice. "Now let me put you into your overcoat and come along," said Lou a little later. "Mother told me particularly to bring you home for the housewarming. She couldn't possibly do without you." "No, thanks, not tonight, boy. Want to nurse myself this evening. I feel a bit shaky." "We'll nurse you all right, better than you would yourself. We'll walk slowly down to the High Street and take the tram right to the very turning. It's only the second house from the top." But Christopher persisted in his refusal. "I'm only a stranger, and you'll want to be by yourselves the first evening, and your brother is coming down too, you say. Ask me again in a week or two." With that, Lou had to rest contented. He went out to put up the shutters. They had agreed to close an hour early tonight, and came back to what now served old Christopher not only as workshop, but also as sitting and bedroom. The upper chamber, which had combined the purposes of the latter two, had become a year ago a magazine for stock, to the great satisfaction of Christopher, because it implied growth of business, and much more, because by a bad arrangement over which he had no control, the staircase seemed to lengthen out just at a time when his breath became considerably shorter. "Then I'll just make you comfortable for the evening," said Lou, and in a twinkling the floor was swept of its litter, the glue and the paint pots had disappeared into their cupboard, and the grate blazed up high with added fuel. For Christopher now always imagined he felt cold, and nothing but the sight of a fire, even in the summer, would counteract his fancy. Lou pulled up the armchair, of which he had made Christopher a present on his last birthday, put the kettle on, and dished up the supper of cold meat, bread, and pickles. Then he fetched out the bottle of rum, and sliced up a lemon, for now that Christopher had definitely discarded his pipe, with recurrent maledictions on that nuisance of an asthma, he was reluctantly compelled to resort to a glass or two of hot rum to woo the sleep which otherwise fled his eyelids. It was a sad day for the old man when he had to strip his buttonhole of its blue ribbon. It was to him as though he had lost caste. "I don't think I've forgotten anything," said Lou, looking round him. "Don't think so either. Whoever knew Lou Lipcott to forget anything?" Lou smiled his pleasure at the compliment. "Then till tomorrow," he said, his hand on Christopher's shoulder. "Yes, and be careful to walk into the house right foot first. I forgot you don't believe in those things." "No, but I believe in doing what you're pleased at. That's why it'll be right foot first." It was now Christopher's turn to smile his thanks, on which Lou made his departure. Usually it was a smile of Christopher's that was taken to act as the full stop to the day's proceedings. Lou swung down the street as if he owned it,
and a few more besides. Why should he not feel buoyant? The world was going, well with him. Certainly in the 5 years that had passed he had not spared himself, but the strenuousness and the striving, the battling through summer's heat and winter's cold, the obstinate wrestling with the malignant power of untoward circumstance had not gone for nothing. From the very start Lou had made his influence felt in the business. It began to move slowly. Although Christopher showed himself averse to any radical departure from the old-fashioned methods, he readily countenanced any attempt of Lou's, and of these each week saw at least one, to develop the concern on more legitimate lines. So it was that Donaldson and Lipcott, for Lou had yielded after the first year to old Christopher's importunities, and had allowed his name to figure over the shop door, Donaldson and Lipcott, let it be known, had advanced from a 10th-rate retail house to the position of wholesale agency and distributing centre to the neighbourhood. It supplied goods to at least a dozen of the little trumpery stores that played at being shops, and somehow the reputation of the firm for fair dealing and cheapness had taken root among the itinerant hawkers and barrow-mongers for a mile around. And as a matter of fact, it was not long before Lou had discovered the sinful usefulness of the middleman, and had gone straight to the manufacturers for his supplies. Once he was even bold enough to suggest to Christopher the advisability of opening negotiations with Germany, but the latter had flouted the idea as being too venturesome, and, moreover, savouring to some extent of a want of patriotic sentiment. It was out of sheer disappointment at the rebuff that Lou, that same afternoon, had obtained by personal canvass the contract to furnish with toys and sweetmeats for its periodic treats an elementary school, to which, in the course of time, he had added 4 others. With his success grew Lou's self-respect, which, however, he took good care did not degenerate into a smug self-complacency. It manifested itself chiefly in the sense of incongruity between the sordidness of Narrow Alley and his possession of a balance to his credit at the Post Office Savings Bank. And so, when 3 weeks ago he informed his mother that he had rented a house in a respectable side-turning off the Mile End Road at 16 shillings a week, Mrs. Lipcott expressed no surprise, for she had long since left off wondering at anything that Lou did. It was quite 3 years ago that she had given up the menial drudgery of the wash-tub, and if she now occupied herself in the more dignified department of needlework, for which she stood in great demand among her former patrons, it was only at her own earnest entreaty to be allowed a pastime. The removal from Narrow Alley had taken place 2 days before. The new furniture, of course, had necessitated some bloodletting of the savings bank account, but Lou had early come to a correct view of money as a means to an end, as the servant, and not as the master. He confirmed the correctness of his view by the pleasure it had given him to see the loaded-up van pull up and discharge itself piece by piece into the new home. When he had left for business that morning, everything stood in its right place, and the final touches could be safely delegated to his mother. And now, as he inserted the key into the house door, his heart beat as high as that of any monarch on first entering into his kingdom. His mother came running out into the passage. Silently he embraced her, and that was all which the two considered necessary. They wondered it was so much, in the matter of mutual congratulation. "Phil come yet?" asked Lou, stepping into the sitting-room. "He wrote he wouldn't be here before 8, replied Mrs. Lipcott, looking at the new clock for the 20th time that day, with an unwonted but comforting feeling that she could tell to a hair's breadth at what rate the world was moving. Lou utilized the interval for a critical inspection, while Mrs. Lipcott descended to the area kitchen, where the hissing and broiling hearth-range claimed her, and where, from its place of honour, the old copper kettle shone upon her with melancholy pride at being the sole surviving relic of a departed order of things. It was not till 20 minutes past 8 that a rat-tat, which could only be Phil's, brought them both to the door. "Couldn't find the place," Phil explained his lateness after exchanging greetings. "Seems so funny to have to knock at the house door to be let in to you. They never went in for knockers, and rarely for house doors in Narrow Alley, you will remember. Pretty little cottage, this." And then, sinking his voice, he continued, "Who lives downstairs?" "We do," said Lou. "And the top floor?" "The same." "And this floor?" "The people that live top and bottom," replied Lou with a twinkle. "What? You don't mean to say you keep the whole house?" At that Lou's twinkle developed into a hearty laugh, in which Mrs. Lipcott joined, though in her case it presently became hushed, and she took to fumbling vaguely at her apron. Then she did some hard blinking, and her eyes saw clear again. She might well feel moved to pride that overflowed into thankfulness. It was some time since she had seen her two boys together, and now, after the long interval of comparison, each seemed to set the other off to better advantage. Phil had grown tall. He stood half a head higher than Lou, and on the lithe, straight frame poised the student's face and forehead, with the clear-cut profile and sensitive mouth, and the soft, dreamy eyes which, however, one suspected, could look very hard and wide awake once the brain behind them had set out in pursuit of the goal to be attained. The air of delicate refinement about him stood out well against, and at the same time accentuated, the sturdy strength of Lou, cast altogether in a heavier mould, with his extensive ridge of shoulder, which he carried as though in veritable challenge to the burdens of life. The features at first glance appeared commonplace, showing nothing of the inner man, until one got a hint from the square-hewn chin, and noted, with a start almost, the absolute neutrality of the eyes that made their owner a sphinx which kept its own counsel, and would never let you know how much it knew of yours. A contradictory face it was, formidable, and yet sterlingly honest, and making it depend, as it were, on the state of your conscience, which of the two you were to consider it. And as Mrs. Lipcott's glance passed from Phil to Lou, and from Lou back again to Phil, she knew that, however little of the credit might belong to her, it was with a good heart that she could hold her face up to the world and call herself a mother. With true housewifely pride, Mrs. Lipcott dragged Phil off to point out to him one by one the glories of the well-appointed kitchen, and then handed him over to Lou while she laid the table for supper in the adjoining breakfast-room. Phil followed Lou over the remainder of the house with a persistent silence, which Lou, as a natural conclusion, set down to astonishment. But when Phil spoke next, his voice sounded anything but surprised. "Why didn't you tell me about all this before?" "Why, what difference would it have made?" smiled Lou. "Oh, not much. Besides, it was quite a selfish sort of reason that made me ask the question." "Selfish?" "Well, it would have saved me worrying about you, and kept my thoughts more steadily to my work, had I known." "That never struck me," stammered Lou, taken aback, "and I thought you'd guess." "Of course I guessed, but that's what I complain of.
I never dared to guess as much as this, and now, when I ought to be wringing your hand off in congratulations, I can only feel like a fool that's been jolly well hoaxed." Lou was still floundering about for a reply when Mrs. Lipcott called up the staircase, informing them that everything was ready. Silently the two descended. "Well, I never! What a spread, mother!" exclaimed Phil cheerily. Lou at once noticed the change in Phil's demeanour, but the change gave him little satisfaction, because it was only too obvious that it was mainly due to regard for their mother, and not for himself. He grew painfully perplexed. It almost humiliated him to find Phil in a mood he could not understand. "I hope you've kept yourself hungry for it," said Mrs. Lipcott. "I've tried to, but you mustn't mind if I don't quite come up to your expectation." That he certainly did not, and it was a wonder to Lou how persistently he kept up his good humour and genial flow of talk between Mrs. Lipcott's pressing remonstrances. It was plain that Phil had determined to make the occasion the success it deserved to be, at whatever cost to himself, and Lou's gratitude made him feel the brotherhood between them as he had never felt it before. "I may start residence at Cambridge in a fortnight," said Phil presently. "What? So soon?" came from Lou and his mother. "I needn't for another 12-month, but what's the use of wasting time? The day after tomorrow I am going up for my entrance scholarship. It will depend on my getting it." "Leave something for the other chaps, there's a good boy," jested Lou. "Let the other chaps look after themselves," replied Phil with a truculence hardly called for by Lou's jest. It was the plea of having to put in another hour's reading before bedtime that obtained Phil permission to cut his visit much shorter than usual. At first he seemed inclined to make a further departure from custom by refusing Lou's company to the station, but Lou, for the first time that evening, asserted his old ascendancy by just putting on his hat and preceding Phil into the street. "What's the matter, Phil?" he asked abruptly, as soon as they had fallen into step. "I knew you were going to ask that," replied Phil, "and that was why I didn't want you to come. And now I've come, you may as well tell me." "Well, you saw what was the matter. Wasn't I bad-tempered enough?" "You seemed a bit snappy with me," said Lou quietly. "That's where you were wrong. I wasn't quarrelling with you at all. I was quarrelling with myself." "Yes, I suppose that's very annoying, to feel keen on a good row and have nobody to answer you back." "I'm not joking, Lou. And you know why I'm angry at myself?" "No, but you're just going to tell me." "Because I'm jealous of you, Lou. I'm horribly jealous of you." Lou stopped in amazement. "Then, Phil, what do you mean?" escaped him. "I mean that you've done such a lot, and I nothing at all, and I'm only a year younger than you." "Goodness me, what's the lot I've done?" Phil looked at him keenly. "I know it isn't vanity that makes you ask that," he replied slowly. "You don't want me to sing your praises, but what's the meaning of all I've seen tonight?" "The meaning? A few years of honest work with a stroke or two of luck thrown in, that's all. And how about yourself, Mr. Grumbler?" continued Lou, checking Phil's reply. "What about those dozens of prizes and things you pulled off? What about being the youngest head boy your school ever had? That's nothing, of course. And just let me tell you, the way you got your little lot is better than mine, because it's all honest work and flukes don't count in your line of business. The difference between the two of us is that I'm contented with what I've got, because I know there's a lot more to come and can wait for it. And you, well, you're cross with tomorrow because it isn't today." "No, Lou, that's not what makes me discontented," said Phil soberly. It's the thought that however much I may do, I'll never be able to give myself a single thank you for it. Take yourself. Whatever you've done, you needn't deduct any discount off it and make it so cheap that it's hardly worth anything. Goodness, how proud it must make you feel to look at what you've got and say, it's all through you and for you. But what I've got is all through and for a stranger, the dearest woman, God bless her, that ever was next to mother, but a stranger all the same. And to get it, I bartered away the only legacy father left me, his name. Lou, I'd exchange all the scholarships I've ever had, or am likely to have, for the privilege of having brought a single quartern loaf for mother. I hardly dare say my mother. Lou heard him out patiently, then shook his head. No, Phil, you don't put the case properly at all. In the first place, it's all bunkum about my belonging lock, stock and barrel to myself, and owing nobody. Where would I have been if old Christopher hadn't come my way and held me up under the arms till I'd learned to stand on my own feet, if needs be? But that's the worst of you studying chaps. You've only got to be touched with a finger-tip and you wriggle. Perhaps I am too sensitive, admitted Phil. Most of us Jews are that, you know. Well, a lot of prodding makes you rather tender, continued Lou, but that's hardly to the point. You call yourself names because you weren't independent and all that sort of thing like me, but if you had been, you bet your boots you wouldn't have been alive at all. Supposing you hadn't got your chance in the nick of time, what would have happened? Very likely you'd have gone in for the same thing as me and have worried yourself dead, knowing you weren't suited and were only going to make a hash of yourself. Or else, not being able to withstand your natural liking, you'd have plodded on killingly at the game you're now playing nice and comfortable, and have knocked your brains out trying to get through a brick wall. Now, what pays better, especially for us Jews, to get a leg up to the top, or to trudge your own weary way down to a cropper? And what concerns father's legacy, as you call it, that's all right. As long as you put some shine into the name of Jew, Dad won't mind what particular name the Jew goes by. Phil pondered Lou's words for a minute or so. You know what, he said finally, it seems to me that I've lost even more than I thought by leaving home. Why? What have you lost now? Watching you make progress. I've got to know dozens and dozens of fellows during my time at school. Rattling fine ones, some of them, I can assure you, but I don't think the lot of them together would have taught me the things that one doesn't get from books half as well as you might have taught me them. Now that's a compliment, Lou, but I'll stick to it. Compliments are only compliments when you can take 'em with one hand and pass them back with the other. And I take yours, Phil, said Lou gravely. It took me a long time to understand, went on Phil, but it's clear as daylight to me now. You're refusing to come up to Aunt's all those years. Do you know, I set it down to sheer pig-headedness or some stupid sort of sulks. Instead, you were only nursing your self-respect, sort of waiting till you might meet them equal to equal. And that's what you meant by your "it isn't time yet." Am I right, Lou? Yes, that was pretty well my idea of it. Well, as for me, I can't help fancying that if anybody sweller than I had only held up their finger to me, I shouldn't have bothered much about self-respect, and would have walked straight into their parlour and sat down in their best easy-chair. But you, oh, I did feel annoyed last prize day, when you hid right at the back of the hall and rushed mother off as soon as you could, only to get out of Aunt's way, I suppose. She was awfully disappointed, and as for Dulcie, she'd made me fag all through the crowd to look for you. She said she didn't believe I was 2 inches taller than you, and she wanted to see for herself." Lou turned his head from Phil's reproachful glance. "It was grand, Phil, grand," he replied, ignoring Phil's main point, "to see you stand up there before those hundreds of people and hear you rattle off that long speech without turning a hair, and all the other boys cheering the roof off for you each time you walked on the platform to get the medals and the books. I'll tell you, Phil, you brought Mother her quartern loaf that day." "Do you think so?" asked Phil anxiously. "A quartern and a half, Phil." "And you said what's her name, Dulcie, sent you to look for me, for us? Why, fancy, here we are at the station." "Of course, I shall let you know at once how I've got on," said Phil. "You may as well tell me now," said Lou. Phil laughed, and Lou regarded his laugh as an achievement. He still did not quite know what to make of Phil's behaviour, and would have considered it no explanation to be told that he had for the first time come into contact with the artistic temperament. But what he considered more inexplicable still was that the little lady whom he had once offended by calling her gloves mittens should think it worth while, after all this time, to make sure that he was 2 inches shorter than Phil. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 17. "Never mind, Effie dear. They'll be all right. Don't cry any more," said Dulcie. "I can't help it," sobbed Effie. "Let's put our hair up and play at being out," suggested Dulcie. "How could I, Dulcie, with Papa and Mamma gone away for 6 months, all the way to Australia, and Papa looking so white and poorly, and oh, Dulcie, I feel so frightened about what I said a few weeks ago." "What was that? I don't remember." "Yes, you do. The day I pinned that wool monkey to the back of Mademoiselle's jacket, and she walked out into the street like that, and all the people laughed at her, and she came back in a dreadful paddy, and gave notice, and Papa threatened he'd send me to a boarding school." "Oh, yes," broke in Dulcie, "and you said that rather than go there, you'd run away and ask them to take you in at the first orphan asylum you came across." "It's that orphan asylum that frightens me," gulped Effie. "Suppose God took me at my word, do you think he might, Dulcie?" "I don't think so, but to be on the safe side, you might stop crying a moment or two and pray he shouldn't." And while Effie is acting on her friend's suggestion, the opportunity may be taken to explain that 4 days ago Mr. and Mrs. Elkin had started on an extended sea journey because the former's health had broken down suddenly. Effie, without having had her wishes consulted in the matter, had been left behind in charge of Mrs. Duveen, for Mrs. Elkin desired to bestow her whole and undivided attention on her invalid husband, without having to give toll of it to that wayward 15-year-old of hers. And now the latter was unbosoming her grief at the occurrence in the seclusion of what had been set apart for herself and Dulcie as a schoolroom, after solemn assurances from both that they would not look upon the arrangement as a heaven-sent opportunity for indulging in a bacchanalia of idleness. "I feel much better now," said Effie after a pause. "I know why I was taken like that tonight, because everybody's out. Auntie Duveen paying visits, and Uncle Bram said he'd come home early and he hasn't, and Phil gone up to Cambridge to try for that scholarship of his." "But I'm here," interrupted Dulcie. You're only another me, and that's exactly what makes me sad and lonely twice over." Dulcie was dubious whether or not to construe this into a compliment,
Then, giving herself the benefit of the doubt, she remarked, "If I feel sad, I like to be quite alone till I have felt it all out of me." "Oh, different people have different ways of doing it," replied Effie with an assumption of great wisdom. "My way is as good as yours, though, I should think," said Dulcie. "There's nothing like having a good opinion of yourself," said Effie loftily. "I should call yours a jolly rotten way." "Effie, you know it isn't ladylike to talk slang." "I'll talk anything I like. I'll talk French to you, only you're such a dunce you wouldn't understand it." "Not your French, I don't suppose, so you needn't try." "Of course you always must have the last word," flung Effie. "That's better than having the first in a quarrel," retorted Dulcie. "Anyway, you haven't got much manners, else you'd remember I was your guest and got to be treated politely." Dulcie gave a gasp and looked at Effie. Effie saw the look of contrition start over the other's face, and the next moment a miniature cannonade proceeded from the two closely pressed mouths. "Dear, dear, now we've quarrelled again, and we promised Phil we wouldn't any more," exclaimed Effie, flinging the straggling strands of gypsy hair back into their place. "But it does feel so lovely making up again afterwards, doesn't it, Dulcie dear? And if only I kept it going so that you might forget a bit about your papa and mamma." "Oh, you dear!" "And that's a good enough reason for Phil not scolding us for not keeping our word." "I'm sorry I didn't keep my word, but who cares about Phil scolding?" "I do, and you do as well, I know you do." Effie opened her lips mutinously, and, shutting them again on second thoughts, averted her head. "You know, Effie," said Dulcie confidentially, "when I've done anything wrong I feel more afraid of Phil than I do of mamma." "Yes, that's because his way of scolding makes you so uncomfortable. He doesn't call you any names, and he doesn't use spiteful words, but he just looks at you, at me I should rather say, with such a God forgive you sort of face that I feel I ought to pack up my things and go to Bogey without saying good-bye to anyone. I knew he was a goody-goody the first time I saw him." "He isn't a goody-goody," flared up Dulcie. "He made 87 not out for his school the last cricket match of the season." It was not quite so obvious how that disproved Effie's allegation, but Effie seemed to accept it as a repudiation, for she said, "That's true. Still, I don't see why you should get so indignant about it. You used to hate him in the beginning. You told me so many a time, you know." Dulcie coloured. "Only because I was a little fool," she said, "and now I'm making up for it by being proud of him all I can." "Oh, why didn't mamma get hold of an elder brother like that for me?" broke in Effie suddenly, with an angry stamp of her foot. "No one ever gave me what I really wanted. Sometimes I'd try for hours at a stretch to fancy myself a boy, so that I might feel what it is like to be my own brother." Dulcie laughed a little, but immediately resumed seriousness when she saw Effie meant what she said. "Still, I haven't kept him all to myself. I've let you have a fair share of him, haven't I?" "That's what makes it worse. It's like accepting charity. Oh, Dulcie, you're ever so much better than I am. If he were mine, you could have broken your heart, and I wouldn't have let you have even his little finger. Dulcie, stop your ears while I say it. Once or twice I could almost have hated you for having to be grateful to you. Am I not wicked?" "Not wicked, only very proud," replied Dulcie, a little disconcerted by Effie's vehemence. "But then, of course, it isn't your fault that your papa comes from those old Jewish, what do you call them? Oh yes, hidalgos." "Not my fault?" echoed Effie with glistening eyes. "And perhaps you think I'd blame him for it. Why,
I'd sooner be a Spanish Jewess than an English Duchess, though it isn't such a bad thing to be that. Oh, they were a grand lot. I read all about them, every word. You know, Phil once wrote an essay about them, and I got hold of it on the sly. And when he came to describe how they were burnt before all the people, well, I could almost smell the burning flesh. Ugh, interjected Dulcie, and could hear them singing "The Lord is King" with their last breath. Oh, it was fine. You don't know how sorry I am I wasn't born in those days, went on Effie with rapturous regret, just for the glory of getting burnt at the stake and having essays written about you. Now I can just imagine myself walking along in the procession. I bet I'd have made the Grand Inquisitor so angry that he wouldn't have given me any brushwood so that I might frizzle longer. And I should have enjoyed it tremendously, especially the procession. Yes, but didn't they have to wear sugarloaf hats and long robes with things painted on them? Dulcie reminded her. Effie's face fell. Oh, I forgot that. That wouldn't have done at all. You can't look very stately and dignified with a sugarloaf hat on your head and coloured little devils crawling all over your dress, can you? Not very, agreed Dulcie. And that's, I think, the real reason why some of the women pretended to turn Christian, said Effie with conviction. Dulcie, however, was thinking of something else. But it's a good thing to be proud. I wish I were. What makes you say that? Then perhaps I should leave off sending people messages when they don't answer them. Dulcie, you haven't been writing love letters. Effie, how can you say that? Well then, why make so much mystery? I didn't make any mystery. I told you each time I did it. About Phil's brother, you know, asking him to come and see us. There you are again with Phil's brother. That's all you seem to think of. I don't, cried Dulcie indignantly. I don't think of him for months at a time. It's only when I happen to hear Mamma telling Uncle Bram about the poor people she's been to see down the East End that I remind myself of the time, twice it was, when Mamma let me come with her, and how sorry I felt for him, with his thin cheeks and peaky mouth and patched elbows. I only want to meet him once more, just to see whether he still looks so hungry. Well, why don't you ask Phil? What? Ask Phil whether his brother still looks starved? Cried Dulcie, aghast. No, I don't suppose he would like it, conceded Effie hastily. But I wouldn't worry any more about the other one. He can't be up to much, or he wouldn't keep hiding himself like that. I dare say he's become a cobbler's boy or something equally grand, and goes about all day with a greasy apron and a dirty face. Perhaps it is as you say, Effie, but I do hope he isn't a cobbler's boy, said Dulcie fervently. For Phil's sake, she added as an afterthought. Her uncertainty on the matter was natural, considering the fact that Phil, acting on Lou's instructions, only referred to the latter's occupation in vague and general terms. And the recollection of this, recurring to Dulcie's mind, tended to add a darker hue to her misgivings. It made her very sad. She wished with all her heart that she could get herself to believe in Phil Lipcott. She would even have preferred to know that he spurned her overtures for further acquaintance out of pure dislike for herself, rather than out of a sense of his own unworthiness. She would have preferred it, for Phil's sake, she told herself. A vigorous tug at the street bell roused her from the meditations into which she had drifted. "Auntie Duveen!" cried Effie. "No, she doesn't ring like that. It's Uncle Bram," said Dulcie. "I say, Dulcie, while I think of it, you won't tell Phil I've been crying such a lot?" "Of course not." "Nor that I read his essay on the sly?"
"Unless I want to own up about myself as well," smiled Dulcie. "Where do you think I got to know about the sugarloaf hats?" A resonant ahem outside the door precluded a further interchange of confessions, and sent the two flying into the arms of the entering Uncle Bram. The parts of him that received first attention was his pockets. "Now then, you thieves, I shall have you up for highway robbery," he exclaimed, looking ludicrously grim and bristling, but standing stiff as a statue to facilitate the process of overhauling. Effie and Dulcie squeaked delighted defiance at his anger, and flourished their booty, pink square boxes tied with rose ribbon, provokingly in his face. Such was usually the routine of Uncle Bram's entrance. "Pay up immediately, no credit given," he commanded, and he had no need to play the dun. The two mouths settled promptly. Then, having put himself back into tolerable shape, Uncle Bram asked, "Any letter or wire from Phil? Jane said she didn't know." "Nothing since last night," replied Dulcie, not very distinctly. Grumbled Uncle Bram. "If I'd known that, I shouldn't have hurried so to get back." "Oh, that's why you promised to come in early, did you?" pouted Effie. "Then you can go away again." "And come back with more chocolates, eh? Oh, the ingratitude of the world," said Uncle Bram sorrowfully to the ceiling. "Then don't make uncomplimentary remarks," retorted Effie. "We're as good as Phil any day, though we may not be half so clever." "Dulcie, won't you protect your poor old uncle against these cruelties?" groaned Uncle Bram. "Certainly not. You deserve them. But you can have a caramel if you promise not to do it again." And what could Uncle Bram do but swallow the caramel, for which he had a cordial dislike, as a tacit guarantee of good behaviour? He had long ago come to the conclusion that it would be useless to attempt to revolt against his self-imposed oppressors, but even thus he could not resist the folly of trying to wreak upon them a cruel revenge. "Tomorrow evening begins the Feast of Tabernacles," he said reflectively. "Yes, and we're going to help decorate the synagogue tabernacle," cried Effie. "Like we did last year and the year before," added Dulcie proudly. It may be stated for the benefit of the uninitiated, if only in illustration of the tenacity of the Jewish character, that the 40 years of wandering in the wilderness are commemorated even now, after the lapse of 150 of centuries, by the erection of wooden foliage-roofed structures, symbolic tents. As a compromise for those whom lack of space or inclination forfends from attaching such a one to their homes, there exists, adjoining most places of worship, a congregational building in the beautification of which the lady relatives of the more prominent members take a special delight. Hence the futile fiendishness of Uncle Bram's plan. "I presume you are aware that I am warden of our synagogue?" he concluded with affected guilelessness. "Of course," replied Dulcie. "That's exactly why we get permission to make ourselves useful." "That's exactly why tomorrow you will not get permission to make yourselves useful," mimicked Uncle Bram. "What do you mean? You can't stop us," said Dulcie. "Can't I? I shall simply give Mr. Brown, the caretaker, strict orders not to admit you." Dulcie laughed out derisively, but Effie, somehow, seemed inclined to take the matter more seriously. "And you know what I will do?" she said, planting herself formidably in front of Uncle Bram. "I'll sneak out while the service is on and pull everything to pieces. I will." Dulcie plucked her furtively by the sleeve and whispered, "Don't, Effie. Don't you see he's only joking?" "What? Uncle Bram, you are only joking?" asked Effie with a naivete which ought to have warned everybody who only knew her a quarter. But Uncle Bram, the simpleton, took her in good faith and guffawed hugely. "In that case he's got to be punished for frightening us," continued Effie, affecting a great indignation. "Dulcie, what is he to buy you?" Then Uncle Bram saw the trap into which he had been lured, and though he struggled heroically, he was not let off before having been mulcted of a Daniel Deronda for Dulcie, all for her own self, with her name on the flyleaf, and an album of Brahms for Effie. Possibly it might have gone much harder for him, were it not for the arrival of Mrs. Duveen, who was known to object to such exploitation of her brother. Her first question was about news from Phil. "I can't understand it," she said disappointedly. "He must have written last night. Ah, here it is," she exclaimed, as the perennial Jane brought in a letter on a tray. "That's not from Phil," said Effie, though she was furthest off. "Oh, no, it isn't," cried Mrs. Duveen, almost dropping it in her vexation. "From whom can it be? Oh dear, it's from that Mrs. Dymond," she went on, her vexation now tempered with amusement. "Invitation cards for something. Mr. and Mrs. Dymond request the pleasure of your company on the occasion of their being bridegroom of the law," she read. "And here's another for you, Bram, to the treasurer of the Synagogue Union, and another to Miss Dulcie and Master Phil, and a 4-page letter to all of us. What on earth are we to do, Bram?" "Go, of course," said Bram. "You know she won't leave us in peace till she has dragged us down to her house." "I suppose so," agreed Mrs. Duveen resignedly. "So let's start at making up our minds to do it at once. Oh, what a nuisance! And I've kept away as long as possible to give Phil's wire more chance of coming." "Don't fidget like that, Rose," said Uncle Bram. "Surely Phil can be trusted to take care of himself." "I'm not thinking of that, Bram, but I'm afraid it's a bad sign. He said the papers were looked through immediately, and the result known the day after. That's today." "Phil's never missed anything he's gone in for, and he'd be so disgusted to break his record," chimed in Dulcie. Effie said nothing, but her face bore a curious expression of consciousness which, however, no one remarked. And of course it never struck anybody to ask whether it was something more than good eyesight that made her so pat in declaring that the address on the cover just received was not in Phil's handwriting. Then they all went down to dinner, during which Mrs. Dymond's invitation came in for more detailed discussion. Effie proved herself vastly entertaining by giving excellent imitations of that good lady's more pronounced peculiarities, whereat even Mrs. Duveen could only exclaim, "Don't, Effie!" and laugh. But despite the merriment, many an anxious glance was cast at the mantelpiece clock, and when it struck 9, a general air of resignation settled down upon the room. A minute or two later the door opened, and Phil stepped in with a "Good evening, all you people. Don't look so frightened. I came in through the area door." "Well?" came a shout from Mrs. Duveen, Uncle Bram and Dulcie. "He's got it," said Effie calmly. "Yes, I've got it right," laughed Phil, "and I'll have some supper too, if you don't mind." "Oh, you naughty, naughty boy!" exclaimed Mrs. Duveen reproachfully. "Why didn't you wire? We should have known it hours ago." "I thought you might prefer me to be my own messenger," answered Phil, a little awkwardly perhaps. "You weren't born with that hat on, were you?" jested Uncle Bram. "Oh, I beg your pardon," said Phil, removing it, and at the same time looking at Effie, who nodded intelligently. Phil made a rather spasmodic supper, because between his mouthfuls he had to answer at least 3 questions concerning his first impressions and experiences of the Varsity, as he insisted on calling it on every possible occasion. Nor did the marvellous additions to his vocabulary, such as dons, gyps, commons, bedmaker, oak sporting, and other academic technicalities failed to produce the due effect of awe on his wide-eared listeners. Altogether, this was a different Phil to the one of only a few days ago. He had brought back with him an air of assurance, of manly nonchalance. His very voice seemed to have become deeper, fuller, and Uncle Bram was debating with himself seriously whether or not he ought to offer him a cigar. "When do they expect you up?" asked Mrs. Devine. "Next Monday week," replied Phil. "And you won't be so sorry to get rid of us commonplace people, young man?" asked Uncle Bram genially. Phil's face assumed a very serious look, much more serious than the pleasantry warranted, as he answered, "Indeed I shall, Uncle Bram." "And then he'll soon be back here again. Term only lasts 8 weeks," said Effie, proud of being the first to remember the migratory fact. But it seemed strange that Phil, who surely was cognizant of it better than anyone, should have omitted to adduce it, and stranger still that, now it had been pointed out, he should let it pass without corroboration. Nay, more, he appeared embarrassed, and Mrs. Devine noted it. "There, don't worry him any more," she said, "or we'll never get him to tell us anything again. It's our turn now to give him a sensation." And glad of the wherewithal to create a diversion, she produced Mrs. Diamond's invitation. "Will you come?" asked Effie anxiously. "Certainly, if you're all going," replied Phil. "Then we may as well answer at once and set the poor soul's mind at rest," suggested Uncle Bram, and Mrs. Devine agreed. "And I'm going to see that you don't forget to mention that we're going to bring Effie," said Dulcie, following them out into the library. Effie and Phil remained alone, with a somewhat strained silence between them that made the room look twice its size. Presently Effie got up, humming a snatch of song, a little out of tune, and walked over to the piano. The music stool seemed strangely refractory, because it required a good deal of handling before it would stand properly in the centre. But she had only got through the opening bars of a famous allegro that sounded horribly out of keeping with the preceding stillness, when she jumped straight off the stool, came over to where Phil was standing watching her, and looked at him hard. "So you've kept your word," she said. "Of course I did. Didn't you think I would?" "No, but I wished you hadn't." "Why, I thought you wanted to." "Yes, yes," came the querulous reply. "I wanted to be mean as could be, and you oughtn't to have let me." "I'm very sorry," said Phil, half at random. "It didn't strike me till I saw how terribly Auntie Devine fidgeted," continued Effie. "If I hadn't been such a miserable coward, I would have gone up to her and said, 'It's my fault. I made him promise not to write, because I wanted to know the result before anybody else did, if only a second earlier. And if he keeps his hat on when he comes in, it means that he's got it. And for the sake of just 1 second, I'm giving you hours of agony.' It was like a conspiracy. Oh, Phil, why didn't you tell me of it?" Phil looked past her. "I did want to tell you," he quavered, "but you were so sad and wretched at your father and mother having gone away, and I thought it would please you if I agreed to what you asked. It did please you a little, didn't it?" Effie nodded mournfully. "And then, for another thing," added Phil, his voice quite steady, "you deserved to know first." She lifted her eyes in wonder. "Deserved it? How?" "I don't think I should have done such good work if I hadn't known you," replied Phil, his tone once more unsteady. Effie shook her head pensively. "I can't imagine how I made any difference." "I can't either," said Phil readily, "but I fancy it was my listening to your—" and Phil jerked his head in the direction of the piano. "But I never saw you listen," said Effie. "Did you look?" asked Phil with a smile. Effie hesitated. "Well, yes, I did look," she replied finally, "ever so many times, and you just sat there reading away for dear life, it seemed like, and for all you cared I might play myself dead. In fact, you thought me stone deaf. I thought you awfully rude, so I was ditto, and never asked whether I was disturbing you." "No, Effie, it was not ditto-ness that stopped you from asking. It was a bit of unconscious reasoning," said Phil, springing the phrase on her cautiously. "You argued with yourself that if you had been disturbing me, I should have taken myself off to my room." "But you never asked me to play," said Effie, a little inconsequently. "You might have refused. No one knows how to take you." "That means you can never tell whether I'm going to be nasty," said Effie, ruffling. "Or nice," added Phil, and I had to protect myself. I should have felt so hurt at the other thing. Effie's great eyes became greater. "Would you?" she asked. "I never dreamed you noticed anything I said or did." "As much as what other people said or did." "Only as much?" asked Effie anxiously. "Well, a bit more. I don't mind telling you now that we aren't going to see so much of each other." "No," said Effie regretfully, continuing with more cheerfulness. "But of course there are holidays. Vacations you call them, don't you?" "I don't know about the vacations," said Phil quite gruffly. "What do you mean you don't know?" Before Phil could answer, descending footsteps informed them of the return of the 3 letter-writers. "What shall we do about the conspiracy?" asked Effie hurriedly. "Shall I tell?" "I wouldn't. At least, it will pay Aunt better if you don't." "How's that?" "Because now we'll have to love her harder to make up for the wrong we've done her." There was a harshness in Phil's tone that struck Effie as strange and unnecessary, but before she could investigate its cause, Dulcie had bounded into the room, followed more leisurely by the 2 others. "Don't look so anxious, Effie," said Dulcie. "We didn't forget to mention you." Effie shrugged her shoulders ungratefully. Having disposed of the conspiracy question, her mind had reverted to Phil's mysterious hint anent the vacations. She remembered that he owed her an answer, but whatever it might be, she would have to claim it on a future occasion, for Mrs. Devine pointed warningly to the lateness of the hour. To the surprise of everybody, Effie submitted without the customary skirmish for an extension of time, and only Phil guessed the truth. This was the first item in her scheme of reparation. The departure of the 2 girls was followed, at no long interval, by that of Uncle Bram. "I'd like to pat you on the head," he said at parting to Phil, "but I suppose you would consider that an insult, so here's instead." Phil's fingers closed cordially over the extended hand of the other, so cordially that Uncle Bram could not forbear to repeat once more, this time half in earnest, a boast he had formulated some time ago jestingly. "Your masters may have taught you a lot of Latin and Greek, but I have taught you a thing which is quite as valuable in life: how to shake hands properly. So long, boy." When Phil came back into the room, he found Mrs. Devine comfortably ensconced in an armchair. "What, going to make a late night of it, Aunt?" he said with a gaiety that sounded forced. "Well, we have a rather important point to settle," replied Mrs. Devine, "and we may as well get done with it as soon as possible. I mean, of course, your allowance at Cambridge." Phil's eyes dropped, and he had to clear his throat before he replied, No, Aunt, that matter is all settled. My sizarship is worth 100 a year. Then I shall have a leaving exhibit of 60 from the school." "Yes, I know," said Mrs. Devine unsuspiciously, "because I have inquired. It can be done on 160, and less perhaps, but there is absolutely no reason why you should stint yourself. Above all, I am anxious that you should get the full benefit of the social side of university life, and that costs money." "Still, I shall manage all right on what I've got of my own," said Phil with a curious persistence. Mrs. Devine looked at him in wonder. "I don't understand you, Phil," she said helplessly. Phil returned her glance very steadily as he replied, "Let me explain, Aunt. I don't think it's right of me to accept your help now that I can stand by myself. You can easily find a better object for the money you want to spend on me. If I took it, I might perhaps be robbing somebody else." Mrs. Devine's hands moved nervously in her lap. Her mouth was very tense. "I think you are right, Phil," she replied quietly. "No doubt it will be to your advantage to start as early as possible training yourself in habits of independence. I'm sorry. I ought to have thought of it before." "Well, you see, Aunt," said Phil eagerly, "it never struck me till the other day when I went to see Lou and Mother in the new home. You don't know what Lou has done. He has simply worked wonders, all single-handed, or nearly all. It has made a man of him, too." "Yes, I dare say he's a good example to follow," said Mrs. Devine, yet more quietly than before, almost in a whisper. "It will help me tremendously to know I've got nothing to expect from anybody but myself," resumed Phil quite buoyantly. "Of course, the first few vacations, they will have to keep me on trust." Mrs. Devine sat up as though stung. "Keep you on trust? Who?" I forgot," said Phil in confusion. "I ought to have told you that when I come back to town I intend to live at Mother's." Beyond paling a little, Mrs. Devine showed unmoved as she said, "Yes, you ought certainly to do that." Phil kept silent, disconcerted at the ease with which he had won what he had looked forward to as a hard-fought struggle. "It would be bad for you to remain in surroundings that will remind you of a time when you did not expect everything from yourself," added Mrs. Devine gently. Phil started. So the fight was not over yet. Perhaps it was only beginning. At any rate, he had his first wound. "Don't think me ungrateful," he said humbly. "I shall never forget what you have done for me." "This isn't a question of gratitude," replied Mrs. Devine with apparent calm. "It is a mere matter of exchange. You have given me good value in return for anything I might have done for you. During the 6 years you stayed under my roof, you added greatly to my happiness. You made me forget the afflictions I have suffered more easily than I should have done otherwise, and at best I could only look upon you as a loan, never as a gift. There has always been a tacit contract between us that the arrangement should terminate as soon as one or the other of us grew tired of it. I could guarantee for myself, but I was ever ready for the moment, which had to come sooner or later, when your heart would drag you back to your own people, and when you could resent the attempt of a stranger to filch a tithe of the affection you ought to bestow elsewhere without discount or deduction. No, Phil, I repeat that no consideration of gratitude ought to make you waver in your decision. I admit cheerfully the balance of advantage was on my side." Phil was nonplussed. Mrs. Devine's attitude was so foreign to that which he thought natural in her under the circumstances. Greatly to his surprise, he felt something like anger steal over him. "There, wasn't I right?" he said almost bitterly.
only mention the idea of my leaving you, and you show yourself perfectly satisfied. You don't make the slightest effort to keep me back. Why, you simply seem to jump at the chance of getting rid of me." Mrs. Duvine's face flushed slightly. Hope had breathed upon it. She was meeting an extreme situation with extreme measures, and it seemed she had achieved something already. "My dear Phil," she said with an uncertain smile, "if this were only a ruse of yours to test my appreciation of you, I should have seen through it and answered differently. But you have made it too plain that you regard your relationship to me as a yoke, and then you expect me to give away my pride by asking you to go on wearing it. When all is over between us, I want you to think of me with respect." The words were measured and dispassionate. Not even the sharpest ear could have detected the heartbeats that pulsed furiously behind them. Phil stared before him in baffled bewilderment. What was he to do now? He wanted her to remonstrate, to oppose his project tooth and nail, so that it might have an opportunity for arguing and convincing, not her, but himself, that he was right. But above this unquestioning acquiescence of hers, the innermost voice of his conscience rang out with terrible distinctness. It did not flatter him. It dwarfed what he had dignified with the name of a great and noble resolution into its true proportions as an act of ignoble thoughtlessness. That, surely, it told him, was not the stuff self-reliance was made of. True manliness did not consist in trampling down, but in stooping lovingly over obligations that held up silently appealing hands. And that was what galled him most. She did not want his gratitude. Nay, rather than humble herself by accepting it, she pretended that she owed him thanks. And then his heart spake out, and asked him why he had brought upon it the agony of cold words that cut like knives, from lips whose merest breath had healed and comforted, had wafted the balm of tender solicitude. There was only one way of putting an end to such questions, and he took it. "No, aunt," he said, coming close to her and speaking fiercely. "You ought not to have asked me to stay. You ought not to have said a single word. You should have just pointed with your finger to the door." "I don't know whether I should have done it dramatically enough, and besides, you might not have understood," replied Mrs. Duvine, smiling tremulously. "For heaven's sake, aunt, don't smile at me, or you'll make me blubber, and I could never forgive you for that. Why should you smile at me? For wanting to throw you away like an old glove, and telling you of it as unconcernedly as if I were asking you to pass the mustard? Oh, aunt, if you'd only say to me, 'Phil, you little cad,' I should consider it the highest compliment you've ever paid me." "Oh, I can't flatter you as much as that," said Mrs. Duvine, still smiling despite Phil's protest. "But I'll make a compromise and say, 'Phil, you 5'10.5" of stupidness, don't you see that all this had to come one day or another? In fact, I should have been disappointed if it hadn't. I may almost say alarmed. You were only passing through your phase of discontent and revolt, like all men of normal constitution. In your case it comes a little earlier, but then you were always precocious. But you can hardly be held responsible for whatever shape the outcome may assume." Phil bit his lip gloomily. "That's right," he said, his eyes downcast. "Go on making apologies for me. Why don't you say straightway that I have behaved like a saint and a gentleman? But I'll tell you what my outbreak—it sounds quite nice like that—has done for me, and it couldn't have done anything better. It knocked me off my little pedestal with a crash. Of course you didn't notice I was getting as conceited as Lucifer. You never do notice anything about me that you can't make a copybook text out of. I was getting to think myself such a decent and self-righteous fellow, that with a little more thinking I should have grown into the awfullest prig that ever defiled God's earth. You see, some good is sure to come out of anything you are mixed up with." "Hush, Phil," said Mrs. Devine, wan and haggard, for the strain had told terribly. "You must forget all about it, and if you think you owe me an apology, I will let you off with what you just said." "But you will admit that I have more cause to be grateful to you than you to me?" demanded Phil, almost threateningly. "Why should I want your gratitude when I have you?" came the fearless reply. The first thing next morning, Effie got Phil into a corner and heckled him as to what he meant by his reference to the vacations. "Not much," replied Phil, "only, like most boys, I thought I could grow into a man overnight." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18, Part 1 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 18, Part 1. There are probably few men or women so meek and lowly-minded, but have, at one time or other in their existence, felt themselves the hub of the universe, if only for a minute, an hour, a day. With Mrs. Dymond, whom even her best friend could not accuse of being meek and humble-minded, the sensation lasted for a week, to wit, the 8 days dating between the receipt of Mrs. Devine's acceptance and the actual occasion to which it referred. It really showed remarkably well for her powers of endurance that she survived fancying herself for all that time the very essence of things cosmic. Contemporary occurrences of every shade and size, floods, earthquakes, wars that changed the geography of the earth, the overthrow of cabinets, phenomena physical and metaphysical, became merged and centred within a circumference that could be measured by inches, and she took it all smilingly. Hardly smilingly, though, for the bulldog "don't stop me, I'm in a hurry" expression with which she shouldered her way through her errands would have made the Himalayas open a tunnel for her. Having long ago convinced herself that no one could do things half so well as herself, she jealously usurped every item of preparation, except the most menial tasks, in the execution of which she kept a Cerberus eye on Mrs. Saffron, who had succeeded Mrs. Lipcott as her familiar spirit in ordinary. Any offers of assistance from sympathetic neighbours was gruffly refused as a shameless device to put in a claim for an invitation. And the affair, Mrs. Dymond could not repeat it sufficiently often for her gratification, was to be kept strictly select. Of course, the one who suffered most severely under this order of things was Mr. Dymond. He felt as in a city under military law. The strictness of regime made him almost afraid to breathe, and smoking had been interdicted as a matter of course. When he came home from work, tired and hungry, his wife set before him, instead of the greatly desired dinner, some novel idea that had struck her during his absence, and on which he had to expend his last remaining strength in mustering up a fictitious admiration. He could not sit down without being trodden on, he could not stand up without being swept from one room into another, and yet any suggestion of his to go across the way was strongly resented,
because, as Mrs. Dymond once told him under great provocation, she did not see the reason why she should nigger herself to death while he went about gallivanting, or thus she corrected herself in a tenderer moment, just after Mr. Dymond had handed her the £5 note, by which she exceeded her original estimate, because she wished him to be on the spot at all available times, in case there was any occasion to appeal to his judgment. And Mr. Dymond swallowed the barefaced fiction, fervently desiring that it were a plump veal chop instead. But although he tremblingly refrained from any attempt at initiative, all mistakes of commission and omission were promptly put down to his account. Thus, for instance, in the midst of an amiable discussion, of course it was really a monologue, on the desirability of engaging a professional pianist for the evening, Mrs. Dymond's brows suddenly contracted with a jerk that made her husband hold tight to his chair. "And now you've forgotten somebody, Dymond," she said, eyeing him with disfavour. "I daresay I have," said Mr. Dymond, anxiously accommodating, "but I had an idea that you had thought of everybody we could think of." "Then what about the Lipcotts?" "Quite right, Becky, my dear. It'll be nice for Phil to meet them." "Very nice. And that's enough reason for you to waste 2 extra suppers, eh? Oh, you clever man. Now, listen. The way I look at it is this. That boy Lou, who you thought was going to turn out such a blackguard—" "I thought?" "You thought," iterated Mrs. Dymond, and the argument proceeded no further. "That boy Lou is going to be someone one of these days, and if we don't get in with him while he isn't, it's a chance lost. Dear, dear Dymond, when will you learn to see further than your nose?" So it came that the Lipcotts were asked to the select affair, and Lou, on being told so by his mother, laughingly declared that they had now received their patent of nobility, and the least they could do to show their appreciation of the unexpected compliment was to adopt the invitation card as a coat of arms. It always struck Mrs. Dymond regretfully, when in after times her memory harked back to the matter, that, out of the very abundance of her opportunity, she had neglected to taste to the fullest the exhilaration of those great days. It seemed to her a shocking waste of good material. For example, she should have thrilled considerably more on seeing in the columns of the Jewish Examiner (she could spell printed matter plainly), among the lists of bridegrooms of the law of the various synagogues, the name of Mr. Lazarus Dymond. She remembered having noticed with great satisfaction, but not with sufficiently great satisfaction, that the lengthy nomenclature of Mr. Dymond's synagogue had necessitated a lapping over of the line, which in a way made him stand out distinct and prominent among the other figurants in the list. She blamed herself for not having tried hard enough to imagine how the Mr. would have looked with the addition of an S, by which she would have come within easy distance of realizing the great ambition of her life, that of having her name chronicled in the public press. There was, however, one incident which she never divulged, and the memory of which she laboriously thrust from her mind. This was a certain interview with the editor of the above Examiner, in the course of which she had suggested that a reporter should be lodged in her house for the day, in order to take full and accurate notes of the proceedings, to which suggestion the editor had courteously replied that he did not think the occasion of sufficient communal interest, but that he would have much pleasure (he thoughtfully did not say profit) in inserting a home-made account at the usual advertisement rates. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon of the day of days. The warden's box, the bouquets, the laudatory preamble, the procession of the scrolls, all the glory and triumphs of the synagogue ceremonial were things of the past. Mr. and Mrs. Diamond were seated at what they anachronistically called breakfast, alone. The alone implies a bold departure from custom, which only a person of Mrs. Diamond's standing and strength of mind dared permit herself. For she had relegated the spread, by which the bridegroom of the law is expected to signalise his office immediately after the morning service, to the evening programme, converting into additional prestige for herself an act of prudent economy, by the explanation that she had to do it out of compliment to certain high-placed friends of hers who had expressed a strong desire to do her honour by their presence at the function. "I don't know how you can eat so heartily. I couldn't touch a thing," said Mrs. Diamond. "Oh, I'm very sorry, Becky, my dear," said Mr. Diamond, leaving it doubtful whether he was expressing regret at the greatness of his own appetite or the smallness of his wife's. "Not that I say you don't deserve a good breakfast," continued the latter. "You went through it all beautifully." "Thank you, Becky, my dear," said Mr. Diamond, a little half-heartedly. He had hungered for many a day for a word of praise from his wife, and now that it had come, it sounded as if it were addressed to a performing dog. "I do hope the evening will go off all right, and the Duvines will come down in their carriage," remarked Mrs. Diamond, with piously folded hands. Mr. Diamond professed to echo the wish by sighing, as he loaded another fried sole onto his plate. "Now hurry up with that, because you've got to, you know what. I'll just go into the kitchen and look after Mrs. Saffron." And Mrs. Diamond swept out of the room with a rustling and a crackling of her new dress of stiff brocade, which gave one the idea that she would momentarily burst into flame. The you-know-what must have been something distinctly unpleasant, for it killed the last vestiges of Mr. Diamond's appetite so completely that, by the time he had half finished his sole, he fancied he was eating his way through a whale. As a matter of fact, the reference was to the speech which Mr. Diamond had composed at the dictation of his wife, and to the delivery of which in the evening he looked forward as the most terrible ordeal of his life. Yesterday he was nearly word perfect. Now he dreaded approaching it again, for fear of finding that the excitement of the morning had unravelled the laboriously stitched seams of his memory. With a groan, the burden of which he divided impartially between his speech, his wife, and his bridegroomship of the law, he walked to the chiffonier, took out the manuscript, and began to zigzag the room in the achieving of his desperate task. And each time he passed the armchair which yawned at him its soft-cushioned enticements, he did not know whether to call himself martyr or hero. An hour later Mrs. Diamond came back and took him in hand for rehearsal. She knew the speech from beginning to end, not only from hearing him read it 12 times, a fact she pointed out to him in proof of what the human mind can do if backed by a little intelligence, only she did not put it so nicely. Mr. Diamond got on much better than he had expected, perhaps because his wife played upon his receptiveness by endearing phrases like, "Diamond, if you disgrace me tonight, I shall get a divorce." About 4 o'clock, a merciful diversion arrived in the shape of Mr. and Mrs. Prager, followed immediately after by Mr. and Mrs. Tannenbaum. Their early appearance was justified in the first place by the intimacy of their acquaintance with the givers of the feast, and secondly by their having obliged with the loan of cutlery and crockery in recompense for which they thought themselves entitled to a fair length of start in the sampling of the good things provided. But perhaps it was only a fit of absent-mindedness that made Mrs. Prager help herself to the almonds and raisins with one hand while untying her bonnet with the other. Mrs. Tannenbaum, however, showed herself possessed of superior method. "I can see who arranged the table like that, Becky," she insinuated delicately. Mrs. Dymond accepted the tribute to her artistic instinct with becoming silence, while Mrs. Tannenbaum felt herself impelled, by the intensity of her admiration, to take stock of the individual beauties of the table and to improve her favourable impression of sight by that of taste. Thus she could, in all decency, run the gamut of delicacies from cheesecakes to Spanish olives, and back again. "Now let me have a good look at you, Becky," she continued. "I didn't have a chance of it in the synagogue, because, well, I don't care who knows it, because I simply couldn't take my eyes off your Lazarus." "Did you hear that, Mr. Tannenbaum?" exclaimed Mrs. Dymond, skilfully mingling mock indignation and delight in her voice. "I did, but it's no use her trying. She can't make me jealous," replied Mr. Tannenbaum genially. "My best respects, Mrs. Dymond." "You'll never get me to believe you only paid 3 6 a yard for that brocade," broke in Mrs. Prager austerely. The idea of Sadie Tannenbaum, with her 55 years on that dumpy back of hers, carrying on a flirtation with her husband over the heads of self-respecting folks. "May I spend in doctor's bills anything it costs me more? I must say, though, it was only a remnant," admitted Mrs. Dymond. "And the cut of it," observed Mrs. Tannenbaum, cheerfully ignorant of being credited with a dumpy back. "It looks, well, it looks for all the world as if it had been photographed onto you." Mrs. Dymond contemplated with great complacence as much of herself as her eye could take in. "I want so comfortable too," she said. "Fancy wearing a dress for the first time and feeling as if you had never worn anything else. You understand what I mean." Then her voice fell as she continued, "But joking apart, my dears, I did feel proud of him today. I never had an idea he was really such a fine figure of a man." "I don't know how it was," said Mrs. Tannenbaum thoughtfully, "but one minute he reminded me of Tannenbaum, and the next the Prince of Wales." "You don't say so, Sadie!" exclaimed Mrs. Dymond, almost aghast. Mrs. Tannenbaum affirmed that she certainly did say so, and what was more, she meant it. Possibly she did, though the possibility dwindled to a mere shadow in the light of certain confidences exchanged earlier in the day between Mrs. Prager and Mrs. Tannenbaum. From these it was to be gathered that Mr. Dymond's bearing in the warden's box and in the procession was that of a dyspeptic coal-heaver, while Becky's dress was enough to throw the tailoring trade of all England into disrepute. "How much a quart did you pay for that cherry brandy, Becky?" asked Mrs. Prager innocently. "Never mind, as long as it's paid for," replied Mrs. Dymond, taking the hint and filling 3 glasses. "At your house, enjoy," said Mrs. Tannenbaum to Mrs. Prager, to which Mrs. Dymond added, "and may it be soon." And Mrs. Prager sighed and sipped at her glass, sighed and sipped again. Of course she understood the particular drift of the toast. She was the mother of 6 marriageable daughters, and was likely to remain so. "Don't fret so much, Julie," said Mrs. Tannenbaum consolingly. "Everybody can't have the luck, like myself and Becky, to be mother-in-laws before we got over our surprise at being mothers. You know how scarce young men are." "Scarce?" asked Mrs. Prager with a sneer. "The trouble is there's too many of them.
That's what makes the girls pick and choose nowadays. When we were young we weren't half so hard to please, were we, Sadie?" "Speak for yourself, if you don't mind," replied Mrs. Tannenbaum icily. Mrs. Dymond saw it was necessary to pour oil on the troubled waters betimes. "And then some girls are much too fond of their home to leave it," she said. "My girls certainly have as good a home as they can wish for," said Mrs. Prager with dignity. "Perhaps you mean that mine hadn't?" suggested Mrs. Tannenbaum, bridling. "There, mention a tale and the devil thinks you're speaking of his," quoted Mrs. Prager. "Will you have something else, Sadie?" asked the hostess, to change the subject. "Yes, Becky, I'll have my mantle and bonnet, if you please." "Nonsense, Sadie!" ejaculated Mrs. Dymond. "My mantle and bonnet, if you please," iterated Mrs. Tannenbaum very loudly, pitching her voice in the direction of her husband. "Izzy, we are going. Don't forget your umbrella like you always do." "What's the matter, my darling?" inquired Mr. Tannenbaum, rising in great perturbation and coming over to the ladies. He hoped sincerely his ears had deceived him. The Dymonds were really doing the thing handsomely, threepenny cigars and all. He had made up his mind to stop till he had smoked a dozen of them, and here he was, only half-way through his first. Meanwhile Mrs. Tannenbaum was explaining to him what the matter was. Simultaneously Mrs. Prager did the same to Mr. Prager, and Mrs. Dymond to Mr. Dymond. After that, each of the six turned on the remaining five to put the case from a strictly unprejudiced point of view. And as no one contradicted the other, all considered themselves admittedly in the right, and this effectually smoothed the way for mediation. As a matter of fact, nobody except Mr. Tannenbaum, who was for a moment demoralized by the great issues at stake, had felt the slightest apprehension as to the ultimate outcome of the occurrence, which precedent had shorn of all significance. The only one genuinely affected was the cherry brandy, for having been the primary cause of the collision, it was only right, on the homeopathic principle, that it should be made to act as peacemaker. The three gentlemen settled back to their discussion, which, after naturally dwelling for some little time on the uncertainty of the feminine temperament, reverted at length to its staple topic, communal politics. "I'm going to propose at the next committee meeting that the prayer for the royal family should be said all in English," remarked Mr. Prager, who was notorious for the heterodoxy of his views. "Why not propose to have an organ in the synagogue? That would make more noise," replied Mr. Tannenbaum with overt sarcasm. "Or that the ladies should sit downstairs with the men. Then there would be still more noise," added Mr. Dymond, hazarding a deeper thrust. "You may sneer," said Mr. Prager, not in the least bit disconcerted, "but I know what I'm talking about. You remember, of course, we had a policeman at the synagogue entrance last night to keep the place from getting too crowded." Messrs. Dymond and Tannenbaum remembered. "Well, later on in the evening I was standing outside my door when he passes on his round. 'How did you like our services, officer?' I says to him. 'Oh, all right,' he says. 'Only what do you want to drag the Queen in for and call her names in that break-jaw lingo of yours?' Of course I explained to him that we were praying for Her Majesty's long life, and he answered it didn't sound like it, and walks off, winking his eye and saying he belonged to the police and not the Marines." Mr. Prager stopped in order to let his words filter into the minds of his listeners, who were evidently impressed. "Now, why should we lay ourselves open to a risk like that?" continued Mr. Prager, striking while the iron was hot. "Instead of getting the credit we deserve for our loyalty, we may find ourselves one fine day had up for high treason.
"It never struck me the thing would be made to look so serious," confessed Mr. Diamond, genuinely concerned. "Nor me," echoed Mr. Tannenbaum. "But what is to be done?" went on Mr. Diamond. "You know the trouble we had to teach our reader to say the few words in English. Our gracious Majesty took him a week, Albert Edward a fortnight, the Princess of Wales a month, and all the royal family he can't say to this day."
Mr. Prager pretended to give the difficulty his serious consideration. Then he lifted his head high, on the impulse of a sudden idea, as it were. "But why should he recite it at all?" he inquired. "If it comes to that, I don't mind doing it myself." Mr. Diamond exchanged a quick glance with Mr. Tannenbaum. There it was, the cloven hoof. Mr. Prager had not been half subtle enough. It was known that his pet hobby consisted in usurping the functions of the reader on every possible occasion. Unfortunately for him, this happened also to be the pet hobby of Mr. Diamond and Mr. Tannenbaum, as well as every member of the congregation. It rose from the aboriginal human instinct to attain to prominence, and the elevation of the reader's desk went some little way towards it.
"In any case, I've been a seat holder longer than you, so where do you come in?" asked Mr. Diamond. "I only wish to remark that I'm senior to both of you," came from Mr. Tannenbaum. "Yes, but don't you think I deserve something for the suggestion?" submitted Mr. Prager suavely. "Now, what if I hadn't found out from the policeman?" "Are you quite sure you didn't dream that policeman?" broadly hinted Mr. Tannenbaum. "I beg your pardon, Tannenbaum," remarked Mr. Prager stiffly, but colouring up to his ears. "I didn't mean anything of the sort," apologised Tannenbaum vaguely. "Only, you know, your memory goes wrong sometimes. How do I know? Well, one weekday at the beginning of this year I came into the synagogue and found you reading prayers because you said it was the anniversary of your mother's death. 3 months after, you were reading prayers again, and again it was your mother's anniversary. I wished you long life and said nothing. A fortnight ago you read again, and for the 3rd time it was your mother. Now, either you've had 3 mothers, or your one mother died 3 separate times, which is a thing that doesn't usually happen. You see, all I want to show is that you can't always trust your memory. I don't mean anything else, God forbid." "Then, in plain English, you call me a confuddler," said Mr. Prager, with great apparent self-control. "There you go again," replied Mr. Tannenbaum, quite hurt. "Now, just to show I don't suspect you in the least, I'll call in evidence. I say, Mrs. Prager, did a constable talk to your husband last night at your door?" "Certainly not," replied Mrs. Prager, vehemently indignant at what she considered an aspersion. "How could he be standing at the door when he was fast asleep on the dining-room couch all evening?" Mr. Tannenbaum said nothing, but turned on Mr. Prager in smiling inquiry. The latter, however, instead of collapsing, returned Tannenbaum's glance frankly and unabashed. "Well, I'm glad I only dreamed it," he said, knocking the ash off his cigar. "I wouldn't have had it happen for all the money in the world. Julie, we must get that couch upholstered. It's so hard and skinny that it gave me the nightmare last night. I tell you, Tannenbaum, it's a weight off my mind that we can keep the prayer in Hebrew." Mr. Prager remained master of the difficult situation he had created for himself owing to the arrival of more guests, and once the start had been made, the inflow continued steadily till the capacious drawing-room (Mrs. Diamond objected to having it called a parlour) felt it could do with a little bulging. But despite the fact, Mrs. Diamond endeavoured to keep a tolerably free space near the top of the table, in which endeavour she was loyally assisted by Mrs. Prager and Mrs. Tannenbaum, who were only glad of an opportunity to display their authority as second in command. The arrivals which, for the time being, attracted the most attention were Mrs. Lipcott and Lou. Mrs. Tannenbaum and Mrs. Prager had thought it worth quite a long consultation on the attitude to be adopted towards one who, though originally of equal standing, had for years occupied a menial and subordinate position, and they had decided on a bearing which was to be affable and courteous, yet containing a dash of patronage and condescension. But somehow the sight of her stalwart and self-possessed son robbed them of the courage of acting up to their intention, and the effusive greeting which Mrs. Lipcott met with from them made her face and heart glow with the comforting assurance of having come into her own again. End of chapter 18, part 1.